A&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We welcome you to the Monday live edition of Sean and RJ with the entire squad here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Pepe running things, and Aiden Butler.
Holy cow.
Back with us.
What?
Before 6 a.m.
It's permanent. It's permanent. Look at that. Wow.
It's good to see him.
Yeah. No
Always
more
on time, no worries, no issues with young Aiden. You are clapping to start off the program. Why?
Everyone's here. Everyone's here. It's a fun day. We don't usually get this. I see Aiden's face before I got here this morning, before you and I walked in together. I see Aiden's face, his bottle cap glasses, those beer
bottle glasses.
Oh, man. Those are thick.
They are. If that was Carter, he'd be here at 6:25.
Wow.
Did everybody have a good Father's Day weekend, even though you guys did not have the day off Friday?
Both my kids texted me, Happy Father's Day. I was stunned at this one.
That's a win?
That's a win. The younger one did it earlier. The older one, it was around 1 o'clock when he woke up, when he finally rose from the dead. But then we went to dinner last night.
Nice.
Yeah, I went to dinner. Yeah, so my mom was like, we're going to go to Father's Day dinner. So she took everybody out.
You know, I didn't hear from my mom yesterday, and I think it's her anniversary revenge.
That's exactly what that is.
Where she goes, hello? What'd you send us? And I was like, it's your anniversary. And, of course, she's spending the time anyway with her favorite son in Ocean City. But she still got consistent Father's Day reminders of them celebrating my brother and my dad. And I didn't hear anything. Wow. And I was like, okay, do I have the right to complain since I don't acknowledge her anniversary? She said, well, you're not my dad, so no Father's Day wishes for you. She didn't say that. Wow. I'm guessing. But, yes, I am bitter about it.
Yeah, see, I think everybody deserves a happy Father's Day who's a father. But not everybody deserves a happy anniversary.
They don't. Why?
Because it's just your anniversary.
It's my Father's Day. I mean, she's not my daughter.
No, I know. I get it. I just think, mothers and, fathers should wish their daughters happy Mother's Day.
I made her a grandparent.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Would she be upset if your dad didn't wish her happy Mother's Day?
I don't think so, because I think her barometer of expectation for my father is lower on those events.
You know what? That's consistent then. And I'll say that if as long as she's consistent with it.
But I know she was saying Happy Father's Day to my brother while sitting there in front of him.
Well, that's a little messed up.
Yeah. And it's like you have two kids, you have two children. So no Father's Day for the other son. Pepe, yours?
Yeah, I had a split action yesterday. So I went to my parents' house in the afternoon. We swam, drank some. I got my dad because he's a big pool guy now because, he's got no kids in the house. It's just him and my mom. And I got him a floaty cooler that can fit up to 30 cans with ice in it.
Oh, yeah.
Very simple. You blow it up, and it just floats with you along. You can tie it up to, whatever your floaty you're on, or your leg, I guess, and he just swam around with that. We had beer and drinks and stuff in there, so that was really cool. Was it filled
with the Coors Lights your father-in-law wouldn't drink with you?
No. I think it was Dos Equis and Michelob this time. But, yeah.
And then you'd split duty with the father-in-law.
Yes. Went over to their house, Mackenzie's parents' house. He was smoking wings at night, so that got my attention. Then we had some cake there, and they have this new Ninja slushie that they've been using, and so they really like that. So they put whatever they want in there, and then we just drink and have fun. Then back home.
Why could I see Peyton putting his dad's Father's Day gift on his wedding registry, just knowing it was that close?
Because of his speech where he said, "Dad, thanks for paying for everything, and I'm gonna have a really slow time paying you back." If ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had a lot of contemplation over the Ninja machine. I've seen it at someone else's house, and I didn't love the quantity or the because
which one? Just the slushie?
Well, I know they call it the slushie, the margarita machine, whatever makes the damn margarita.
Kristen was hinting at that yesterday. She sends a screenshot. She's like, look, they're on Amazon for $200 right now.
Well, has she used her new cookware, her pans?
No, we've used the Ninja Creamy, though, a couple times that I bought.
We have the Creamy, too. It's a pain in the butt to clean. Because you got to get inside the little contraption.
We have some new Ninja blender. I haven't touched it because I just want the old school blender. Putting on the lid looks difficult, and then 3 different pieces on the inside. You could OJ yourself reaching in to clean it because the blades are so sharp.
Yeah.
I'm intimidated.
The Creamy makes awesome ice cream. It really does. It makes good ice cream. But again, it's a pain. It's a pain in the butt. I have the blender too. Sarah hates it. She uses her own. She uses the one that she had, which is like a Vitamix or something like that, which is one that she had from her apartment. And my Ninja blender, my poor Ninja blender, just sitting there all by itself, never getting touched.
Yeah, the creamy has not gotten used nearly as much as we were thinking we were, because then once you buy it, do you have one? Have you ever seen them?
Wait, you're using this for ice cream as well?
So, yeah, but the problem is that when you get it, it's like you can turn anything into ice cream. It's like, really? And then you open up the little recipe book and you're like, oh, this is a 24-hour process.
It is.
This is not like they don't tell you that. You like mix everything together and then they're like, all right, now go throw that in the freezer for 24 hours and come back to it. It's like, when I want ice cream like then. That's not like a, I'm not doing that as like, it's not a brisket. Where it's like, there's a whole process that goes into this.
And then you got to defrost it a little bit. Right, because you're gonna, and then
it felt like I was lied to a little on what it could do.
And then you got to move it from. Sometimes you got to move it from one canister to another. Have you seen where it's in a smaller one? So it's like, all right, this is a big pain in the butt. It is a chore, but I love it.
Did the margarita machine produce? Like, how many? Was it good? How fast?
Oh yeah, it was quick. Yeah, she's done like margaritas, or like she'll put rosé in there as well. And then I think she did it was a chocolate milkshake yesterday. So it does everything. It has like a frappe, mode, all that stuff. So yesterday was just chocolate milkshakes, and I think margaritas earlier in the day they did that as well. But yeah, she cleans it out. It's like 3 or 4 parts. They clean it out, but her mom uses it every single day.
You drink any Natty Lights with father-in-law? Isn't that his beer?
Busch Light.
Busch Light.
Yes,
My
we did.
bad.
He's a man of taste. Come on.
Man.
Well, because I left all the Michelobes that we had from the wedding. I was like, "Are you going to drink this, Brad?" And he was like, "Yeah, I'll see how it is." Because he's Busch Light, maybe Bud Light, but it's Busch Light or nothing for him.
What about Beast?
I don't think
what
so.
that is?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know what the hell that is. What's Beast?
Best.
Yeah, they used to call it Beast.
I had
Beast
no
Ice.
idea that's what it was called.
Oh, Beast Ice was another good one.
I put that in the genre of Natty Light and Busch Light.
Absolutely.
Is it on top or on bottom of that? If you power rank those three, college kids, hit us up.
I feel like Beast Ice would get you hammered faster.
Yes.
So I think Beast Ice was higher on the totem pole just for that reason.
I thought of that as like the Mad Dog of beers.
Mackenzie made Kristen cry yesterday. She
said that you complained about her handwriting.
No. She was looking at the post she had of the wedding photos, and so it's like, oh look, here we are standing there, and then it was the next one was the like picture of them at 3 years old doing the same thing.
The throwback.
Dad is grabbing the hands of both daughters.
She immediately, Kristen was like fanning her eyes and stuff.
She's like, Bobby, go stand outside on the little balcony.
No, she's always taking photos like that, because the only time she can get photos is if my back is turned and I'm like walking with the girl. So she's always taking photos like that. So she immediately was like, oh gosh, that's going to be pictures y'all take.
Texas Rangers able to pull one out against the Pods.
Oh, they're going to credit Lopez with a sacrifice in charge. And Aaron Langford tees off down the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It's out of here. Second decker to left. Wyatt Langford gets the Rangers on the board with a 3-run bomb. It's 3-0 Texas.
That was a bomb. Sandler with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. That was in the third. That makes it 3-0. Skip Schumacher declaring that Wyatt is back afterwards. Wyatt was a little bit confused when told about that, because he's like, back from what? I was pretty bad at the beginning of the season. And Skip said, not anymore. He's an MVP type player. That's who he is. Nate Eovaldi was scratched from his previous start a few days before, the little left knee soreness, able to make it back out yesterday. The Rangers get it and take the series against San Diego, getting 2 of 3.
7 hits in the 3 games for Langford. Listen, it's they lose to the bad teams, and they wind up taking 2 or 3 from a Padres team that record-wise is not great, but talent-wise, it was like, all right, you get up for the Padres.
They're above 500.
Yeah, they get up for the Padres. Every win confuses me, because I have no idea. The range of emotions goes like, all right, I'm ready to tune this team out for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they take 2 or 3 of the Padres. It's like, all right, I don't know. Am I back in? No, but the World Cup's on and the U.S. Open was on. I'm like, all right, I'll just maybe I'll see you in July. Maybe it's every win confounds me.
No, I mean it
doesn't confound you though to a contending area or place of thought.
Like championship contend? No.
What contend?
Contend for a playoff spot. But then again, in baseball, if you're in the playoffs, like, you've got kind of a chance. That's the problem.
everything's just middling.
Yeah.
That's what they are. They're middling for weeks and months. They're 2 games back. They're 19-18 at home. They're 18-22 on the road.
There's no series result that would surprise me.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. They lose to bad teams. They hang with good ones. It's stupid. That is one of the most infuriating types of teams you can be. The one that just goes, I'm going to play to my competition. So if it's a bad team, I'm going to play poorly. If it's a good team, I'll play better. But Chris Young had said it would not stop with it was Jerry Jones-esque with when we get this guy back in the meat of the schedule, and he couldn't stop hammering that with Seager and Langford. Now, obviously, Seager can't get back at all. He just pops in for a minute and then goes, all right, see ya. But Langford at least has proven to be, all right, that was the guy worth waiting for to this point. Since he got back, he's now 317. His OPS is over 1,000 since he got back. He's been fantastic. I think all but 2 games since he got back in the lineup, he's gotten on base. And so being able to get that kind of consistency and being able to have the power to all right, yeah, you can make them pay for a walk and then an error on a bunt. You can make them pay for that when Wyatt Langford's in the lineup.
Zeke Duran, fantastic defensively with 2 separate plays. Josh Young with another multi-hit game. And then I thought they were going to give it up there in the 9th inning. 1st and 2nd, no outs. Junis able to escape, get the save, and the Rangers get the win.
See, but even still, that's an example of why you can't feel great about them ever. Like even the fact that the 9th inning you were sweating, or the fact that you go up off the Langford home run, and if not for a couple of fortunate plays, including the Langford to Zeke relay throw out at home, you're trailing at the end of the third, at the end of the 4th inning. You go up 3-0, and then it's immediately you give up another 3 spot and have to go out there and score again. It's just an incredibly frustrating team to watch.
Jack Leiter on the injured list now with an ankle. It had been impacting his delivery, according to the club.
It looked like it.
Yeah. I went and it's called a posterior impingement, which I was looking this up. It's big in gymnastics and ballet and soccer. The part of the ankle where...
Got the twisties, Bob.
Got the twisties, that's right. He's got the twisties. But I went and looked at the recovery timeline.
Yeah, this is a broad timeline you came up with here.
I was like, okay, so you're giving me absolutely nothing to work with here. Because they said the conservative recovery timeline for just a regular rehab, no surgery, is 3 to 12 weeks. Seems like a big gap. And then the other one is with surgery, 3 to 6 months. So it's okay, so you're giving me nothing to work with here. So he'll either be on the very minimum injured list or he'll be gone for the remainder of the season. There's kind of nowhere in between.
He is 5 out of his last 6 starts. He's allowed 4 runs or more, and he is now up to 8 out of 15, which means more than half the time he's going up there, he's giving up 4 or 5 runs or more. He's not been good.
The Mariners are a game and a half up. They have the only positive run differential in the division. There are 3 teams in the American League with a positive run differential. 3 in all of the American League.
Let's see.
The Athletics are a game and a half back. Rangers are 2 back. Astros are 3 back, apparently looking to buy with the deadline coming up. And then the Angels are 8 back. What are you trying to guess the 3?
Well, I was assuming Tampa and New York were one of them just because their records.
Yeah, that's it. There you go. Case closed.
That's it.
Done.
Oh, God.
Done and over with.
This is good though.
The NL has 7.
You've got the Mariners taking on an NL team, and you've got the Royals, who are way below the point run differential line, about to take on the Rays, and those are both 2 teams that are very much in the range of could be under relatively soon. So you very easily could be looking at a scene where the Yankees are the only team in Major League Baseball that are positive run differential.
And you get the Marlins starting tonight, who are 2 games over 500, 3rd place in the National League East, on the road with some early baseball. 5 o'clock pregame. You're welcome, G-Bag. 5:40 first pitch on your home for Rangers baseball.
The Scots are going to be there, I think.
Are they?
There's supposed to be about 10,000. I heard from a Scotsman who's going to this game. There's about 10,000 Scotsmen going to this Miami game. One of the games this week because they're playing down there.
U.S. everything coming up next. U.S. Open champ, and how real is the United States World Cup team right here on Sean and RJ. We got a Young the Giant ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. Best and worst of the weekend. Glad you're joining us to start things off here on 105.3 The Fan. But man, I got all the
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And it's wire to wire for Wyndham. Let's go! And a second U.S. Open championship.
NBC with the call. A lot of people for Father's Day say, just let me go ahead and watch golf. RJ Choppy being one of them. Wyndham Clark, with his dad surprising him for the celebration, wins his second U.S. Open.
And, having two, there's only about 20 guys that have two, and then most of those guys are pre-1950. So, I mean, you're looking at like your Jack, Tiger, Hale Irwin, DeChambeau, Brooks, Payne Stewart, Lee Jansen, Retief, Ernie Els. Like, it's not a ton of guys that have two U.S. Opens. A two-time major champ is, all right, now you're kind of in that club. You're more of a household name. But this is not a well-loved individual.
Why?
Well,
because his name's Wyndham.
I mean, there's that.
Pretty much.
The perception of Wyndham's probably not the villain everybody thinks he is, but he was definitely not well received at Shinnecock this week. The crowds were small when he was around. Like, now, some of that had to do with the fact that he was in the last group on Saturday and everybody left to go home. But he was visibly booed, jeered, not cheered. Brandon Chambly even talked about this in the Post, how he's never seen this before.
I think it's the worst I've ever seen a player treated. And when you consider it was an American player on American soil, yes, I've seen foreign players. I've seen Colin Montgomery get jeered over here in a Ryder Cup and in major championships. I've seen Brian Harman get jeered at the Open Championship to him foreign soil. I've seen that, but I've never seen an American player on American soil get so jeered. I get it, and I think
was it different than Brooks at Bethpage Black here on Long Island? He had a big lead.
I think when Brooks was stumbling a little bit, there was some of it, but I don't remember it being present from the first tee on.
And it was like, I mean, there was times where he overshot the green on 11 or 12, and you could hear like people go, "Yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going." He goes to the bunker. Everybody's excited about it. But they were all cheering for Scotty, right? They all wanted Scotty to hit the career Grand Slam because Scotty doesn't have the U.S. Open. All he needs is the U.S. Open. That would be cool to see. But yeah, they were not everyone's a huge fan of Wyndham. Now last year he destroyed the locker room at Oakmont because he didn't like the course set up and he played like crap. And he destroys the locker room as he's walking away. And Oakmont obviously took issue with that. A lot of golf fans did, but yeah, this is just his name is Wyndham. And they just look at it like, oh, you're the blue blood.
I was rooting for the choke, and I thought this whole thing, as everyone did, was over on 16 when he hit the birdie bomb. 2-stroke lead. This is done. Then he bogeyed 17. A par would have won the championship. And then I thought he was in a little bit of trouble there on 18, but he's able to go ahead and hang on.
Yeah, I mean he had a long putt on 18 that he needed to get it in two, and he put it to a tap in. So that was basically over at that point. But it was not after 16. I'm with you. I thought it was over. I thought it was cooked.
Money Hole says his deserve to stroke-o-meter was 70%.
I wanted to say something before Bobby threw in his stupid-ass sarcasm as normal.
Analytics is real.
I'm heading towards a golf crisis, Choppy. It's not going to make you happy. It's going to make Bobby Belt and Kevin Hagelin. This is getting brutal to watch a lot of these major championships for me. This was boring. This was terrible. And if I did not do this job, I would not have turned it on whatsoever.
This is the
forcing
least
myself to watch a lot of these. It's missing something for me. Whereas I always tune into the majors. I look forward to Sunday, no doubt about it. Something's missing.
This was the least I had consumed a major in a long time, just because I was watching a lot of World Cup. It's going on at the same time. That was going to be a problem for me. The course sets up for a very difficult run usually.
Always U.S. Open.
U.S. Open in general, but this place, they've had the U.S. Open here 4 times now 5 in the last 100 years. There's only been 3 tournaments under par. You had a couple this week. You had obviously you had Wyndham, and I think Sam Burns finished under par for the week.
I'm just missing spice from these leaders. The Tiger factor here, like I can do some NBA without LeBron. And I can do NFL without Brady, but not having the Tiger factor. Scotty Scheffler is not interesting or very entertaining. All these guys are boring to me.
Yeah, so
who's the closest that pulls you? Would it be Rory? Like if Rory's because that's the one who seems like right now is the closest to existing if somebody wants to tune in on Sunday.
Yeah, but you're not like rooting for him.
I'll throw some names at you. Bryson, if Bryson's in it.
Okay.
Brooks.
Yeah. Not really.
Dustin Johnson.
I mean, I view him in my mind as past done.
He kind of is.
Yeah. He also comes across
week.
as a douche.
He had a good week, but he's kind of done.
I don't like that he has Paulina.
Spieth.
Yeah, but
Justin Thomas.
No.
Patrick Reed.
No. If he's giving people middle fingers, plus he just screwed me on my underdog top 20 finish, so screw him.
John Rahm.
No. I'm talking about star power.
I think you're past the names.
I'm talking about star power.
I'm just going down the leaderboard.
No, because I this is actually where I have a real take, Sean. I have a real take to drop in here. I was talking with somebody about this.
Of golf topic.
No. But I had a real take on this, that the value of Tiger was to just outside of what golf normally is and golf's fandom is that even today, like if Tiger's like out there, and I know Tiger is close on Sunday, I will watch. It's Conor McGregor. As much as people hate Conor McGregor, if I know Conor McGregor's going to fight, I will watch it. Like there's some people that are just pulls to outside your structure that are almost bigger than whatever your sport is, and you need them, and golf doesn't have that person.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
mean, I'm not a Wyndham doesn't do it for me. I don't like. I'm different, right? I mean, I'll watch the golf. I'll watch golf on a regular Sunday anyway.
Yeah.
But like if Koepka's in it, I mean, he's my favorite golfer. Like that does a lot for me. Bryson does a lot. Rahm, Spieth, Scheffler, Schauffele. But I mean, Rory really is the new guy where it's like he seems like he is. He's always
polarizing.
He's polarizing.
Yeah, I'm like you. I'm more likely to tune in if it's Rory because I want to see him. I want to see it blow up on him. That's why I would tune in for that. But there's some value in that factor still. I think for the PGA, probably just say, yeah, at least he's bringing people to watch.
Yeah. Let's get to the fever that has taken over.
Balogun has a step on Shirkani. Balogun to the byline. Balogun into the middle. Dead! It's the United States once again on the board early. Ricardo Pepi was in. Was it perhaps last off the defender? Who cares? It's 1-0 U.S.
Fox and FIFA with the call, and we are here with legitimate, real hype for the United States World Cup hockey team after they get the win.
Soccer,
sorry. I was thinking beating Canada.
Yeah.
After the win in Seattle that has now electrified the nation.
It has. It really has. And look, they haven't. Their group has some good teams in it, right? They're solid, quality teams. They're not elite teams. They're good, solid teams. But the U.S. is beating these teams, beating Paraguay, beating Australia. Like the U.S. is one of those. They're without Pulisic.
Yeah,
they're beating them like they're the top line team. They're beating them like they're Argentina, like they're France, Spain, some England, some of these teams that are like in this sort of top 10 in the world ranking. The U.S. is beating these teams like a drum. And that's not something that we expected. And I don't know if it's because they've finally got, a
different mentality of coach.
Yeah, better players, different mentality of coach, different type of coach. I don't know. But whatever they're doing right now is really impressive because this is not a team that you would think would be the best, most consistent team of the tournament 2 games in. They haven't won back-to-back games in a World Cup. in 100 years.
The farthest that they have advanced at a modern World Cup, quarterfinals in 2002. Reaching a quarterfinal again was kind of seen as the benchmark for their success as they play in a home World Cup, first time since 1994. But this is now a legitimate must-see event. I made sure while vacationing in Waco, it was thunderstorming, so we couldn't do the pool. But we had to go ahead and take a nap break anyway, and I made sure I was glued to it.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
The bandwagon is in full effect.
Oh, it's in full effect. It really is. And that was a good setup they had. They had kind of a college game day-like setup out there at Lumen Field in Seattle, wherever they call it, Seattle Stadium.
Yeah, you can't call it that now. You can't call it whatever
Seattle
the sponsor
Stadium
name is.
So it was really cool, and the people have really got into it.
Combined audience of more than 20.68 million on Fox, Telemundo, and Peacock. I guess the preliminary number was 14.7, and then you combine everything else for 6 more million. But the numbers they're good. Fox said most watched show on a Friday afternoon since the U.S. faced England in the 2022 World Cup. That match got 15 million viewers.
Yeah, and that was the year, like you said, that they had gone as far as they had gone in recent years, and that's where the expectations are pretty much now, that they've got to kind of match that. But this has been a fun run, and it's going to continue because they won the group, and because they're one of a handful of teams that is got 6 points now, they are going to be in a.
Well, the next one is not going to get as high a rating because it's essentially meaningless.
It's meaningless. They could rest.
It's a friendly, Bobby.
It's a friendly.
Yeah.
So this is good.
A meaningless game in the most important tournament in the world. Right. Sounds like a great tournament.
Well, if they want, so if you get 2 yellow cards in the group play, you're out for the round of 32. So any of these players that have 1 yellow card, they can rest them for this game, right? They can just rest them because everything resets when you go to the next round. So when you go to the knockout stage, so they can rest some guys. There's 4 guys that have that.
And more time off for Christian.
And more time off. Now, it's like other sports where you get too much time off, you get a little rusty, your fitness necessarily isn't there. But I'm sure they'll be fine. But yeah, they're going to wind up playing in the first round Bosnia or something like that. And if they don't beat Bosnia, it's like, okay, now all hell's going to break loose.
My TikTok algorithm started sending me videos of Australians who were like, why does the U.S. think they can beat us, that were posted before the game. And then the comment section is great. One of them says, I translated it for you. Do you get it now? And it's the score upside down. Somebody else says, y'all play football like y'all break dance. Eagles 2, Kangaroos nothing. What is 2-0 in Celsius? Some really good trolling to them.
Did you make it an appointment to watch?
No.
Pay?
I actually turned on golf for a half a second, which I said that'd be longer than the World Cup.
Just the United States I'll watch, but then we have Messi in Arlington this afternoon.
Yeah, noon. You're not going to watch that?
No, I will, and then my nap's at 1, so I'll turn it off.
877-881-1053. Let us know if you are going to the Argentina game this afternoon at Dallas Stadium?
Dallas Stadium.
Dallas
in Arlington.
Right. Dallas Stadium. Speaking of local, who is coming after Robo on the Stars and a blockbuster in the NHL that RJ Choppy's been dreaming of? That's next here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
A Young the Great ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock.
Young the Giant.
Young the Giant.
He might be great. I don't know.
Young the Giant is great. I love him. Silver Tongue.
Is he
Mind Over Matter?
Is he like a? Is he
It's a band.
Big person?
No.
Is it a young person?
They were young once upon a time. I think they're a little older now.
Okay,
But, yeah,
that
they're
works.
like they're a good rock band. I like them. Yeah, they've been together since 2004.
Oh, it's a rock band. Okay. Young the Giant. Was this the Indian question you were going to ask
No,
me?
it was not.
Let's see, the guy's first name's Samir, and he appears to have my complexion. So there you go. More hip to it. I'm sure you are listening, and we're going to hook you over the tickets.
Apparently, it doesn't have any profound literal meaning. It was chosen to embody the stupid boldness and exuberance of youth.
Okay. I see one Indian guy. He's the Indian guy in the middle. And then I see a bunch of white dudes.
That's it.
Not all Indian.
Oh, it's like our show.
And what did RJ, what was he saying he has to ask me in the commercial break?
An Indian question.
Okay. Got a question about Yeah, I'm here for you. 877-881-1053 to win those tickets coming up. 720 commercial-free express.
So if you had a question about ragu, I'm sure you'd come
I would
to me.
not go to you.
You can't even stomach marinara anymore.
You don't like garlic.
I power through it, baby. I'm coming around.
Who would you go to if you had a cooking question for
Broadus.
Broadus is the one? Okay.
In the building.
I mean,
Yeah, in the building. I mean, just in the building. If you had to limit it to people here.
Broadus.
you want to cook bad food from a state with awful food? Sure. You want to cook steak in a
Brian's from
Blackstone?
here.
Come to this bad boy right here.
Then maybe Corey Majors.
Yeah, Corey's got a
You can
Corey
grill a
fancies
little
himself
here and there.
No.
And then, if I need to make a chicken wing, Dawson. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
I can clean the Blackstone better than anybody here. I guarantee you
I
that.
do not doubt that whatsoever. You can cook a medium well sirloin, too.
No, medium rare plus.
Yeah,
Medium rare plus.
you're very intense about cleaning and making sure everything's in its right place.
All right, who is coming after Jason Robertson after your boy, one of your boys, gets traded?
Let's talk hockey.
Brady Tkachuk. This bothered me. Brady Tkachuk gets sent to Florida. This is the guy. This was the apple of my eye. This is the guy I wanted here. I was like, you know what? Let's trade Robo for him. And then Rietma was like, no, I can't. I'm like, yeah, man, you gotta get tough. You gotta get tougher, right? You need Brady. Brady's nasty. Brady is he's an agitator. He's also a great player. Now, Jake had a great point. He was like, do you want your best player also to be your enforcer? Because that means he's going to spend some time in the box.
Yeah.
All right, I get it, right? But he wouldn't have to be the best player here. Right? The Stars have a lot of good players. But he's a guy that I've always wanted. I mean, he is this dude is just, I want people who have that. He does seem to have that gene about him. Well, he's going to go to Florida, and he's going to go play with his brother, and they're going to get 3 first-round picks in return.
Woo!
And we had the draft.
2 first-round picks in this draft, as well as a future first and second.
Yeah. So that's a lot. That's a big haul. It's a big haul. And then the report comes out.
It's a Brett Hall.
It's a Brett Hall. And then the report comes out that the Ottawa Senators, who Brady just played for, are going to make a push for Jason Robertson. And I'm like, my head kind of did the whole Exorcist thing. I'm like, wait a second. You're going to lose Robo to Ottawa? And you're not going to get Brady in return?
Well, he's a restricted free agent.
Correct. So Ottawa can sign him to an offer sheet.
Yes.
And then the Stars have a week or so to match it. And if they match it, then he comes back here. If they don't match it, then Florida has to send Ottawa has to send some compensation back to the Stars.
Spittle has weighed in on this, the hockey hawk. If a trade cannot be ironed out and he hits July 1 as a restricted free agent, then you could see the offer sheet 7 days for the Stars to match. He said it's pretty rare to see teams make big offers to restricted free agents. An important number here is $11.9 million and change. If a team offers over that per year to Robo, which they will, and if the stars do not match, the team that signs him will send first-round picks in 4 of the next 5 drafts as compensation?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah,
So
and if they're down 9.5 to 11.9, according to the sheet, then it drops by it's 2 first-rounders, and then it's a second and a third.
So 4 first-rounders in 5 years, and Ottawa has the assets to do that. You can't get all the picks at once, just 1 per year beginning in 2027, according to Spittle. If 2 teams trade, you can get them all at once. Ottawa has 3 first-rounders in the upcoming draft on Friday.
Yeah.
9, 25, and 32.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'll tell you, if I'm, I don't think Ottawa's very close. You just lose Brady. I don't know that I'm giving up 4 first-round picks. To give up 4 first-round picks, that's what you would give up if you're a team like Florida who wants to get another cup. If you're a team far away...
How are we stacking up the NHL draft to the baseball draft and the NBA draft? It's the same as the baseball one?
It's very... Yeah, because it's... Because
it feels like all the top-tier hype prospects and the NHL draft hit.
Okay, from that standpoint, it's different. But it's the same in the standpoint of you draft these guys and then you don't hear about them for a while.
Yeah.
Right? Now, there are some, like the Bedards, who just go, they spend no time in the A, they just go right to the pros. Some guys who get drafted and they'll go play for, BC or whatever. So from that standpoint, it's very similar to the baseball draft. But yeah, you're right. The top guys, if you're one of these Sidney Crosby, everybody knew Sidney was going to be a great player. They knew that from the time he was 12 years old. But the NBA draft, to me, it's in a league of its own compared to these 3, the other 2. Obviously, the NFL draft, complete league of its own. And then, 50 feet down is the NBA draft. And then 100 feet down are the other 2 because there's no immediate return.
A Monster Mavs segment and preview with the NBA draft tomorrow at 7:20.
I was looking around over here. I was trying to see about because when you're talking about the quality, a lot of first-rounders will hit. But I was trying to see, okay, how quickly do they tend to get to the NHL? How long is that? Because like you said, it can be like baseball. So according to various internet corners, the top 3 picks usually make the NHL in their draft year. They'll usually make it to the NHL either right away or some point during their first year. The lottery to mid-first rounders, they say, will play 1 to 2 seasons and then get to the NHL. Late first rounders can take 2 to 4 years, and defensemen and goalies can require a year or 2 longer to physically mature.
So, Pittsburgh. So, for example, Pittsburgh, 3 straight years, they drafted first round of Evgeny Malkin, 2nd overall. He won the Conn Smythe. They drafted Sidney Crosby 1st overall. He won the Conn Smythe twice. And they drafted Jordan Staal 2nd overall. 3 straight years, and he just won the Conn Smythe this year. You can see these guys are all top 2 picks. They all hit. Everybody knew they were going to hit. All the Stahls hit. All 4 brothers hit or whatever. You could tell in the NHL that these guys at the top of the draft are going to wind up hitting. You got to get there. You got to get to the top, and you got to get there in a year where that's going to happen.
So Florida not screwing around, trading for Brady Tkachuk, uniting him with his brother Matthew in Florida.
I feel like a lot of the first round, I'm just looking over Dallas's draft history, and I feel like a lot of these guys got to the NHL relatively quickly. Wyatt Johnston, Maverick Bourque, Thomas Harley. Maybe Bourque was a little longer. I can't remember. But
these are all names that have kind of hit.
They've hit.
Yeah, so if you're gonna, I saw people. It looked like Stars fans last night on Twitter were saying, okay, if you're gonna send us 4 first rounders for Robo, cool, we'll take it.
Hopefully everyone had a happy Father's Day, except for, I guess, for the son of Brandon Marshall. By the way, Brandon Marshall is one of those 20-0 game players.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, oh, Brandon Marshall. I always remember Brandon Marshall as a good player, but I'm like, oh, he played for a lot of different teams, and he put up some very nice stats. So if you were playing 20-0, the football version of 82-0, well,
Bobby got me hooked. He tried to get me hooked to the golf one.
I didn't try to. I just said there is a golf one.
And I tried to do it. I was like, wait,
what's the name of it?
18-0 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's
why 18? For the holes? 18 holes?
I assume. Something like that.
You know what? I think it's Ryder Cup-ish.
Yeah.
Based, right? And it was too many. It was too old. I couldn't do it.
I'm nominating Brandon Marshall for Worst Take Fridays at 9 a.m. after he decided to break out the video camera for punishing his son at 2 in the morning.
It's no different than when we were in L.A., Santa Monica, running at midnight on the pier. We wanted to do that. We love to do that. And then there's correction. Then there's discipline. You're walking, run. Discipline, correction is good. Even 2 a.m, we run. I don't got to put my hands on you, but I'm training you up to be a warrior. I'm training you to be a leader, to serve, to have discipline, to be better than me. Run. Let's go. If you don't start running, we're going to go 3 miles.
Ooh.
So you better start running because you don't know when I'm going to tell you to stop. You don't want to listen? We run. We work. 2 a.m. Let's go. Faster. I'm driving 3 miles per hour. You should be going at 8 or 9 miles per hour right now. Go. If this truck don't get to 9 miles per hour, I promise you we're going all the way to the gas station, which is 3 miles. Down and back is 3 miles. I'm at 4 miles. I'm at 5. I'm at 6. There we go. Now we moving.
So there's Brandon Marshall driving in his car, filming his son with a 2 a.m. running punishment. Now, this divides the internet, of course, because you have people talking about the parenting technique, which more people supported, no one really supported, videoing it. Desperate, lame for content. Worst take, Brandon Marshall for filming his punishment. You want to make him run? Go ahead, fine. You want to drive your little putt-putt car next to him through your fancy neighborhood? Okay, fine. It's just so lame.
It could be also that he's just trying to put on camera that, like, look, see, I have changed. I don't resort to violence nearly as often as I once did as a younger player. And now, see, look, I can do this. That's he even says in the video.
What was his history?
God, he's got a bad one. He repaired his image better than a lot of other people did. I was just trying to look over.
I forgot about it.
What all did he have happen to him? 04, he was arrested on charges of assault of a law enforcement officer. 07, he was at the nightclub the night Darren Williams was shot. That was actually, he started like the scrap and the fight. 2007, arrested on domestic violence charge. 2007, DUI. 2008, or actually 2008, yeah, he got another domestic violence charge.
Not a fan.
2009, disorderly conduct. 2011, got in a fight with his wife and she stabbed him in the stomach.
Oh,
so like he had a run there for a while.
Yeah, I generally try to how you discipline your kids. You know, like there's obviously you can take it too far, and everybody knows when it's been taken too far. I hope everybody knows when it's taken too far. Yeah, the filming it's like, yeah, that's unnecessary. Like you're just trying to do this for clicks.
Yeah,
like that's not really discipline your child. That's trying to create content. Yeah, this is like this is not a major deal. This is it's not my style of punishment. Of course, if I tried to get my kids to do this, they would just look at me and say, "No, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to do this."
So you'd say, "I'm going to film it, and I'm going to put it on social media, and then they'll be shamed into doing it."
Dave, give me your phone. No. All right, fine, keep it. I thought I
877-881-1053. Franklin injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. We got a brand new ticket giveaway to hook you up with in the 7 o'clock hour. The NFL player who is pointing fingers over the death of Alden Smith, and this Cowboy says he's the next great one in the National Football League. Is anyone believing it? Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
A brand new concert ticket giveaway, 720, along with a Mavs super segment to steal from the KNC Masterpiece. Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Monday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys Insider Bobby Bell with you. We got Peyton and Aiden running things on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
If we're going to steal from KNC, then I got to go like, Sean, I wear hoodies, but for some reason I always roll the sleeves up. I don't even use the sleeves that I have on my shirt. What do you think that is? Why do you think I do that?
That would have been the opening segment of the show. You should have done that at 6.
But this is the first indicator that I've had that we were stealing from KNC.
Okay.
Show me your meat.
That's true.
Whoa.
Who is the next Dallas Cowboy proclaiming greatness for himself?
It's the guy who I think maybe is least in position right now to be able to claim it.
Flornay.
No, it's Flornay's probably got a better argument right now. It's Savone Revel. Savone Revel, who's entering year 2 after last year was mired by the rehab from his ACL that he tore when he was at East Carolina. And when he got on the field, definitely looked rusty and looked like he was working back. Well, he told Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram about his lofty goal into the future, being the best cornerback in the NFL. He said, quote, I am going to be someday the best cornerback in the league. That's just how I look at it, and I have the confidence to say it. At the end of the day, I got to work. Which I'm grateful that he does have that confidence, because I think confidence was definitely something that when you watched last year, you went, okay, is there something... Is he totally confident out there playing football? Like, does he look like he's comfortable playing at this level? And we know Jalen Tolbert, that basically... I feel like destroyed his career, was seeing his confidence shattered his rookie year and then just never being able to build it back up. And so you definitely want guys to have confidence. So, if you think you're going to be the best cornerback in the NFL, more power to you, Savone. I would love to see that happen.
Is the Micah Parsons trade looking even better for Jerry Jones?
Yeah, so this has got to be taken with a little bit of a grain of salt.
It's not table salt, it's rock salt.
Himalayan?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no, it is table salt.
That's
because it's
fine.
Jason
Very, very
Lacomfort. Yeah,
fine.
the smaller salt is what Jason Lacomfort is these days.
This is Jason La Confirma, as he's been called in league circles, because he only confirms stories. He never breaks anything of his own. But Jason La Confirma reporting, and I believe this is like an email blast he sends out, because the hyperlinks to all of the quotes are...
Because he lost his Baltimore.
They send you to Gmail.
Substacking it.
So it'll send you to Gmail when you click the hyperlink and the thing. So it definitely came from I think a newsletter blast. But he said that Green Bay star pass rusher Micah Parsons is going to miss upwards of half the season returning from surgery, which would be either like you're talking probably mid-November, if that's the case. Which is
It's a full year, right? It'd be a full calendar year.
A little less than. It'd be 11 months.
I mean, that's kind of normal, right?
No. Most guys these days are back 9 to 10 months. Most of them. They're rusty, but a lot of them are back.
Okay.
The internet has quoted his brother, shocking, Terrence Parsons, as commenting in reaction to this story, saying they weren't trying to listen. So what I'm inferring from that, because I cannot go down the rabbit hole of Terrence Parsons' Twitter, as I've done.
You miss it? Should you? Don't you miss it?
I've done for too many years around here. Here's Terrence questioning another team, and everybody is wrong, and brother Micah is right. So Green Bay did something that medical genius and expert Micah Parsons maybe disagreed with, and that's what I'm getting from Terrence Parsons, saying they weren't trying to listen. Maybe he's talking about the fans who weren't trying to listen to a realistic timeline, but I'm guessing he's talking about another organization who's doing his brother wrong.
So Micah tore his ACL on December 14th, which, by the way, it can absolutely keep you out a year. It has before. It's kept guys out longer than that before. But if it is, something has missed generally in today's age. That's why it's so odd that Kyrie Irving missed over 12 months with his. But DeMarvion Overshown tore his ACL on December 10th, 2024. And he tore much more than just the ACL. And Micah was December 14th. So similar. Overshown eventually came back and was activated on November 14th, 2025. So it was 11 months for him. But that was also with every single ligament tearing and him really locking in and being focused. But yeah, you can have some timelines that are, a little bit longer, or guys that get extended. We played that one clip from the rehab training podcast clip of Braylon Tatum from the Cowboys sports science department, who talked about the way they measure the return for guys is literally like data that shows where their muscles were at and everything else, how they were firing before they got hurt, and making sure they're back there. And so that obviously can take a longer time for everybody, but I would need to see this from somebody else other than JLC to believe it.
Yeah, Tolo Dusty. Terrence is y'all's problem now. A couple of spoiled crybaby brothers who don't know ball. Glad we don't have this drama. Go ahead and enjoy it, Packers. Rare win for Jerry. Looking like it's developing. That was the reaction on X.
Who is the most combustible family member we've had in the Cowboys over the last several years?
Oh, combustible family member.
I think it might have been Kristen Beasley, Cole's wife. She used to love to mix it up with fans, and she'd start some fires.
I think it's got to be Terrence.
There's Tad Prescott used to love to mix it up.
Yeah.
CeeDee's mom got him in some trouble, which she was like. So there's always the combustible family member.
One Instagram comment.
Yes. So there's always the. And that's not unique here now. So the worst in the NFL probably over the last several years has been Annie Apple. That'd be number one.
Anna Benson, remember she was here?
She was great.
Yeah.
Dante Whitner played with Aldon Smith in San Francisco. Aldon Smith, former Cowboy, of course, passing away. His family wants the brain studied for CTE possibilities. This is Dante Whitner putting certain people on blast on the Grit Code podcast.
The day that Alden died, I received text messages, phone calls, FaceTimes from some of our ex-teammates. And some of the shit that I saw was disgusting. And I'm going to go ahead and say it. CJ Spillman called me, 6 a.m. Bali time. And he put me on FaceTime, and he was showing me pictures of Alden slumped over in the front seat, Alden laying on the ground in front of the vehicle that he was traveling in with the ER, with all the hooked up to his body, pretty much deceased. And I want to say that it's disgusting, because if you call me and we barely talk and it's circulating around, there's more than just me that saw those videos and those pictures. So I saw that Alden's family is hiring private investigators, lawyers to investigate what actually happened that day. And I hope that they listen to this so they can understand and know who to contact. First and foremost, CJ Spillman should have a lot of answers for you, but whoever was there, they had something to do with it.
Man.
Yeah, because initially, this was very strange. First of all, people his age don't just typically drop dead. They just don't typically die.
Yeah.
So obviously you're looking at foul play or self-harm, right? Those are the first two things that go.
Yeah, or in a lot of instances, especially somebody with Alden's background, probably overdose.
Sure, absolutely. This is hinting at the foul play side. And obviously that brings in an entirely different dynamic to this investigation. And if the way he said it, or the way you said it, where the family is going to hire private investigators, does that mean that the authorities aren't investigating this? They're not investigating it as a foul play? They're investigating it simply as possibly something that he did to himself or that he ingested?
CJ Spillman has been out of prison now for 5 years, I think.
What was he in for?
He was playing for the Cowboys in 2014 when he got accused of sexual assault. He ended up getting convicted in 2016. And so he ended up getting a 5-year prison sentence. I don't know if he served all of it or not, but he ended up going to jail for it. And that's definitely Dante Whitner I think he's being as careful as he can. It sounds like Dante Whitner probably has more details about why he is pointing at that direction, but you got to, legally cover yourself. I also will say, I had no idea Dante Whitner sounded like that.
I thought it was AI.
Yeah, I had no idea. A guy, especially nicknamed Dante Hittner. I was not expecting that when I heard it.
There's a Geno Smith video that I woke up to this morning. A woman on Instagram is alleging that he attacks her. Quote, Geno Smith beats my ass because he hates taking care of his special needs kid and can't be left alone with him because he'd rather watch sex online and play Call of Duty. And there's a video of her in Gino's driveway, and it's chaotic, and it's ugly. So throwing my purses out, stealing my money out of my car with his high deranged ass. This is on social media, and it's an ugly scene with her and what looks to be Geno Smith. So that is going everywhere this morning with police in the driveway, and people are like, okay, maybe we have an explanation for Geno's play completely plummeting and falling off with the Raiders.
Yeah, and he was a guy who obviously he had some issues early on, nothing of this level, but he was somebody who obviously had some locker room problems, some person-to-person issues that he had. That was obviously his exit from the Jets, was him getting punched in the face for not. It broke his jaw when he got punched because he wouldn't pay a debt. Yeah, and so it's this would be a jump though, and as is the case, we've seen a lot of these things pop up, and occasionally it'll get explained away as, oh no, it was this whole setup, and it's not what it looks like, and then other times we find out, no, this is not good.
Geno absolutely gives off the impression of a guy who covers his cars.
Yeah, every car's covered.
Every car's covered. Every car's got.
And how would you stereotype that person?
Kind of somebody that nobody really likes.
Oh, I see. I thought he was likable.
Somebody who,
but obviously, what I'm talking about, Bobby was just talking about, like getting punched by teammates and
yeah.
I think of somebody who covers a car. I think of somebody who's just OCD almost. Like if you're covering a car, you're like, oh, you can't get any that's more along the lines of what I think of. If you tell me somebody's covering their car, what do you think about that person? What are they probably
like? Don't have a big enough garage.
Right, get a bigger garage there.
That's right.
Gino. Although he had like 8 cars. Like, I don't know how many 8-car garages are out there.
Fight numbers are being compared between the UFC, Netflix, and maybe WWE.
Yeah, so 8.2 million viewers for UFC Freedom 250. That was the Dana White House UFC fight from a week ago. So 8.2 average. It had 17 million total views, which was the largest on the platform. So the platform was Paramount Plus. Now that's not like an over-the-air TV is going to draw much more, but
because Dana was saying we're expecting Super Bowl numbers.
Right. Which that was never going to happen. Now. The Netflix, Jake Paul, Ronda Rousey, and was it Gina Carano? That got over 9 million views on Netflix. Now I think more people have Netflix than Paramount Plus.
Yeah,
but I think obviously Dana White's going to take 8.5 million viewers on, and Paramount Plus certainly will too. But the WWE saw this. They after the success of the Freedom thing. They are open to holding an event at the White House if the White House would allow. Is the structure still there? Did they take it down and they could just leave it up?
The algae's there, supposedly.
The algae's in the reflecting pool. That's in the reflecting pool. How are we still combating algae in 2026?
I'm a bad pool guy. Need RJ Choppy on the scene.
Yes. How are we still doing this? I mean,
we need some invasive fish. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we need some invasive fish. But yeah, I don't know how we're still combating algae in the year of our Lord 2026. But
clearly we're not.
I don't know. But I don't know the political demographics of the UFC are cool with the. I have no idea what the WWE's.
They're cool. The demographics.
They're cool with the the White House thing, right?
Okay.
There are certain. I doubt the soccer fan, the soccer fan leans very, very left. I doubt they'd be very cool with the White House having a soccer game. But I don't know what the WWE is.
WWE, I think, is like most sports, which is it's got a broad enough base that there are enough political sides that it probably represents the political split of the country.
We got to ask Hagelin at 9:40 if he would be down for this. We got a young...
Well, there's one answer.
What?
One answer to would they be okay with it?
Young the Giant ticket giveaway that Bobby is very excited about coming up in the 720 Expressway. That's next, along with a loaded best and worst of the weekend. And the NBA draft is tomorrow. All the latest mocks without a coach and some trade rumors, commercial free after this.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Happy Monday to y'all. We got a brand new ticket giveaway, Young the Giant tickets every single day at this time as we are commercial free, and a loaded best and the worst of your Father's Day weekend is coming up. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station. It is a Who's Not of Dallas Maverick head coach interviews. According to Mark Stein, they have interviewed Houston's Royal Ivy, Toronto's Jama Malela, I'm guessing there.
Bless you.
Minnesota's Micah Nori, Terry Stotts, Boston's Tony Dobbins, Miami consultant Noah LaRoche, and Brooklyn's Steve Hetzel. They've also pursued John Shire and Dusty May from the college ranks. Ugh.
I'll be honest, I don't know half the names you just said.
I think
you
half.
You could have made them up.
Yeah, I don't know if you know half. I think Shire and May have put you in the 50%.
That's what I got those last two. It boosted my numbers, but yeah, that's I mean, what they had the former Braves first baseman in there, Adam LaRoche.
Yeah,
and they had the speaker, the guy who hypes you up, Tony Robbins. They're interviewing him, but other than that, yeah, I don't know many of those people.
Where are we with a concern level here with the draft tomorrow? And maybe I think what I'm more concerned with is not the draft being tomorrow, but just the timeline and how long this has taken since Jason Kidd was ousted. I'm more worried that it's taken this long, where it appears Masai did not have any name as the definite replacement versus draft impact from a head coach who's about to, maybe not run your program, but coach your program.
It is more and more evident that dude's a control freak. He doesn't want any input. He doesn't want anything. He doesn't. To me, the only reason you wouldn't have a coach here, there's two of them. One, you're telling everybody it doesn't matter. Or two, you don't want that coach to.
What doesn't matter?
A coach doesn't matter. Right.
Well, I mean, the third possibility is they don't have someone that they think is good enough to instantly name. They don't have a crop of good enough candidates.
Yeah, or the fourth possibility is you have nothing to say over personnel. You were brought here to coach, and I will structure. But that was point. That was my second one. Was that you don't want the coach to poison the front office with, well, I need this, and you just want to take your guy, which goes to the control thing aspect. I don't think that's a control freak thing. I think that's a structure. I think that's a structure a lot of teams use, where they say you are not brought here to evaluate players. You don't evaluate players.
Well, then bring them in and don't let them do it.
But it could be a thing of I'm going to pick the coach based on who I end up with. I don't want any influence there. I'll end up with who I'm going to draft, and then I know what the roster is, and then I'll finish it up by hiring whoever.
I don't love that approach.
I don't either.
You know
I know that there are plenty of organizations that have done it, and there are organizations that have won that way.
Who do you know of who operates that way, where you believe the coach has next to no input or say
over personnel and different things like that?
Yeah, if we're sitting down to study a draft, right? Just imagine Jerry Jones.
The Bucs won a Super Bowl 5 years ago without really the coach having personnel say. He was there as hey, you know how to run. Bruce Arians, you know how to get the most out of offenses, and you know how to do this and that. But that was Jason Light, and that was the Tampa Bay front office.
I mean, I'm worried about the crop of candidates.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not an encouraging group.
If the crop of candidates.
Now, Ujiri has picked no names.
Yes, he has. I mean, Nick Nurse was a guy from the G League.
Yeah.
And it worked out. But
if they drafted a Pascal Siakam 10 years ago, we used to have this right? We'd watch the first 3 picks of an NBA draft.
Yeah, I was oh, God,
then when they went into the Dirk Nowitzkis, we're okay.
Stash. The draft and stash.
Yes.
The draft and stash section of the draft. But this also is if there's no good candidates, and this goes back, it's a philosophy that some organizations have and some don't. But it's if there's no good candidates, can you really get rid of the previous coach that you have?
Yes,
because then you're just getting rid of the coach to get rid of the coach.
It's fine with that one. He had to go. Okay. If the whole organizational thrust is about resetting from what happened, you had to get rid of him.
I mean, okay, but you can always wait until you find there's a coach that comes around.
This is not like an NBA champion we're talking about here. You can have Doug Collins as you build up the team, and then you can go get Phil Jackson.
Okay, I mean, there's no Doug Collins.
That's how I look at it.
Where's Doug Collins?
I mean, Doug Collins is any dude on the street to me.
Hey, man, disrespect towards Doug. I love Doug. I love Doug Collins. He had some decent winning
Couldn't
there.
even get above 500 some years with Michael Jordan, damn it.
I called the play, give the ball to Michael, everyone get the F out of the way with the famous press conference. So those are the names. Draft tomorrow. Some of the rumors of moving around before we get to the mocks.
Yeah, so within one of these mocks, Kevin O'Connor, who writes now for, he does a lot of different stuff, but he writes for Yahoo. He's done stuff in the past for The Ringer, hosts a podcast, but he's a pretty well-connected guy, and he interviews a lot of various players when they're coming out in the draft and talks to a bunch of different people. And Kevin O'Connor had said that he thought at the 9th pick that depending on what was available to Dallas, if one of the bigger guards wasn't there, like Burries or Michael Brown, that the thought process is that Dallas would look to trade out. And he said Oklahoma City with picks 12 and 17 would be the standout possibility for Dallas, which would be, sure, if I can pick up 12 and 17 and there's nobody they really love at 9, sure, go for it. And then you got 12, 17, and pick 30, whatever the last one is in the first?
I'm okay with that. I mean, now 9... Because you got to go back and historically, number 9. I did this like Amari Stoudemire.
Number 9.
There's a lot of good players at 9. And there's a lot of misses.
Wasn't Dirk number 9?
I believe he was.
Did you just Patrick Dumont that by naming Amari Stoudemire?
No, but see, I think
he was number 9.
The Mavs had 7 that year, so I consider him 7.
Well, he was 9. Yeah, so that's
you know
what
I mean.
Because
the Mavs had said they traded away, so that's how I look at it. You had some good players at 9. You've also had some bums. There's a lot of bums at 9. So it depends on, obviously, the draft. This is a good draft. Supposed to be a good draft.
Give me the names. Go through a mock and give me the names like we did endlessly for the Cowboys, to where once it hits the sky, you feel like there's a fall off to where you're okay moving back. Give me the top tier Mav possibility names.
Well, so there's 6 guys. These are the top 6 in terms of odds to get picked by the Mavs. Burries Burries is one at plus 250. Kingston Flemings from Houston. Keaton Wagler at Illinois. Mikel Brown Jr., who you like, he's plus 750. Ade Mara is plus 750, and Nate Ament is plus 900. Those are not all guards. Okay, there's 4 of them. To me, I don't think there's a necessarily drop off because I love LeBaron Philon. If they got, and he'll be available at 9. I love him. You get him, I would be super happy with that. But I think there's a drop off. A cuff down is a drop off. I think I would put him closer. There's the top tier, and there's a middle.
And a lot of people have A cuff going 6 to 7 to Sacramento,
sure, and
or 6 to Brooklyn.
So you've got your top 3 or 4. Your AJ, your Cam Boozer, your Darren, and Caleb Wilson. And then I put A cuff next in his own kind of. And then you have your drop. Then you have your tier 3 or tier, however you want to say it. And then it's that Wagler and Burries.
Did you Burries?
Yeah, I'm
Why?
Because there's no evidence at this point that he's going to be able to shoot consistently, and that sounds very much like the type of player that everybody was warning us Masai Ujiri may target to put around Cooper Flagg. I'm just super athletic wing who's not going to shoot very well and is going to start limiting your offense. That was the biggest knock I could find on Ujiri from fans, because most fans loved him. They said Toronto fans still are he's great. We wish we never lost him. But a lot of them were well, sorry, Cooper, you're not going to have any shooters around you because he's just going to get athletic guys who go to the bucket.
I mean, Burry shot 49% from the field and 39 from 3. What do we want here?
There's concerns about him and Mikel Brown about them being able to shoot consistently, that it can go too streaky. So Acuff is the guy that I would like. Acuff is the one that I would be intrigued by. There's no chance of him getting there. Now, Kevin O'Connor had said that at pick 5 is where he mocks Acuff going to the Clippers. And in there, he said the Clippers are widely considered the most likely team to trade down from this range, and teams worth monitoring would be Atlanta, Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Charlotte.
At 9, Vegas has Burries as the favorite to go in that spot. Then Flemings, then Keaton, then Mara, then Brown. So that's in order at number 9.
I would not. I mean, Mara. I don't know, man. He's a big. He's a center.
Yeah.
Like he's a traditional. He's a shot blocker. I don't know. I don't know that works.
Why?
You would think in today's NBA that you would want somebody to stretch the floor, right? He's not. He could shoot a free throw. That's cool. But like, is he gonna stretch the floor on you all that much?
Derek Lively doesn't.
But he's about to be out of here.
He said he can shoot a free throw. He's below 60%.
Yeah,
on his free throws.
Yeah, like he can shoot a free throw. He can shoot.
He'll miss the other one.
He'll miss the other. He can shoot a free throw.
Why is Lively getting up out of here?
He can't stay healthy for one, and Luka wants a rim running big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Luka wants a big. Now you gotta get rid of your edict. Your Maverick edict where you won't trade with the Lakers.
It's a new day.
It's a new day. You won't trade with the Lakers. You got to get rid of that edict. But, Lively, he can't stay healthy. Can't trust him.
The speculation has been it'd be Gafford. A lot of people do think the Lakers are going to try and get Gafford this offseason.
And I guess that, we're taking turns alternating between DeBonsa and Peterson over how many teams they're talking to, and both their answers is one. Including Darren Peterson saying, I'm only talking to the Wizards. That's it. Who's advising this kid? Let's get his management team like we got Brendan Sorsby's management team. Ron Slavin last week with the interview that blew up.
Yeah.
Man, it's just all the signs are set up to talk about why Darren Peterson should not have gone this high, even though I heard some other Kobe comparisons like you've been dropping.
He needs to...
You're not going to talk to Utah?
He needs to tell whoever's his advisor, I don't know if it's his parents, I don't know if it's his agents, just go away. Because they've given him nothing but bad advice. I mean, the poor cat...
From the way they handled the health and the cramps and the creatine and the quitting allegations at Kansas to now this, you're not just going to... it
was a disaster for him at Kansas. A disaster. This was like the shoe-in number one pick. And now he still might go. He still is going to go super high.
So DeBonsa's odds to go 1 from Bet Online is minus 425. Peterson is 3-1. People are still trying to throw out there that Washington could be thinking about Boozer at 20-1. And then Peterson at 2 is minus 110. Cam Boozer's plus 150. Then Boozer at 3. Caleb Wilson at 4. Mikael Brown 5. Acuff 6. Wagler 7, Mara 8, and as I said, Burries 9 with a Met 10.
I think, look, obviously AJ would probably Utah would love to get their hands on DeBonsa at number 2. They would love for him to drop. They're such a. Utah Jazz fans or BYU fans.
Well, AJ says I'm not a Utah guy.
Right.
I'm not from here.
He's not. Yeah. But I know that Utah would love to get their hands on him. But to not. If you're not already being told that you're the number one pick to only work out for one team, like Darren Peterson's doing, that seems like a bad
Have you
advice.
seen the explanation that's now out there from insiders as to why Peterson will not go to the Jazz?
No.
I can't believe this is real, but there's two different people saying it. It's you've got The Athletic is reporting this, Tony Jones, and Kevin O'Connor said it on his podcast. Darren Peterson's worried because Keontae George, who's there and plays point guard, they're repped by the same agency. And the agency does not want them potentially splitting time or taking touches away from each other. And they're trying to maximize and drive their clients. They don't want multiple clients on the same team. They're trying to just maximize each guy. So the agency is sort of pushing, like, let's not have you end up in Utah and then we have to split time with you and George, which seems nuts to me that an agency would be willing to do that. But
NBA draft tomorrow. I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
I would have been more excited. The Mavs were higher up. Right. And Team Tank worked out even better, but there's no coach. There's 2 picks. There's trade down, trade around possibilities, and I like some of the players in that 7, 8, 9 range.
You tried to get us a coach too. You've taken off a couple days. You've tried to get some breaking Mavs. The fan text has been certain. They've been like, "Oh, Sean's out today. We'll get the head coach," and we have not.
I'm fine with a lot of the players because I like there's a range of variance on how good they could be. Like, there's not like he'll be good. Like, you could get some players that are going to be really, really good, but they also have a high bust potential too, and that creates intrigue.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Cholos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Young the Giant at the Toyota Music Factory on Saturday, July 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Does the United States seriously have an actual shot? We'll get into that with Choppy's World Cup update at 8 o'clock this morning. Right now, it is time for Best and Worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Let us know what you got into, how you celebrated Father's Day, how you were celebrated on the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line with multiple highways shut down this morning throughout the Metroplex. Hit up Franklin & Frankel if you need them. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the text line. Choppy, start us off with Best and Worst.
You know, we have started the process of decluttering. It's a cluttered mess.
Man, you had some very nasty things to say about your residence last night.
It's one room at a time, or in this case, one cabinet at a time, with the goal of finding a way to stay in this wretched, hideous, godforsaken house that we hate. But it comes to the 2% interest rate. The wife goes before the interest rate does. Okay, let me tell you that one right now. Okay, it's
not after that bag investment you made. She got to stick around for a while to make that thing worth it.
Happy birthday, baby, and Merry Christmas.
When you said that, I didn't even have anything to say. I was
Well-
like, you weak man. You weak man.
What's weak?
It's not weak.
He'll break. He'll break easily.
It's not a break.
It's just the throwing the money around.
So
you got to be financially responsible like me.
I got her Christmas gifts, and she returned them all. She didn't like any of them, so I technically didn't get her anything. And then for birthday, I said, I'll get you something. Tell me what you want. And she never told me, so there was no birthday. So this is Christmas and birthday. So I got her a purse.
And he sent us a picture of Louis Vuitton. No follow-up after that. So I was walking behind him from the parking garage this morning, and I said, "Where's the Louis? How much? How much on the bag?" Bobby, you guess first.
I have no idea how much those cost, so I'm going to guess $500. No clue.
Is PayPay on the phone?
That may have been the tax.
PayPay, RJ's Louis Vuitton birthday purchase. What number do you think it started with? Or how many digits?
4.
Correct.
And I'm going to say it starts with a 3.
Well done.
I'm not going to say.
I'm not going to say, well done.
Sorry, Chop, go ahead.
I'm not going to say. So anyway,
was it painful in there? Was it painful to go through it? Because in my experience, you're in there and you're like, all right, she likes these two. But inevitably, it's the way God always works it out. And you're like, please pick the cheaper. Please pick the cheaper. And no, they always pick the more expensive. Was there an option? Was there an
she
either
knew
or?
what she wanted going in.
Oh,
and then
she had scouted it.
And then
Let me see a picture of this bag as well if you have one.
And she said,
I can judge purses for some reason.
She said, the lady said,
you got the hands for it.
Maybe there is a reason.
the lady said, would you like some water or champagne? I'm like, yeah, I'll have some champagne. I'm going to need just for me a big glass, just a big glass of this thing. So she got her purse. I'll find a photo of this thing. But we're cleaning out we're trying to declutter the house, and it really does feel good to have, not junk everywhere. Open up a cabinet and see it remotely organized.
Is one of you more like junkier, or are you both kind of cluttery?
We're kind of.
I know Sarah's a little bit cluttery.
I'm more lazy. I just throw crap on the island. When I get home, keys, wallet, hat, everything goes on the island. And then the problem is that I leave the hat there, and then by Friday, the island is just piled up with hats.
Yeah. We're pile makers.
Yeah,
men are pile makers.
And
you toss your stuff in a pile and keep the pile tidy.
And Sarah's more like, she has no problem cleaning it up, but it's like, if we don't have any place to put it, where do we put things, right? So that's kind of like more of a, we don't really have any place to put something.
How many square feet is your house?
26.
2 floors.
Well,
it's 2 floors. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's 1 floor. There's like a game room upstairs.
And you guys never go upstairs?
Ever. The only thing that's
upstairs.
Why? It's upstairs. It's a long walk.
So it's just a game room?
It's a media room. It's a movie room. There's like a big projector.
So it's just one room up there.
One room, and a bathroom and an attic. That's it.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I didn't know he had an upstairs when I went to his house.
Okay.
It's got a dog gate. It's got a gate.
Okay.
And then you have the
so it's
dog-
not like the bedrooms are up there.
No, all the bedrooms are downstairs.
Why don't you turn that into the boom boom room?
I mean, we got to turn it into something.
He's married. There is no more.
The worst, I wanted to play golf this weekend. I wanted to get in the pool. I wanted to, just have a steak, have relations. I had the steak.
This made me laugh out
I had
loud
the
yesterday
steak.
reading that recap.
I had the steak. I eventually did get some relations.
Why didn't you?
good.
Yeah, after that purse. I would hope so after that purse. Why didn't you get in the pool?
We were cleaning all day on Saturday, and then
work up a sweat.
and then we had to go get the purse.
So you didn't shower is what you're saying if you didn't get in the pool.
No, I did shower.
Oh, okay, good. You
I
actually
did
did shower instead of shower.
I was not going to. I was not going to shower. I was like, hey, I showered yesterday at 3 o'clock. Why do I shower today? I showered at 7. No, it was 9 o'clock. It was 9 o'clock I showered. Why did I shower again? And it was, you got to. We're going out. We're going to go out to dinner. Okay, I'll get in the shower. So that was the worst. I didn't get to play golf. I wanted to play golf. And I wanted to get in the pool, and I didn't get to do either one.
Okay. Bobby, did you allow your girls to celebrate Father's Day since the Grinch and you shut down your birthday?
Sure, allowed. I didn't block anything. We just didn't do anything. We were relaxing at home. That's the whole point. I was allowed to sleep till 11:30 on Sunday, which is every Sunday, basically. I did wake up to the text from Sean saying, hey, when you wake up this evening, could you send me the show rundown from Friday so I know what y'all talked about? Because I do have a tendency to sleep aggressively late on Sundays when it's not football season. It's the one time that my body hits the recharge. But otherwise, no, it was very quiet, pleasant Father's Day. They said happy Father's Day. Kristen got me the new mouse pad. This is the 3rd edition, so we always update the photo with the children. So she did get the new photo mouse pad on here. But the worst of the weekend, I was distracted completely by the worst, which was I get up Saturday morning and, I Tolo. So I heard you guys last week when I was in here about 5 minutes late. I heard you guys saying that Bobby always likes to walk in at 5:57 and he likes to go, sup,
Yeah.
which is just me greeting. I'm just saying hello.
Yeah.
But the margins are thin. The margins are thin because of that. So I got up Saturday morning and I needed to be at my other gig at 9 a.m. And normally I would leave at 8:30. But this time I was like, you know what? I'm going to get up at 8 and get going in advance, try to get some stuff done. And thank God I did. Because when I went downstairs to the parking garage and I started hitting my key fob, I did not hear a chirp chirp in return when I would press it.
Dead battery.
And
in
I
the
looked
key
through.
fob.
That's what I was thinking. Or I was thinking, is this just not cut it? Did I park on the other side? And as I'm walking, it hits me. My back's turned to where I had parked because I couldn't remember where I had parked first. And then I stopped and went, oh no. I had parked in one of the 4-hour parkings when I got home on Friday. And normally, I don't think about it because I'm like, I'm going to get out. I'm never home for 4 straight hours until nighttime anyway. But I just so happened that day to...
So you don't have a reserved personal parking spot at your building in which you pay rent?
So what you have is the first floor, and the first floor of the parking garage has, I don't know, maybe 20% of the parking garage is long-term parking spots that once you're there, it doesn't matter what time it is. The rest of it is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 4-hour parking. So after really 4:01 p.m. when you park in one of the short-term spots, which is when a lot of people get off work, you're fine until the next day when you get up and go to work. And so there's no issue with it. This was different because I got home earlier than 4. Got home at 2:10 and parked the car and did not go anywhere Friday night. And so Saturday when I got up and looked, I had been towed.
Oh man, that's the worst.
And I was like, I wonder what, was this just egregious? Because after 8 p.m., they're not going to tow you. So, even if you've been there longer than that, it resets everything. So I was like, I wonder how quick it was. Well, I call around and I find out it's going to be $346 and change to get my car back.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, I guess I call an Uber. I get to work. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going to call Kristen now. It was like getting ready to tell your dad you broke a window or something. And so I call her and I'm like, look, this is because we've had this argument before. She's been like, move your car. It's been almost 4 hours. It's like, they're not going to tow it. It's going to be fine. And they haven't yet. This was not that, though. I just genuinely forgot I had parked in that spot. And so I told her, I was like, I screwed this up. We're going to have to go get it. So we go to pick it up, and we get the car. And I get
the drive out there. First off, finding it, right? You're like, oh, do they have it on the sign? Like the address of the tow yard?
So, yeah.
That drive out there is one of the most bitter, miserable drives that there is. And then you show up to this junkyard, and you're like trying to figure out the person to talk to in this little broken glass booth.
Yeah.
And then you're like, how much are they going to go ahead and pay me because you're at their mercy? They can charge whatever they want.
Yeah, and so
How far away was it?
A mile.
Oh,
mile and a half.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, well, that was good, except for I was already in Irving at work, so that drive was much further. It was to our house, basically, or apartment, sorry. But it's like a mile and a half away from our apartment. And so I got in there. They get to nicer looking tow yard than I would have expected. I was like, oh, okay, you guys are doing well for yourselves. Guess you get a lot of business around here. Yeah. And so I get the form, and on it lists all these various details. Like, was it a call, or was it just like the company had a meter thing? Like, did somebody call and say you need to tow this car, whatever? And so on the details, I find out that 4 hour parking, they came to pick my car up at 4 hours and 21 minutes. 21 minutes! Now, this is just, it's a Friday night. There was a concert in the plaza. And so because it's 4 hour parking, it's technically shared with the city of Louisville. And so that can be public parking. And so I'm guessing just Friday night, knowing there's a bunch of traffic around there, they were looking to see who would be there too long.
Have you seen the guy here in this parking garage?
No.
I saw him for the first time the other day. He was walking by, checking everything out.
We have a tow guy here?
He had like one of those like.
I think he's just taking pictures so that then they can send out, because Hagelin's had this happen where they're sending out complaints. Like, they're like, we took a photo of your license plate. You were illegally parked.
You know, I just came up with this. I don't think it'd be a terrible idea. When you go into a packed bar, my buddy has always said, just go up there with $30, $40 cash in hand and hand it right to the bartender and say, I want you to take care of me. Remember me. Right? So when everyone's loaded up around the bar, it's 3 deep, I gave you the $40 tip from the jump.
Yeah.
I wonder if walking out to this parking garage to leave one day, well, I'm not going to do it here, but like if it was Bobby's garage, I see the parking attendant and I just walk up with a 50.
There's no parking attendant. It's literally a service. They've got like sensors, I guess, that they know how long something's been there. And so they're it's not even the complex call or anything else. They are they're circling the water on you.
Dang.
And so if that was there, I would absolutely bribe a public official.
Yes.
I would have no problem doing it.
Yeah.
It's not an issue.
My worst of the weekend, of course, Friday. Amanda wanted to get out of town for a second. She knows there's a travel ban. My daughter's not allowed to travel for more than 3 hours in our vehicle. Certainly no flights, no fly list for Sharif. That's not uncommon. So we're going to go to Camp Fimfo in Waco. They also have one in Austin. Lautolo said this is good. This is positive. You're going to love it. Amenities looked fantastic. I get home after the show Thursday. We're all packed up, getting ready to go get the kids, and I get a phone call from Camp Fimfo, and they said, we're sorry. There was a glitch in the computer system when you were booking, and that cabin should not have been booked. It's undergoing maintenance issues.
Too bad it was.
And unfortunately, that was the only one left. As I'm sure you saw on the website, we're going to have to apologize and refund you. And I said, the hell you are.
So you went FAFO on Camp Fimfo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My wife usually gives me a hard time when I snap over the phone on these types of issues or incidents. If I, whether it's a TV provider or satellite radio, and you get the runaround, you get put on hold 5 times, and I just snap and I lose my temper. She didn't say anything this time. I think she wanted to see the unleash. She wanted to see the old temper come out, and I kept it to a medium level. But I hit up the King of Waco, Dave Smoke. I was like, "Are there hotels around here? We're going. We are going to this damn camp." Out of spite now, so I can at least argue in person. So the great Dave Smoke, he's on the line. He's trying to check his connections. The camp then calls me back after I said, you're booking us a hotel. And it needs to be for 2 kids to run around. And they're like, we think we can get the maintenance issue fixed.
Wow.
By the time you get here. And I was like, what is the maintenance issue? Because I don't care if there's a broken window latch. I don't care if the curtains are ripped. I don't care if the guest TV does not work, which all were almost true anyway. And they're like, well, this door and the AC. I was all right, well, the AC has to work. I'm not coming if the AC is broken. Yeah. But it was fine. It was fixed. I couldn't tell anything. The Tolos were right. Met a couple Tolos there. Well, that the amenities are fantastic. We would definitely consider going back, but that was the worst when I thought the entire thing was canceled.
That's a bummer.
And the best is, I think I'm going to get a new school trampoline in my backyard. It might be a 5-figure investment.
Not a Sean and RJ trampoline.
5-figure?
It's a 5-figure trampoline.
Hang on a second.
I was blown away by it.
$10,000?
It's a Louis Vuitton trampoline.
That's what they're talking about.
It's the one with no springs, right?
It's one of these things. It's trenched into the ground. It's not what you're thinking of for a normal trampoline. It's a jumping pad, and I'm like, this is bad.
Like a jump street or altitude, like those ones that are flat surfaced almost, and you can't even see like underneath them. It's like that's it's just like altitude or one of those.
They got a company in Arlington, Rockwell. I called this guy, got the website. I'm like, how much? He's like, $10,000. I was like, okay, but for the residential, this, and he's like, no, like 10,000, 30 by 30.
He said for a radio star,
30.
though.
30 by 30. So I was like, this is my new project to try to work out a deal with a local company.
Wow.
And advertise them on 105.3 The Fan. Pepe, best and worst.
First off, I have a best from the 214 who wants a shout out here for his son. I celebrated my Father's Day weekend by watching my son get the National High School Championship in shot put at Frisco Heritage High School. So shout out 214 there. My best obviously was date night Saturday night. Mackenzie and myself went to Mexican Bar Company at the Shops at Willow Bend in Plano on Saturday. Fantastic dinner all around. We met the managers there, Ivan and Brian. They love the fan, love listening to us, and they were talking about how huge the World Cup has been for them. And this is in the same mall area where the Stars are going to be here in a few years, so that'll be fantastic. There will be the number 1 pregame spot for sure. They actually, I think, started painting their wall Stars like colors and kind of put like Stars stuff on their themed walls, so they have all that decorative out. But the World Cup has been a huge success there. Team Mexico brought in so many numbers for them, and we've drank there. We had the Bobby and you guys gave me y'all's tequila shots there before the show a couple Sundays last year, I think, with the Pates were out there as well. So that was fantastic. And then the worst, I had my first scare with the wedding ring. I lost it. And if you look at my ring finger right now, it's not there either. I am failing as a husband.
You
so
lost
far.
your ring.
No,
lost.
I found it, and then last night I know what happened. I got out of the shower, put on lotion, took the ring off, didn't put it back on, went to sleep. Woke up, didn't realize it. So the ring is probably on my nightstand somewhere, bathroom. But yeah, so far, not
I thought
good.
you said you found it.
Oh, I did find it. I found it for the rest of the day. And then when I took a shower, I took it off to put lotion on, didn't put it back on. It's
terrible.
Bad.
It's
You take yours off to shower?
I take it off as soon as I get in the house.
Oh, really?
As soon as I get on vacation, I told Amanda, I said, I'm keeping this thing. Like, you got to take this thing. I have it on way too long. I feel like Coach K being overly loyal here. And I never took this off because of you. I love you so much. No, as soon as I get in the house, boom, drop it, same spot every day. Then when I wake up, on the way out.
I put it in the same spot when I shower.
But this is why I have the cheapest $20 type.
Oh, yeah.
Cheap ring. I didn't go all fancy. How much was yours?
$800.
Dang!
Damn!
Dang!
It's gold.
But that was
Go,
such
Jerry.
a convincing Mexican bar company review. I think I'll go tonight.
You're going tonight?
I think I'll go tonight.
Corey Majors just went too.
Look at that. Look, it's a happening spot.
Wow. There you go. All right, best and worst of the weekend as RJ's out playing with his wedding ring. Here in the commercial-free expressway, we need the soccer knowledge on the fan text, maybe even the phone lines. Does the United States have any chance, any legit chance to win it all after this?
After we get you over to Platinum Ford.
football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Robinson fizzing it back. Serginho Dez blocked. Still in. Might be two. Is two. Or maybe not. The flag comes up for offside.
I think he's going to be onside here. The trail leg of the player at the top.
It is
and
being
as he heads
checked.
that in.
After factual review, the goal scorer was not in offside position.
And the building shakes in Seattle.
Turn off the intro.
Come on, man.
Bobby just spits out his drink over that call. Why?
Because I was not expecting the Pink Panther to be doing the referee. It's a cheeseburger.
The goal scorer was not in offside position.
And the building shakes in Seattle.
And they show Marshawn Lynch. Russ was there with Ciara. The Marshawn Lynch earthquake there. The home of the Seahawks as the United States gets the 2-0 win, and the entire country is almost on board.
Dawson was saying that was not going to be a goal. I was listening to G-Bag when this happened, and he was going, they're saying they're going to go to, he's like, you don't even need VAR for that. That's going to be offsides. They're not going to get that goal. And then when they called it, he was like, oh my gosh, yeah.
Fox and FIFA with the audio. I'm issuing an apology right now.
Apologize.
This is a compliment, but it's going to be an insult.
Okay, I love it.
Whoever's doing the color for this game is really, really good. I thought it was a woman. Who was the color analyst?
Oh, I don't remember.
You don't know? Play it.
They have so many announcers for these things.
Play it, Pepe. Just play the
Robinson fizzing it back. Serginho Dez blocked. Still in. Might be two. Is two. Or maybe not. The flag comes up for offside.
I think he's going to be onside here. The trail leg of the player at the top.
Right there.
It is
and as he
being
heads
checked.
that person.
Yeah, there's some Dorsberg there.
Taylor?
I thought it was a female. But very good because that individual was nailing all the calls within the game, saying, nope, not going to be a penalty. Yep, going to be a penalty. Yep, going to be a goal. Yep, not going to be a goal. And I was like, this individual is nailing that. John Strong and match analyst Stu Holden. So I believe it's Stu Holden, but the United States, with the Pink Panther in attendance, gets the 2-0 win without arguably their best player. And now we have debates that are breaking out over how far they can legitimately go. Soccer experts on the Franco fan text, we cede to you at 877-881-1053. What's the ceiling? For real. 877-881-1053. This is Tim Howard poo-pooing the real legitimate championship hopes on Landon Donovan's podcast, The Unfiltered Soccer Pod.
Can we? Yes. Has this group proven it, that they can beat a top team? No. I'll tell you this, Tim, and I mean this. If they play the way they're playing, they can absolutely compete against any team in this World Cup. For sure. Yeah. Can you do it? I've said this over and over. Can you do it 4 times in a row? Can you do it in a round of 16, a quarter, a semi, and a final? That is where it gets really hard. But momentum gets going. You never know. Is it likely? No, it's not likely.
The U.S. cannot unequivocally win the World Cup. The U.S. will have to play the greatest game they've ever played 3 times in a row. Sorry, 4 games in a row. Round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. It is literally impossible for the U.S. to win the World Cup. That's going to come across crazy. People are going to say I'm whatever. That's just the reality. But we're super excited for this ride we're on.
Well, I feel great now.
Meanwhile, Zlatan says he thinks that they can. So he's putting it out there. Yes, this is former goalkeeper Tim Howard saying impossible.
All right, so here's the issue, right? They faced 2 teams so far.
2 teams.
Australia is ranked 25th in FIFA rankings. Paraguay is now ranked 37th. All right, USA, coming into this was ranked like 17th, 18th-ish.
Oh.
And now they're 13th.
Okay.
All right. So, right now...
Ranking-wise, you did what you were supposed to do.
Yeah. So these are the rankings. If you go to FIFA's website, these are the Argentina, France, Spain, England, Brazil, Morocco, Netherlands, Germany, Portugal, Belgium. Portugal stinks. They're not out there. Mexico is 11th, and Colombia Italy's not even in the tournament, and they're 14th. Like, they didn't even make the tournament.
Take that.
So, yeah, like they haven't played Germany. They haven't played Brazil or Morocco or like put it in perspective. Like
Germany got lucky to win. I almost live bet that one.
Yeah, they almost lost, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like it's and that's after Germany absolutely dominated their first game. Where they went at 7-1.
Yeah.
So you got to like keep that in perspective, but also like the U.S. has never. The U.S. has never lived up to any of the expectations they've ever had. They've always disappointed. So it's for them to really dominate Paraguay and Australia is okay. They're doing something they're supposed to do. They've never done this. They've never played to their potential. So we're seeing that. A 4-1 win in soccer is a beatdown of epic proportions.
Yeah.
A 2-0 win in soccer is a good, solid victory. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do. Have you done it against England or Spain or Brazil? No. But that's the thing. Because they've dominated this group, they're going to get a really favorable draw.
And their next game on Thursday against Turkey is a friendly.
Essentially,
nothing's on the line.
Right. They've already clinched the group. They're already going to be seated where they're going to be seated. So, like, they're going to face the third-place team from one of these 5 groups, B, E, F, I, or J. So they could face Bosnia, who, if Bosnia beats Qatar, that's who they face. They could face Ecuador, Netherlands, Senegal, Jordan. Netherlands would be tough. Like that's a top 10 program.
Are those the rowers?
No, that's Norway.
Okay.
That's Norway.
No, that's
Netherlands is the orange army.
Norway.
Yeah,
that's what you said in the text.
Explain that.
I had said it's an overrated celebration or like draw as a fan base. It's a little rowing thing. They never do it in time. They're not nearly as like I thought they were going to show the whole stadium. They're like, look at this cool celebration. I was like, oh, this is going to sound amazing. And I was like, oh, it's. Like I've heard Rangers games get louder, and the ushers tell you to sit down there. And so it was not as impressive to me. And I mentioned that. I said, whoever is the team that does this, blah, blah, and Choppy goes, do you mean ... Norway? Like, you idiot. Like, no, you are not. They are not. Norway is not well known enough. Soccer is not popular enough in this country to do an ellipses for like anything that I say about soccer. There's no reasonable reaction to that.
They're Vikings. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not loud enough. It's not as cool as I was expecting it to be. The pre-tournament odds for the U.S. to win the World Cup was 5,001, which is similar.
5,000,
yeah, which is similar to
like Leicester City.
That's the exact odds that Leicester City had to win the EPL years ago, and their odds currently sit at plus 3,300, which is a little better than Buster Douglas's odds to knock out Mike Tyson.
So they went from 50-1 to 33-1.
Mm-hmm. What are the totals saying, Pepe, the knowledgeable soccer fans on the Franklin fan text?
The 469 says Team USA has an easy path to the semis once they get into the knockout stage. 469, the U.S. team is different, but not on the level of the top 5 teams in the world. And the 254 says, I don't think they have a chance to win it all, but make it to the round of 16, and they'll probably play Spain there.
Yeah, and that's probably like again, it's all about the draw. It's just like the NCAA tournament. Like it's all about the draw you get. If they run into the Spains, the Frances, Argentina, in the round, then they're going to be in a really tough spot to get through. If the draw works in their favor and they get there's an upset, right? Obviously, then that can be something where they can get in to the round of 8. But the quarters are probably it. Like that's probably their ceiling because I don't see how they would beat a handful, half a dozen teams. That are in the top 10.
I disagree.
What do you think?
I think America's capable of anything. I never underestimate her.
That's right. I never underestimate the Eagle.
877-881-1053. RJ Choppy's World Cup update.
So you had mentioned this earlier. 14.8 million.
By the way, real quick, David Pollock, friend of the show, awesome guest, said not a soccer guy. Explain the men's chances to win the World Cup in college football terms. I'll just read some of the responses. Right. Vanderbilt, easy as that. Indiana did it. so why not? Texas Tech looked fantastic early on. The hype is real. Couldn't be much different against real competition. James Madison, good enough to make the playoffs, can't compete with the SEC and Big Ten. The U.S. is like Notre Dame, playing cupcakes to reach the playoffs knockout round. They'll eventually play a real team and get destroyed. Michigan winning an outright title without cheating. More IU. More Indiana. Think Utah 2004. Excellent head coach on his way out. Generational player in Pulisic. Think Alex Smith. That Utah team was loaded by Mountain West standards, but would probably have lost to other big-name teams out there. There you go.
It's funny you bring up college football because I saw this where they were comparing every World Cup team to a college football team, and the U.S. they had slated as their Texas A&M.
Alex on Twitter, A&M. All the potential and resources in the world, but haven't broken through.
Yeah, and with the write-up here is peak historic success dates back to the 1930s. Possesses unlimited money, talent, and resources, yet struggles to put it all together. They have Texas Tech as Saudi Arabia, fueled by an immense amount of money, of oil, NIL, rapidly buying their way into the national spotlight. Flashy program fully capable of pulling off a shocking, massive upset. They had OU as Sweden, a model of high-level consistency, top-tier historical record, and a safe bet to dominate their regional schedules, but are still fighting to cross the finish line for a modern title. And then they had England as Texas. Always burdened with massive media hype, historically tends to undeliver when it matters most. They had Georgia as Argentina, and they had Mexico as Tennessee. Good enough to consistently make the postseason, but usually bows out early once they get there.
If you want a college football comparison, the implied odds are basically the same as Appalachian State beating Michigan, like right now. Them winning the World Cup from this point on would be the same implied odds as App State beating Michigan.
All right, so I mentioned 14.8 million viewers. You said that earlier for this game. 19.2 was their peak. I want to reference how big that number is. I'm going to leave out this last NBA Finals because the Knicks kind of changed a lot of things. That would have beat 40 of the last 41 NBA Final games. And that did beat 36 of the last 42 World Series games. And if you add the 5 games of this NBA Finals, that now it's 40 of 46 and 36 of 42. So it basically beat all but 6 each NBA Finals, 6 each World Series. That is amazing. Like that it generated that much, because this was, these NBA Finals of the World Series, they're on Fox 2 or on ABC. They're over the air.
Yeah.
And for it to beat those, again, it's just one game versus, but this is just pool play. This isn't even the knockout round. If you get to the knockout round, if you have a round of 16 game against Spain or Argentina, that's going to get 25 million people.
It's going to become the most popular sport in America, you were saying during one break, basically.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
That is a topic for another day this week. That will be very, very fun.
Got him offsides.
To get into. 877-881-1053. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. RJ has all the guys that the Texas Rangers are going to be in on in Diamond Calves on your home of the Rangers after this.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the 1-1. Swinging a ground ball near short. Fielded by Duran. A flip to Lopez for the force on Bogarts, and this one's over. That ground ball went right through the legs of Tatis, who leapt over the grounder, but the Rangers get the force. They hold on for a 4-3 win. Their first series victory over the Padres since 2018.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about going to a ball game with Dad on Father's Day?
Yeah, okay, I'll give it an 8.
All right, there we go. You got it. It's Father's Day.
Yeah.
It's like, dads.
You went for the low-hanging fruit, but I'll give it to you.
Dads and dudes going to the game together.
And all the players, I think, got to have their kids out there for intros.
Yep, very, very cool. It's one of those days. They have Father's Day. Obviously, baseball gets Baseball gets all the big time holidays to have their games on, right? They get 4th of July, Memorial Day, Labor Day, Father's Day, Mother's Day. So they get to have all those games and all those days that they can kind of maximize, and they sometimes do it, and sometimes they don't maximize it. But we did over the weekend. The Rangers get the series victory over the Padres, who are an above 500 team, Bobby, like you mentioned. They lose to the teams below 500, and they beat the teams that are above.
If you take that Kansas City series out of it, which I know you can't, but if you take that Kansas City series out of it, Texas is now 5-12 at home this year against teams that are below 500 right now.
Ugh.
That's bad.
Ugly. But they do get the victory, and it was not without probably Jake DeGrom was not very good at all. You get news that Jack Leiter is going to go on the injured list with a posterior impingement in the backside of his ankle.
Lost their first extra innings game of the season on Saturday. Bullpen allowed 5 runs between regulation and extras.
Yeah, so it had its ups and downs. It was a classic Rangers weekend.
Yep.
It's got okay, there's some things that are intriguing here. Oh, there's things that remind me kind of far away. And then it's like, oh, this happens. Oh, that happens. And, Wyatt Langford finally, I would say finally, but he came in with a big series weekend, a big weekend for him. 7 hits in the 3 games.
He's been a monster since he got back. He's been great. He's been just as, whatever expectations you had for him, he's hitting them right now. There's 0 complaints about Wyatt Langford.
Shouldn't be right now, the way he hit over the weekend.
What about Seager?
Well, Seager needs to be traded, so.
Did your mentions and rest of your Thursday or Friday get ruined by the segment we did?
Nope. The only complaints I saw were you guys should have been talking about this longer ago. He should have been traded, which I think Chop did, and he got almost canceled for it last time. But no, everybody seems pretty unanimous. They're kind of worn out on the Seager experiment.
And you got a 10-game road trip now, starting today in Miami.
And at some point, because there is Brazil-Scotland will be playing in Miami this week. I've been told about upwards of 10,000 Scots.
By your Scott sources?
Yes, I have Scott sources. Well, I'm a lord.
Bobby, go to the standings again. We need to keep track of the easiest baseball stretch in our 15 years of covering the Rangers that I've seen that I said they'd have to take advantage of. That would determine their season. You just tell me where these teams are in the standings.
Okay.
All right?
Record-wise, or where they place in their own division?
Place.
Okay.
Miami.
Miami is 3rd right now.
Toronto.
Toronto is 3rd.
Cleveland.
Cleveland is 1st.
Detroit.
Detroit is 4th.
They last, they 4th.
Angels.
Angels are last.
Astros.
Astros are 4th.
That's what you have through mid-July. 3rd, which you are, by the way, so even to you. 1st, 4th.
Oh,
it's still,
that sounds like a brutal second half of that run then. All those last place teams they can't beat.
Yeah, but it's still there lined up for the schedule. You're just running out of time.
They're running out of time.
Even though you're 2 games back.
But it feels like a lot more.
Yes.
It really does. And it's a maddening team.
And just when I think there's going to be like this, one of the final nails in the coffin with a Nate injury because he was scratched a couple days ago. He comes back and does make that start a few days later like he did yesterday, where he was getting hit around but did have strikeouts.
He had strikeouts. I mean, he was okay in this one. There was nothing wrong with what he did. But it's, again, I mean, this team is going to go. They're going to go as far as their pitching in the regular season, or in the playoffs, I should say. But in order to get to the postseason, they got to start hitting, and that may mean trading for a player. Now,
by the way, Texas is outside the top 10 in runs allowed for the first time in 2 years.
Oh wow.
Yep.
The trade deadline this year is not July. Usually it's July 31st. This year it's like August 4th. Or something like that, some weird dat. So I still call it the July 31st trade deadline, but this year it's not. So SI had basically the best fits for all these players and all these teams in terms of the guys that are going to be traded. Tigers are going to unload a lot of guys. You know, Scooble's obviously the number one player on the market, and of course, Dodgers, Yankees are the top two teams that are in contention for him. Neither team actually needs them. They got great pitching staffs. I don't know what they would do with them.
Well, Bassick was questioning whether the Dodgers, I think it's fair to question whether the Dodgers should definitely have a better record than their run differential says.
I think they have the best run differential by quite a wide margin. And I know Atlanta's up there and the Yankees are up there. I'm sorry, Milwaukee's up there and the Yankees are up there.
The Dodgers are plus 133.
And their
plus
record?
133, they're 49-29. The Brewers are plus 119. They're 46-29. So,
well, so there's 3 extra wins, but the same amount of losses. Byron Buxton's up there. Joe Ryan with the Twins. So Twins and Tigers are basically unloading. Jeremy Pena with the Astros. But then you get down. So I did one of my favorite exercises is I just go to the Google search. I go Control F. And I just hit Ranger in there. I do Rangers because Ranger, I get sometimes Ranger Suarez. But,
of course.
Yeah, the Rangers are in on a handful of players in terms of fits. One of them is Jarren Duran. All right, the outfielder from the Red Sox. Now, he's not having a great year. He's only hitting .214. He is signed through 2028. So you have some control. 12 homers. His OPS is in the 6s. All right, the next one that is on the list, you got a couple of second basemen. One, and they are the best fit for this guy, and that's Louis Arise with the Giants. Now, he's signed through this year. I like him a lot. He did have a career low in weighted runs created plus, but it was still 104, so it was above that. He's hitting .324. His OPS is around 800. He doesn't hit home runs. He doesn't steal bases, but he is a good professional hitter. You put him at the top of your lineup and you just go.
Which he is. I mean, he's always been like Mr. Single is what he does, but if you take his lowest batting averages of his career, which was last year, the lowest batting average of his career right now would be 6th in the American League at .292. That's the worst batting average he's ever had.
Another one is Gleyber Torres, Tigers second baseman. This year, .295 average, 280 average, .395 on base, .395 slugging. So his OPS, Bobby, what is that, 790?
He's 790, yep.
It's okay, right? It's not elite, but it's okay. Only 4 home runs, weighted run created plus 126. He does, though, have an oblique injury for the second time this year. That scares me. Because that's one of those things where, like, he already hurt it, and then he hurt it again, which means he came back too soon and it wasn't healed. And that's probably something that he's going to deal with for the rest of the season. And since he's only signed through this year, do you really want to pick up a rental who might be banged up?
Nope, not for this team.
I don't think that I would. So that's Gleyber Torres. Taylor Ward, Orioles outfielder. His weighted runs created plus is a 123. His OPS is 750.
What is that, by the way?
Weighted runs created plus?
Like is that 100 is even just like OPS plus or something, and so he's 23% above the average?
23% above league average in that stat. Now, he's got so far this year, he had a breakout year last year where he had a very high barrel rate and all that stuff. It's dipped a little bit this year, so he doesn't have the same kind of pop that he had.
Let me ask this real quick on the fan text at 877-881-1053. You can just text one word. Do you want them to buy? Do you want them to sell or hold? Hold, kind of the boring answer, but text what you want. What do you want them to do? You want them to buy? You want them to sell? That's what I would like to know. And the fan sentiment at 877-881-1053.
I do not want them to hold. That's all I care about. I don't want them to hold because to me, I think there's going to be something. It's too risky with the lockout. If there's no season next year, you're done with DeGrom. Seager is, if he's already on the decline, what's he going to be in 2 years? Same with Evaldi. You've either got to maximize them and go all in or sell them and prepare for 2028. I don't want them to holding to me is very, very bad. Either buy or sell, and I don't care which one you do. I don't care which one.
2 games back, if they sell, you're not going to come on here and criticize.
I would disagree with it because baseball has shown that all you've got to do is get in the tournament and you can figure out a way, especially when you have a decent pitching staff, and they do. But I would disagree with it, but I would rather them sell than hold. Because at least when they're selling, they're like, okay, we know we're not going to win. We have a plan. It's 2028. Let's go. Okay, fine. That's your plan? That's your plan.
Probably 60-40 buy on the fan text.
Oh.
There's some people saying do both, though. They want you to sell Seager, and there's a very common sell Seager and then buy otherwise.
Sure. That's great. Buy and sell at the same time.
Where are you at with the Pepe?
Sell. I mean, I know you're 2-3 games out, and that's how it's going to be because you play in a very mid division. You're going to be in it till the very end. But you have no chance once if you do get in the playoffs, you have zero chance of doing anything. So I'm sell now. Look forward to the future.
Okay. See,
500 baseball teams win World Series by selling. When you are a 500 baseball team and you sell and you build for the future, that's how you invest in a World Series. A 500 baseball team generally does not become a World Series contender by trading at the deadline.
I do think if they get in the playoffs, if they have DeGrom and Evaldi at the top of the rotation, that's pretty.
I don't think that's.
The staff is not as good as it's been the last.
I'm not scared of that right now. But I'm not terrified. I
guess it depends on who the other team is.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Yankees should be terrified of Evaldi, but other than that, yeah.
Yeah, and that may be who you run into.
I would sell Evaldi and I would sell Seager. I would try to get whatever I could for those two.
And why not Jake?
I mean, you can try. I just don't naturally think of Jake as being as enticing. He's going to be more of a rental option, whereas I could see somebody else being like, oh, let's get Evaldi here, and we may re-sign him, and we feel like he's got some time left, whereas anybody else feels like they're probably getting a rental with DeGrom.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with a 5 o'clock pregame, 5:40 first pitch during the G-Bag Nation against Miami. 877-881-1053. In order to hit us up, national pundits are throwing cold water on the Cowboys' lead back. Is it valid? That's next. And below the belt, right here on Sean and RJ 105.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Why does Javonte Williams have so many haters? Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. This was it last? I think it was last Thursday where we were talking about the slob fest that the Cowboys were getting on one day. And in that, we had played 2 clips that I know kind of caused you to like cock your head a little bit like, wait, what'd they just say? And the first was Albert Breer talking to Colin Cowherd. And as he was kind of running through the Cowboys roster and their positions and what they have, then he got to running back and he was like, their running back situation is a little questionable. I was like, what? Okay, that's odd. Because I remember everybody just raving over, A, how Javonte Williams played, and B, the deal they got for him this offseason where he 3 years, $8 million per season seemed like and you can get out of that deal after like the second year. It seemed like something that everybody was in agreement. It's great. Well, then Nate Tice, we played a clip from him talking to Mina Kimes, and when he was running through all the things he loved, the one area where he seemed to kind of go, well, I don't know, was he said, I don't love Javonte Williams as much as they do, but he fits what their scheme is at least. And it's like, wow, that's 2 rather negative reviews for a guy who I think it's really hard to be negative about given what he gave you last season, where he was one of the better running backs in the NFL. He finished top 10 in yards. He was top 10 in touchdowns. He was efficient for you. He ran tough. He was really strong, especially for the price point you got him at. Was he the big home run threat? Did he have like Barry Sanders highlights where he's just dancing in the backfield, or he goes into a crowd of people and all of a sudden you're going, oh, why aren't they blowing the whistle? Oh, he broke out of that tackle group for some reason. No, he doesn't do that. That's not really his way of playing football. But he was good for them. And so it made me look and go, okay, is there something statistically that's in here maybe that I can look at after looking at Javonte Williams' season last year? And is there something that we're romanticizing? And if we look back at it, we're going to go, you know what? That wasn't as good as we once thought.
Now, are they talking about Javonte or running back as a whole with the depth?
So Breer didn't get specific. He just said running back was a little lean, kind of like made a face and winced a little bit. Nate Tice specifically said Javonte Williams. Said that he does not like Javonte Williams as much as the Cowboys do. But said, but he's, he was good for him. Last year, just as a quick overview, he finished the season with 13 touchdowns from receiving and rushing combined. He had last year more rushing touchdowns in one season than he had in his 4-year career with the Denver Broncos. He had a career high by a large margin in terms of his yards per attempt, his yards per game, his touches. He had taken on a huge workload last year at 25 years old that he had never touched when he was in Denver.
And remind us what he is again as a blocker.
He's a solid blocker. He's somebody who in pass protection you can trust. So there's a lot to really like about him, especially he touched the ball last year 287 times, career high. He fumbled the ball twice. So like he's not somebody you really have to worry about in terms of ball security or anything like that. So I went and I pulled up next gen stats and some different things. And I was like, all right, let's see if anything shifted with him. And then if there's any shift here, if this concerns you. So the first 7 games of the season was where he did a lot of his best work and a lot of his damage. Through the first 7 weeks of the season, he had games of 54 yards rushing, 97, 76, 85, 135, 29 against Carolina. That was the low point, and then 116 against Washington. Then came arguably the worst game of the season, I guess, against Denver.
Well, they also got their ass kicked. They got taken. I would think, I can't remember, they got taken out of a running game because they lost 44-24.
In Denver? Yeah, Denver was not a good game at all. But from that point where they got their ass kicked, it starts to decline a little bit. So in the first 7 games of the season, he ran for 85 yards 4 times. 4 times in 7 games. In the final 10 games of the season, he ran for at least 85 just 3 times. And he didn't break 100 at all in the final 10 games of the season after he had done it twice earlier in the year. In fact, if you look at his 3 best rushing performances of the year, they were all in the first 7 games of the season. So when you break it down to first 7 games, he was averaging 5.3 yards per carry. The last 10, it was 4.3. First 7 games, he was 84.6 yards per game. Last 10, it was 67.7. Now, I wanted to look. I was like, okay, was he just running poorly? Were things not working out as well for him? Well, his yards after contact percentage, so the idea of like how much of it he's contributing to, was the same in the first 7 games as it was the last 10 games. He was basically getting the same amount he would get after contact regardless. His missed tackles forced percentage actually went up in the final 10 games. He went up to about 23% almost after he had been a little under 22 before that. So when you look at that, you go, well, he looks like he was pretty much the same runner in terms of what he did after contact and what he did in terms of missing forced tackles. So then that leads to one of 2 things that you have to ask. One, does it mean if you're doubting Javonte Williams, that's silly. He showed he was the same runner over time. Or 2, does it say, well, that just shows that has nothing to do with Javonte Williams and the success of the running game is how good are they blocking for him?
Also have to ask, what opponents did you face first half of the season versus second half? I don't know that I'm looking at this. Well, the first half of opponents are weaker defensively off the top of my head.
Yeah.
You're facing the Giants.
Jets, Carolina. Jets generally are decent, I guess.
Carolina shut you down, but it was still the Panthers. Washington. And then you hit the Broncos. You hit Philadelphia again. Kansas City, Minnesota, the Chargers. So I think there were some tougher second half defenses.
Yeah, let me see here
compared
on
to the first.
So in the final 10 games of the season, they had Denver, obviously that started with that. Denver was the second best run defense in terms of just yards allowed. That's not per attempt, that's just yards allowed per game. They were second in the NFL. Some of the other teams that they had Detroit, who was kind of middle of the pack in the second half. The Chargers were one of the top 10 defenses in runs allowed. Kansas City was top 10 in runs allowed last year. And in the first half of the year, they did have some softer opponents like the Giants, who he went off against. That was a team that was second worst in the league. Commanders were third worst in the league. What's up?
What number do you look at now? Like, we used to think 100 yards in a game.
For a player? Or a team?
Like what's a number like for a player that you're like, all right, that's a good game? Because like the days of 30 carries in a game are over. So getting 100 yards is
rushing,
never been more
I
difficult.
tend to look at efficiency more than I do the raw total. So I look and see, like, how were you rushing for 5 yards a carry? Regardless of what opportunities were they giving you.
5 yards a carry.
Were you getting 5 yards a carry? Yeah, because that's the standard kind of used to be 4. And now if you see somebody with 4, you're a little like, okay, what's wrong with him? Why isn't he getting it?
And a physical running style for Javonte that maybe caused some wear in the second half.
Sure.
Yeah. Another possible
Because if
factor.
you just ask me,
well, and that's why I gotta find the GPS numbers and see what his. Did he have fewer 20-mile-per-hour runs in the second half? Because the actual, forcing missed tackles and
brought us for that.
And missing forced tackles and different things like that, he looks fine on that. That looks like about where he's supposed to be. That he's performing at the level of, all right, he's able to do this and that. And then at that point, it's just a question of, okay, well, was it that Guyton was out of the lineup in the second half at times? Was he contributing more to the run game than we felt like? Was it just unit cohesion stuff?
And what's your carry total nowadays to where you get concerned? And we're talking about the Javonte Williams doubt that some national media members are expressing. Where are you at with the carry? He's at 858 for his career.
Oh, I would think right around 1,000 carries is where you start to, all right, that's a good 4 solid years.
Yeah,
250 carries a year. If you were to ask me before this segment how many 100-yard games did he have, I would have guessed 6.
I agree.
Year.
Yeah, because
to have only 2, I was like, okay.
80's probably 80 feels like 100 these days. So if you get 80, which he had 85 in 7 games, so that's probably closer to what it is. It's 1,000, I think, probably carries to answer your question. Now he also catches a lot of passes out of the backfield, and I don't know how much touches impact, but. Everybody historically generally has talked about 27 as being the age with running backs as, you got to watch out for that, which this contract, basically they can get out of it after he turns 27, right then. But when you think about, okay, let's say you average 200 carries per season or something like that, then that takes you up to about probably 27 by the time you hit 1,000. And so I think that that's similar. Now, to your point, he may have worn down in the second half of the season. But is that in and of itself a concern if now they're saying he's the guy?
No. I have zero concern. I haven't thought twice about it. I'm not thinking twice about it right now. If he tailors off this year in the second half of the season, I'll start to be a little bit worried about it. This guy is the type of physical presence you want, an identity establisher for your run game, freaking nastiness in terms of bowling over people. I loved what he did last year. I can't applaud the Cowboys front office enough. I'm a humongous fan of Javonte Williams, and I can't wait to bring up these articles midway point of the season. When the only thing I would worry about is, injury. But as often happens with me over a player that I think is banged up, I go to their games played, and they're not. 17 games, 4 games, 16, 17, 16.
Yeah.
That's it.
With him, it was that when he had that 4 games and he tore his ACL, he just did not come back the same. And then he even said that this first offseason with Dallas, he's like, this offseason is the first time I felt like myself since I got hurt. He's like, those 2 years in Denver were like really taxing coming back from that. And it can put a lot of stress on you. Obviously, he had I think he had 1 run of 20 yards his last 3 years in Denver, something like that. And so here in Dallas,
yeah, he's not breaking away, I don't believe.
But here in Dallas, he broke that instantly. Like he got past that number, and ultimately, I think looking at these numbers, there's enough here that makes you go, okay, was he a little more blocking dependent than we realized at first? But ultimately, I'd side with you. I'm not concerned with him, especially given how much I think Shoddy wants to run the ball, which is I think he likes doing it. For all the R2P2 talk that exists with Shoddy, I don't think Shoddy particularly wants to run the ball most of the time. I think he does want to throw it. And so a complementary run game and one that takes advantage of some light boxes with a physical runner, cool. And that can be Javonte Williams. And I think Javonte Williams is there's nothing wrong with what Nate Tice said in terms of where he said, I think he's just a really great fit for their scheme. Okay, fine. I can live with guys who are just great fits for a scheme and not be concerned about who they are as players because of that.
Below, on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Final hour with some possible breaking news, and it's going to hurt with the Luka trade all over again, with a superstar sounding like he's finally on the move. We'll bring you the very latest next on 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Glad that I saw Peyton Russell fist pumping with that commercial break discussion we just had with Blake Elliott on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. The entire morning squad is here with the return of Aiden Butler to the morning show hours. Yeah. We're happy about that. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, and Roberto, along with Pepe and Aiden on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Rangers and Cowboys.
Going to show you that trend. Going to show you more of those trends on social. The sit your butt down.
I don't know the trend.
Is that what it's called? Sit your butt down?
And it's like you have people telling kids to sit down in different languages or accents. And it's just,
I love that. That's what my TikTok's filled up with right now.
It's filled up. Mm-hmm. You don't want to know
You would. while wearing your high tops.
With World Cup stuff right now. It's a good one.
Who won worst take, by the way, last week on Friday?
Vince Goodwill.
Yes, Vince Goodwill for the
participation trophy.
It wasn't Bobby for Wemby. That's who Blake Elliott probably would have voted for. We'll talk about it in crosstalk.
I wasn't nominated.
Oh, not even nominated. No. There was a loaded worst take last week. It sounds like we have a trade finally about to happen with the NBA draft tomorrow. Mavs still don't have a coach. There are rumors that they could move back. Brian Windhorst with the big dog.
I was really skeptical that the Boston Celtics were going to go all in on this. And from what I understand, they have. The Celtics and the Heat are the two teams aggressively going after Giannis. I would say they're the finalists. And if Giannis is going to be traded in the next 24 hours, which I think is a good chance of happening, I think it's either going to be to Boston or Miami. The Boston thing is one. They were very cautious about putting Jaylen Brown in this an official firm offer. I believe they have. Jaylen Brown is on the table, and Jaylen Brown could get traded for Giannis Antetokounmpo in the short term.
Boom. Miami was thought to be the favorite, where Giannis wants to go. And the Celtics, according to multiple reports, have emerged. It's a two-team race with Jaylen Brown in the deal. What are you thinking? If you are Giannis, I mean, to me, it's an easy answer. And I think more importantly, if you're the Celtics, are you breaking up your Tatum-Jaylen combo?
Man, that's the thing. Like, it seems like Brown should be a lot younger, but I don't think he is. Only a couple years. I don't know, man. Like, what is Giannis anymore?
I mean, Giannis is still pretty damn good.
I'm not selling on Giannis like a lot of other people are.
Selling, no. But, when he is healthy, is he, and I think there's a lot of questions of is he still capable of being the number one on a championship?
Well, before last year, he had 3 straight years of 30 points per game, which was the first time he had done that in his career. So he's still pretty damn good.
But only one time since the 2020 season has he played in 70 games. After 18-19, he's played in 63, 61, 67, 63, 73, 67, and then last year 36. So I did not realize that he's a shoo-in to miss 15 games.
Yeah, so he's somebody who...
Which I don't know what that means in today's load management
they
world.
all do that, right?
Well, yeah, and what did they... were they a full season in 21-22? Or were they short that year? I can't remember.
They had 82 games that year. Bucks were 51-31 that year.
Yeah, okay. So that's it's the following year or the year before that. 2021 was they played fewer than
46 and 26.
Well, the question is, if you're the Celtics, how much do you allow this first round exit with a still recovering Jason Tatum to break up what you've had?
Right.
Where I thought the Celtics were going to be in the NBA Finals when the playoffs started. A lot of people did. You're going to win a ton of games. I wonder how much the Jaylen Brown personality factors into this, where he just seems like kind of one of those guys where it's he's not your like obvious pain in the ass, but there's just always on video streams and Beverly Hills Police and Team USA and Nike shoe deals. It's not like front page headline drama, but he seems like someone you have to manage.
If he was in Pittsburgh, he would have a George Pickens reputation, probably. That's the kind of thing. He's in Boston, it's different. It's like just here in Dallas. If George Pickens' tenure was just Dallas, nobody would think of him as being like that big a headache.
Yeah. He's a stud.
So it's probably similar. He also averages 67 games a season.
Jaylen
Brown for his career. Now last year he played 71, which that was the highest he had played since 2018-19. But I don't know how much they're breaking it up.
28, 7, and 5. Oh, you're not breaking it up.
No, I'm saying I don't know how much it's a thought of like you're breaking up a tandem as much as you're mediating a simmering issue into the future, which they seem to have some sort of boiling, like there's just some bubbling tension that exists there. He was on social media yesterday. He was like on an Instagram live thing, Jaylen Brown was, and he said, listen, y'all, cut the check, Shanghai Sharks. I'm out of here. You write a $400 million check, I'll play for all teams.
Yeah. He's got that type of, he could go left on you or right, you know? I don't want to give him one direction.
Right.
Multiple directions.
You know,
I'm doing it. Let me put myself on the record, and we all have to do this because we're not going to be wishy-washy on this show ever. I'm doing it if I'm the Celtics.
Yeah.
I'm rolling the dice.
Yep. I think you take the chance. Although the last time those two guys, like when Tatum and Brown were together and healthy, I mean, they rolled to a title. Granted, they had Porzingis.
No, they did. They rolled to a title 1 year when everything clicked into place, and that was something that was never going to click into place again.
Yeah. So
why?
Because that core was not going to be able to stay together. They were going to have to. I think that was a receipt you saved at one point, Peyton. I think the day after we had talked about it, we had the day after they beat the Mavs. I was like, that's the one title that core is going to win. They're not going to be able to afford to keep everybody around, and there's too much personality there that it all melded and it worked that year. But it was really hard to see that group going together and winning another one.
Bucks lost last 3 years, first round exits. Now, they missed the playoffs this year, but the prior 3, first round. So since they won the finals,
Giannis has had kind of a Mahomes-esque drop.
Yeah, it's just something's weird. Something's weird about it, right? Like guys who are of his status don't just bow out the first round 3 straight years. It doesn't matter how bad the sporting cast is.
Maybe Durant-esque, I should say.
Yeah, but he's a lot older.
A lot older
than Giannis.
Oh, Kevin is.
Yeah, Kevin is.
I was like, no, Durant's older. Yeah. So that's the latest.
Who have they lost to? I gotta look and see because I mean I don't think just like naturally saying it's a first round exit means cleanly
but
that
when
doesn't
you're
happen.
58 and 24, and
they lost to Philly.
No, I know. I'm looking at just in previous years who all they've lost to. They lost to.
They were 58 and 24, so they're either the 1 or the 2 seed.
So he lost to Indiana last year, which is the team that went on to the finals. The year before that, he lost to, who was it? Miami, it looks like, was his last one. And the year before that, it was Boston.
And I was talking about who Boston lost to. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Giannis. And Boston's first round exit was against Philadelphia.
And they were up like 3-1 of that series, I think.
877-881-1053. And if I am Milwaukee, right, are you accepting the Miami offer, which based around Tyler Hero? Now, again, this made Luka's thing. Why are you going to get an older player? He's not older, right, but he's 28. He's not 23, 24 if you're Jaylen Brown. Are you taking... Jaylen Brown is a better player than Tyler Hero.
Right.
So... Are you taking that? What's the age difference between Hero and Jaylen? And who's offering up the better picks on top of it?
Hero is
Pat Riley's going to end up looking like he's going to end up getting called out again. Not since
3-year age difference.
Yeah, I mean,
Hero's 3 years younger.
Hero's 26, and then Brown will be 30 in October.
Yeah, I'm taking Jaylen Brown and whatever package comes with that over Tyler Hero.
No doubt.
Okay.
Are you?
Well,
I like Tyler Hero.
Give me. No, well, Hero Brown is not a.
It's everything else.
Yeah. What are the other picks that Miami could entice me with? How high up are they? Let's get the draft orders as well in terms of who has the team control, because this is expected to be done by tomorrow in time for the draft. So how high up are the Heat compared to Boston? And do they have that team control? And how many of them am I getting? Can the Miami draft compensation be enough to overcome the difference in greatness between Jaylen Brown and Hero? Because obviously Brown is a superior
He picked
player.
13th.
Okay.
All right, the Celtics pick 27th.
Okay.
And the Celtics have, I mean, anybody you're trading him to, you assume he's going there to help them play better. Over the next...
So Hero in 13. Let's factor that in at least.
13, so it's, just pick a dozen guys you can get.
The Heat do not have their first rounder in 27. The Celtics don't have their first rounder in 29.
Okay. So...
Well, yeah, you couldn't trade back-to-back years anyway, right? So even if Miami traded this year, they couldn't.
And I don't know whether it's a 3-team, if Jaylen Brown's going to throw a fit about ending up in Milwaukee.
I've seen what we saw last week, and things change, obviously, but there would have to be a third team because he wouldn't want to stay there.
All right, let's set the scene today. And I want you to power rank the fan bases and the soccer scenes for who has already played in Arlington.
Power rankings.
And then Argentina today.
Totally different. It might be more. I think the Argentina fan contingent might be larger. The England. So we've seen England. That is the rowdiest.
Okay. We've got Netherlands.
The most violent.
Have the Netherlands been the most creative fan base to watch? Do they do the sway and the walk? The walk and the sway?
They do the walk and the dance or whatever you want to call it. Not a dance.
Okay.
So that's the orange walk.
England and the Netherlands have represented.
They've represented.
It's like, all right, you're making us look like a lesser fan.
Did you see the scene at Clyde Warren Park yesterday?
Yep.
For Argentina, just a slew. It's like the whole country came here. So I think we might see a larger contingent of Argentina fans. But England's the rowdiest of the bunch that we've seen so far. Japan had a lot of fans here. And they did a great job with the videos with the food, with barbecue.
They love their barbecue.
Boy, do they ever!
Who is going, by the way, on the fan text? Have you gotten a decent amount of people saying
there's
they're
been
going?
people that are already saying that pray for me. I'm on my way to the stadium right now.
Okay.
Just because the amount of Argentina fans are there, like, oh my God, this is gonna be a sea. It's a madhouse. Like, you gotta like. There's two kinds of people, and I discovered this over. There's two kinds. You either
Men
really
and women.
What's that?
Men and women.
Yeah. You either really want to be in that scene, or you don't want to be in that scene. And there's not really either way, right? You either really want to go to it and you're going to go to it, or you're like, keep me the hell away from that many people.
Maybe that's the difference between American fans and the overseas fans, is most Americans are like, God, there's going to be that many people. I don't want to stand in that.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with that.
We're bougie.
Yeah.
We're bougier fans. Yesterday on Game Time, the lower level tickets were about $4,300.
Oh.
$43 a piece. Upper deck, I was seeing 23, 24, 25.
Yeah.
So this thing.
So there's obviously that's super expensive. You would never pay that to go. What is the price of a ticket that you, Sean, would be willing to say, I'm going to miss my nap and I'm going to Arlington to brave the madness?
For this today?
Mm-hmm.
The price?
Yeah, what's a ticket for 2 tickets, let's say? How much would you spend that you'd be like, all right, I'll spend that to go? Because I don't know if I'd go if you gave them to me for free.
Yeah, you would.
What? For free?
That's a lot of headache.
If you told me I had the day off tomorrow, I could maybe get to $500 a piece. That's it.
Because of the alcohol you would want to drink?
Yeah, I don't want to go through all that, come back and prep. I don't want to go through all that, come back and go through Ranger baseball.
Forget the baseball.
No, I'm not going back. I want to cut loose the entire day. I want to pregame. I want to party it up, and I want to party afterwards with them, with the scene. I want to be in the scene as long as possible.
I'd go today.
For how much a piece?
I mean,
a baton bag.
And then what? A $500 ticket gets me in the last row. Am I in the last 2 or 3 rows?
You're going to be high, or you'll be in the end zone,
I'd be high.
Corner, right?
Lord Byron.
Yeah, Lord Byron's here. I do 700. See, Messi, you got a Messi tax.
700 a piece.
I do 700. Yeah, no, I do one. I'm not doing a piece. I'm doing. I mean, Sarah can buy her own ticket. I can't drop $1,400 on a soccer game.
Yeah,
match, whatever the hell they're called.
5K in a couple days. So there it is. Tell Chicolene. Armando, tell Chicolene. Come in here real quick. Watch how bitter he is over not having access to this game from the Grande and the morning show. Hurry up, man. We got a clock. We follow a clock around here.
What up?
Today, how much would you pay 2 tickets to go watch Messi?
$500.
That was mine.
I already bought tickets.
I
I bought tickets for June 30th, which is the second round of division or category E and I. So it's like a kind of a playoff game. I paid $800 per ticket just because I was like, that's the only date I could go.
Yeah.
But right now I could probably resell those tickets for like $2,500. I'd make a profit right now. My wife was like, let's sell them. And I'm like, nah.
And they're upper deck.
No, section 102.
800?
830.
Well, you got them face value.
I bought them maybe 2.5 weeks ago. About 2.5 weeks ago.
Have you been, what's the closest you've gone? You haven't gone to any of the games here.
No.
And have you come close, or you're not trying to be in the madness?
You know what? Part of the reason why I haven't is I don't want to be in the madness. But I think in this case, my 2 daughters, I want to take them for the experience. It's a World Cup. I don't want to be like, after the World Cup's over, I'm going to be like, oh, I should have went to at least one game.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna have any desire. People are saying if you go to the Argentina game, bring sunglasses.
Why? Oh, yeah.
You have 2 daughters?
This show.
You don't get a fight.
Would you take them into the women's room at a Quick Trip?
What do you mean?
Personally?
Why a fight?
Looking at
the women. The women,
man.
The women at that game today is like Colombia.
Oh, you think the
Argentina.
Argentinian women are the 1 seed?
They're on the top line.
They're up there. Yeah, they're definitely. It's almost like going to Cancun. You gotta wear sunglasses, bro.
Okay. All right. There he is, Chicolene from the morning show on La Grande here on DFW Sports Station. There's an update saying
who got traded.
This is from Shams.
Oh boy, the Mavericks hired a coach.
We have breaking news. The Dallas Mavericks have a new coach.
Oh, I was kidding.
Next. Let me go ahead and get you set up with trade.
Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Wait, the Mavs made news while Sean is in studio? That is the tweet
heck?
from Tolo Oleg. We do have breaking news. Usually this is the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee for your football fix. And Bobby is ready to apologize and praise the Dallas Mavericks as the breaking news coming from Shams Charania. They have hired University of Michigan head coach Dusty May. College to pro jump for the 2026 national champion. Why are you so happy and applauding Roberto?
He's a badass. He is awesome. He was so great at Florida Atlantic and took that program farther than it was capable of going, and he ended up just shepherding a juggernaut Michigan team and elevating them as well. I think he's great. When they were talking about Shire, I was like, okay, I don't really give a damn about John Shire, but Dusty May, I'm in on. This is a big time hire. This is at least, whether it works or not, I don't know. We'll see. But you didn't at least cut corners. You said, all right, let's go for a superstar name.
Love it. Way better than any like everybody says, well, he's a college coach. Well, I mean, the other guy's an assistant who's never done it before, right? So would you rather have a college coach who's done it or an assistant who hasn't done it? I mean, they both have something to prove. He has done it everywhere. Everywhere he has been, he has won. That to me, it's not an NIL thing. He's not an NIL-made coach where he just got some money at Michigan and they won.
Because all his guys on that championship team came from other programs, right?
They were all
Which is what you need.
transfers.
You need a guy who's going to be able to recruit in free agency. That's a big part of being an NBA head coach. So
they were all, they were all transfers. But at Florida Atlantic, really kind of before NIL really took off, he was able to do the same thing and build a program. And he's fantastic. I love this guy as a head coach. I am damn glad that he is out of the college game.
Why?
Oh, because he was going to be a menace. He's a menace to the rest of college basketball because he's so good.
49 years of age. He led Michigan to a 64-13 record over 2 seasons. As Bobby referenced, previous job, Florida Atlantic, back-to-back NCAA tournaments, including the 2023 Final Four. He had ruled out other college jobs this offseason, but the NBA has always been intriguing to him, according to Thamel, Schefter, and Shams. Oh, freaking Schefter. He's got to sit here and piggyback on this story because it's a Michigan guy.
And now the Mavs will trade down, and they'll take Yaxel.
I'm looking at this. Apparently, he's told Rich Eisen the day after the title. He said, Michigan fans, you have nothing to worry about, that he wouldn't go anywhere. And now you've got Michigan fans all over Reddit who are melting down, which is absolutely hilarious.
Well, he got you a title. I'm sorry.
It's hilarious.
Why wouldn't he take Mara? That's why I hesitated when you said that.
Mara was a transfer too as well, and he was a big part of it, but Yaxel is like he was by far the best player on the team, and I just don't know. I don't know what Mara like. I don't understand what he offers in the NBA. It's like
who's the humongous dude?
The Purdue guy, Zach Edey.
Yeah, Edey.
He went to Memphis. I did not. I didn't notice him do a thing this year. I wasn't really paying attention.
Dusty May is the first college coach to take an NBA head coaching position since
Billy Donovan.
No. First college coach to take an NBA head coaching position since. You don't even guess the year.
2019.
2019. Who was it, Chop?
Rick Majerus.
Maybe kind of connected to this story.
Is it
John Beilein?
Howard?
John Beilein. First coach to leave in the offseason after winning a title since Larry Brown in 1988. Wow, so no college coach has made the NBA jump since 2019.
Yeah. By the way, Zach Edey was almost 14-11.
Yeah.
But he did it in Memphis, so it doesn't count. The Michigan contingent is furiously petitioning already on the internet to have Ward Manuel fired as the athletic director at Michigan. They're like, this is inexcusable. You cannot let him get snatched up like this late. They are heartbroken in Ann Arbor.
Does this explain the Ujiri delay? That you had to maybe spend all this time to talk him out of there?
If you had to coax him a little bit, yeah, that would explain some of it.
Derek Holland, Michigan Wolverine, great hire, but I don't know about college coaches coming up to the NBA like that. I hope he does well. So that's Holland. We may have to go ahead and pop on. KNC does not steal our idea right after this one.
And now all the Michigan...
Give us some characteristics, Holland, of him as a coach if you can.
All the recruits that they got this year, all the transfers, automatically allowed into the portal again. No pen, nothing.
Oh.
Right? Once the coach leaves. So you get some. There's some guys out there.
Pepe, how are the Tolos responding? Franklin Franco fan text 877-881-1053.
You get
877-881-1053. What's that?
Sorry, I was about to read the text. You got a couple here, 601-214, saying they're backing all in on the Mavs now. They're jumping back on the bandwagon. 940 says, I don't hate it, but Ivy was the best choice. And then you have 817, tell us money hoop stats, Bobby. So.
And now, right, do you really have to focus on the Wolverines for tomorrow? And how many of them could be available in a trade-down scenario, as some NBA reporters are saying that they'd talk with OKC in order to do that?
Yep. Kevin O'Connor had said that 12 and 17 would be potential spots for them, like that they could package and pick up those two picks.
Yaxel has been mocked at 12. I'm even seeing, who's the higher Wolverine that you've seen go?
It's been Mara.
Okay.
He's been top 10 just about everywhere.
But you said Yaxel's the best player.
But he was last year. I mean, it wasn't even close. Mara was a force underneath.
Yeah.
But there's no doubt about it. Like Lindenberg was without question the straw.
And I'm seeing 11 and 12 and a lot of these different mocks for them. So if you're the Mavs at 9, you could try to go ahead and pick up some more mid-round talent. If Dusty May, right, we're talking about influence. Let's see how much influence he has on some possible Wolverines with the draft tomorrow. Wow. And look, this is the way that you don't need your head coach to be there for 3 weeks when you have Dusty May coming in. Right. He knows all the players.
This is the same thing with Jimmy. He knew all the players. He recruited all the players. It's like you don't need Dusty May doesn't need to go out there and go through scout, like scout reports, watch tape. He's been watching tape on these guys for years.
The great Alec Medford sending me over Jake Fisher's tweet.
Wow, on his vacation. Good for you, Alec.
Oh, nice.
I think he's just at home.
We've been writing since the beginning. You say, We've been writing since we can't all go to the Bahamas. We've been writing since the beginning of June that Dallas was pursuing Shire and Dusty May. Word had been consistent that new Mavs GM Mike Schmitz was seeking to land one of the top coaches. So he's kind of pointing to Mike Schmitz here, the new GM versus Ujiri. Of course, you would assume ultimate signing off, but he's kind of pointing to Schmitz.
Yeah, look, I mean, whoever gets credit for this, good job. Like I said, whether this works or not, I'm in favor of this, and I'm giving a thumbs up to this because you at least went and swung on a big name. You went and swung on somebody who their star is rising. As somebody, like one of these comments, I'm just looking over all these like comments pouring in from Michigan fans and stuff, and somebody just said, there's no way in hell that anybody has gone faster from Conference USA to a professional sports league as a coach. There's no way this has happened before. And he has risen so fast because he gets to places and he gets it done. And the hope is that he'll be able to do the same here. And I've got confidence that they'll be better off than they were with Jason Kidd.
Like I always said, trust in the Messiah.
You did say that.
Except for this,
except for this last week and a half.
Except for the last week and a half. We're a little bit worried about the delay. So that is the breaking news to start off the week here on Sean and RJ in the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee on DFW Sports Station. Other things, Choppy, that have jumped out to you about his coaching style? X's and O's, specialty, expertise, dealing with players and relationships.
Look, when you have one as a underdog and as a front runner, right? And he's done both. Made the Final Four as a massive underdog, pulled some big upsets along the way. I mean, he beat The year they went to the Final Four of Florida Atlantic, he knocked off a 1 seed. He knocked off a 4 seed. He knocked off like a 2. I mean, he ran the gamut. I mean, he really, really did. So it was a good, solid run. And then you get to the point where it's like, all right, so he wins as the underdog. Then when you're a front runner, and to be able to keep your team so hyper focused when you're the overall number 1 seed, and they were the best team in it. They demolished everyone. They took their soul. This guy is a competitor as a coach, where he will, to be able to keep his team on task and to keep them energized and to dangle that carrot. He's kind of a pretty much of a master motivator.
ESPN's write-up talks about his reputation blossoming, and they say that he's thought of as a tactical coach in games and a coach who understands roster construction and what pieces work together on the floor.
Major Michigan fan. He's seen my message, but he never responds to it. Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports has put out an immediate reaction. He does not look very happy on X, as he has put out the video. And I'm waiting for Pepe to give me the green light before we have a crosstalk and reaction.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it pulled up. Twitter's not working for me.
There he is. He's talking about Twitter down for him. Right there. We cannot play a Portnoy video, though, without checking on the cursing. Blake Elliott, humongous Mavs follower, is going to be in studio as we crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece with the breaking news of the Michigan man. If it was May or Shire?
May. Now, Shire has a Cooper Flagg relationship, and that plays. But if we're just talking like who's the better coach, I don't even think it's an argument.
Shire teams underperform Dusty May's teams.
Dusty is if he's not the best coach of college basketball, then obviously it's just Dan Hurley. He's up there. I mean, we're talking about one of the 4 or 5 best coaches in the sport.
Let's get the breaking news reaction with the KNC masterpiece. The Mavs have a big-time name with the draft tomorrow. We continue reacting to it next.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Breaking news right here on 105.3 The Fan, as Dusty May is the new head coach of your Dallas Mavericks, from Michigan to the Mavs with the draft tomorrow. And what a perfect crosstalk surprise to react to it, as we got Kevin Hagelin and Blake Elliott in from the evenings. And of course, you see Blake a lot of times at Mavs press conferences all over the hoop scene. Your reaction to the Dusty May hire?
Well, I was excited when Jason Kidd was let go, and now you have a proven winner in Dusty May, who just led Michigan to a national title, was able to lead undermined FAU teams to Final Fours. So I think while most of us listening may not have this prolonged history of Dusty May and kind of what he's done, and obviously never done it at the NBA level, I am excited for this new step that the Mavs are taking. And all things, everything encompassing what I'm saying, I trust Masai Ujiri from what he's done in Toronto and kind of the new leadership with him and Schmitz that they brought over here to Dallas. So I trust them. They went and got a proven winner in Dusty May, and we'll have to wait and see what it provides.
This makes a lot of sense for the trade down scenarios now, so you can just go ahead and pick up Yaxel Lendeborg and Andy Mara and just sort of bring in their entire front court and just make that happen. It is an interesting move. It is. I'm just glad that they got somebody in before the draft, because it did kind of feel like they were like, either way.
I'll ask you this. Do you think it would have mattered if they got, because me and Fred have debated, the new guy who's brought in, obviously we know it's Dusty May now. Pretend it's whoever you think it's going to be. Do you think it would have mattered who they would have picked if they had a head coach or not? Or do you think it's Schmitz and Ujiri were going to pick whoever they're going to pick no matter what?
Probably that, but I do like the idea of them at least bouncing it off the head coach to get any feedback that he's like, no, we played this kid, he'll fold.
Trying to put any bias to the side. If it was May or Shire, who would you have preferred?
I mean, look, we talked about this, and when Blake was just talking about the track record of May, right now, Shire has a track record of excellent recruiting and and his team's folding down the stretch in the highest profile opportunities. So it does make more sense to me to go with the guy who actually sealed the deal.
Why were you excited that Jason Kidd, now you referenced May as a proven winner.
Yeah.
Many people could say that about Jason Kidd. Why were you excited that he was let go?
So this probably isn't enough time in the crosstalk, but shout out to the people that are at all the practices to let me know some of the things that Jason Kidd was doing. To me, from the stuff that I had heard, the stuff I had seen with my own eyeballs, Jason Kidd was just not the leader maybe the Mavericks were looking for. I think a lot of people, when they saw the conference finals run, when they saw the finals run, and they're like, oh my gosh, Jason Kidd is this great coach, this, that, and the other. I saw the other side of how he was treating the media when they were losing.
Did he ever get you at a presser?
Never got me. I was actually right next to him when he went off on a couple, or excuse me, right next to the reporters when he went off on them a couple times.
I know what the F I'm doing.
To me, it's just and I get it from obviously being a former player, a great. I get.
Jason, not you.
I just get the demeanor of kind of like, who are you to be asking me this question? I've never been a big fan of that demeanor. It's because obviously you're better than anybody asking the questions, but it's our job to ask the questions. Right. So when you snap on reporters,
it's stupid.
It kind of lets me go like, okay, so that's. When you feel like that, that's how you act when your team is losing, or I remember when Kyrie had been traded and everyone was asking about the late game situations. Fair questions. Why do they keep passing the ball back and forth? How can you not close late games with these players? You know you're going to get asked that, and to like snap and write some positive stuff. We're doing this, or when they're like, no, that's not what the NBA is. We're not just writing positive poly stories because we like you, Jason Kidd, or we like Luka, or we like Kyrie. All those things could be true, but we still have to ask questions. But back to kind of your original point, I didn't love how he was conducting practice, and he wasn't as hands-on as maybe people think he was. And I think some of those runs were covered up by Luka being amazing, fantastic. Because when he doesn't have the talent around, we've seen the records. All of that.
How did you feel about the Michigan prospects heading into this? And do you think your opinion will be impacted at all if they select those Wolverines now that Dusty May has a higher opinion?
Look, that is going to be natural if at number 9 they pull one of them off the board, which I think would be an overdraft either way. I think Mara is kind of the most I don't know, divisive because I can see the skills he has as a rim protector and whatnot, but I also worry about, like, he's a gigantic human being, and so he is slow-footed, and you wonder if that's a better fit for the NBA of the past, especially side to side. So I'm a little worried about that, but I think they're both viable prospects if you were going to trade down, but I just think they'll be like, oh yeah, no, we can start them, and that will be it.
Who have you been loving in the Mavs range?
Dude, it's not going to be popular. I know people's defense wins championship. Darius Acuff was the best player I watched last year. I don't care. I understand
he won't be
defense.
there.
Maybe we'll see teams get weird around that spot.
I'm hearing now like a work ethic. I saw something over the weekend. People trying to plant their negatives.
All that guy does is, he just doesn't stop. He doesn't stop moving.
Well, he doesn't start playing defense.
He doesn't play defense.
One side of the court he doesn't
saves his energy. I like it.
He is not a good defender, but I brought this up to Kevin. Is Jalen Brunson a great defender? Just won a championship?
Nope.
Is Luka a great defender?
Nope. That's why I traded him.
One of the best players. And I'll throw one more name out there. Everyone loves to applaud this guy that he's some all-world defender. I think differently. SGA. I think he's a fine defender. I don't think he's Gary Payton like
hard
everyone.
to defend when you're on the floor the whole time.
Well, I mean, when they come off, when it's the final 5 seconds of multiple playoff games where you need a defensive stop, who was not on the floor? SGA. So he's not even one of the best 5 defenders on his team. Now, that's not saying he's a poor defender. He's not. Let's not get carried away. But I don't think drafting a guy not drafting a guy just because he's not the best defender. When he was all world on offense, and Calipari would said, "What? This is the best guard that I've ever seen,"
and he never lies.
I mean, of course he's gonna put out a couple of things.
Come on,
that's a good point.
Derrick Rose.
I'm a big fan of getting upside because you are not going to have very many lottery picks. This is it.
No.
And this is going to be the guy, the running mate for Cooper Flag for the next 5-10 years. Do you want a role player on Braden Burries? Love him, solid, like nothing bad about him, but I would take the chance on a superstar, maybe trade up.
And then if they take Ament, he's gonna.
Oh, I'll be heated.
He'll be. He's so polarizing because he's like.
Can you sell me on him? Like the Mavs take him at 9, and you'd be okay with it. Why? Because I wouldn't.
He has a lot of potential. Yeah, but I would rather do that than I would rather take a guy who's got a high ceiling, low floor.
Agreed.
He knows the words to Rocky Top. That's
than a guy. He probably doesn't. He was barely there. I would rather take a high ceiling, low floor guy than a guy who's just going to be good.
Yeah, Braden Burries. That's
right. So I would rather take Nate over that.
Yeah.
But
okay. So or Acuff or like Mike.
No.
Flemings.
Acuff. Flemings.
Mid-range god.
I like Flemings. Flemings to me,
I like him, but he's
good defense.
Short arms.
Acuff's not much better. Like there's
a lot of
these guys are similar, and then you have the inverse and like a Michael Brown.
I would take Acuff obviously over Nate. I would take Keaton over Nate.
I do like Wagler.
I would take. I would not take Mara over him. I'll tell you who I would take over Nate as well. Who's going to go below him is Phylon.
I knew you were going to say that.
Love him.
I knew you were going to say Phylon.
We profiled him last week.
Love him.
You shouldn't do that.
Doesn't sound fair.
No, okay. Damn,
These times.
No, that's not what I meant.
Blake Elliott in KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Just imagine having 4 or 5 first-round picks tomorrow if you just traded Kyrie Irving.
No.
How fun would that be?
Or if you just traded Luka for what he should have gone for.
That's done, Bobby. That's done and over with.
So it's trading Kyrie.
No, Kyrie should stay. Leadership. You need a voice.
Oh, God.
You need. I'll tell you.
You're doing so well before
you need a voice in that locker room because who's the leadership?
Do what?
Who's the leadership now?
Cooper.
Dusty May.
Do you think they're winning a title
Dusty May.
Dusty May, who's never been in the NBA. He's
What's
not
their
the leadership.
ceiling next year?
The roof.
Or the next 2 years. I'll give you another year on top of it.
Okay.
What's their ceiling?
Okay.
I
I think these 2 questions have to be answered. Do we still think Kyrie Irving's a top 30 player?
If he's healthy.
If he's healthy, I think we'd all agree.
I don't know what he can do.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I'll say if he's healthy.
If he's healthy. And then I personally think already, and then obviously like projecting into the season's about to happen, Cooper Flag is a top 20, 22 player.
Okay.
Ooh.
So when you have those 2 combinations with one of the best, I don't want to say, let me pull it back, a very good front office in Ujiri and Schmitz, Dusty May, we'll have to wait and see. Kyrie Irving. If Derek Lively is healthy, I mean, we saw him the last time. The last time he was healthy, I mean, he was a center starting in NBA
Best case
finals.
scenario ceiling is what?
I would say conference finals.
By when?
I love it. Within the next 2. Within the next 2 years.
Cooper Flag a top 20 player? Yes or no?
Not right now.
Not right
I think
now.
he
He
is.
should
I think
be.
he is. No, I think he is already. I think he's an all.
He will be in 2 years.
I think he's a very good
I
defender.
think he will be this year.
I think he will be this year. I think he showed us he's a very good defender. That was shown from day one. I'm a very good defender. You're not going to pick on me, and I can even win my matchups. And then on offense, I didn't see this coming. Fred, who loves Cooper Flag, did not see this coming. I don't think any of us saw this coming. We're the 40, 50-point outputs, and you're scoring at that high of a clip with a team that had no point guard, no direction, no scoring help, and Cooper Flag was still able to do that. I think now that you pair him with an actual point guard, pair him with a top 10 pick, pair him with a head coach that cares, pair him with a center that's healthy, you might actually have a team that's good. Not, do I think they're going to be better than the Spurs or Thunder? I don't. But could they
Better
be in
than
that
Wemby.
5 or 6 range and make a run? You know, we'll have to wait and see. We've seen crazier
What do you
things.
think about that, Sean?
I love the hot take. I made the same mistake when I thought that I was like, AD and Kyrie, let's see if they can be healthy for 1 year to win the Bobby
Badass
bet.
3 quarters, man.
Yeah, that blew up in my face. So, oof. Are you for keeping him? I know it sounds like they are going to
He's
keep him.
Duke. He can't answer.
I'm so sorry, Blake. I am not.
That's fair.
I think I hear
Kyrie's barely Duke.
I hear what you're saying. That, hey,
Okay, do you think
Kyrie
they,
went to Duke about 8 days more than Kyrie
he played 11 games.
do you not
Sorry,
want
11
them
days
to
more
keep
than-
Kyrie, or you don't think they will keep Kyrie? Or both is the same answer.
actually think they will
They're
keep
keeping
Kyrie.
him.
I don't think I want to anymore,
Okay.
even though I think Kyrie's the perfect point guard for Cooper Flag. My issue is those timelines of greatness don't line up whatsoever.
Hear you.
And I would love to do a hard reboot and say, Cooper, you're the guy. Let's see what happens in 2 to 3 years.
Also depends who they draft.
For sure.
What's coming up?
Well, I mean, it's all kind of gotten thrown into turmoil, but we will have Grant Afseth coming on the show at 10:22. He is as plugged in as just about anybody to talk about the new coach, the potential Giannis trade, and everything else going on.
Dusty May leaving Michigan for your Mavericks. We continue with the coverage next with a KNC masterpiece right here on The Fan.
Tennessee sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're changing it up a bit this week. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, it is Blake Elliott and the soon-to-be famous Kevin Walker. Gentlemen, how the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text lines, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Also, what the hell is this? A partial fan after dark takeover?
Exactly.
Why isn't Fred here? Why didn't you guys just boot me all the way out?
That's exactly what it is. Can we start off with some negativity?
Oh yeah,
I always like to do that. I'm really bad at this. I know when you're looking, you're supposed to look at the positive comments, and then the negative one you're supposed to ignore because it's just a hater. But I have this weird thing where I don't mind reading the negative comments just because it's fun to do. I don't know.
So you don't like the one that says Blake and Hagee? It's going to be a good day. Awesome day.
I see all the positive ones at the top, but the very first one that said 312. Dang, my favorite show got ruined by this fill-in.
Oh.
They didn't even call me by name.
That is rude. Do you think...
But also, I'll take it's a testament to how well Corey does.
Corey is excellent.
How do you know they're not talking about me, Blake?
Yeah, kind of in your face, Alec. Man, there's a little bit of a self-importance from you right there, Blake.
Corey has held such a high standard that they're like, can this fill-in, whose name is Blake, fill those shoes? And it's some tall shoes to fill. And then also the redheaded baddie sitting right there. It's his birthday week. Can Kevin Walker?
Your hair is red?
No, Alex.
Oh, mine's not. Alex.
I was like,
have you
that's really tripping me out because he's usually wearing a hat, right?
Do you not call Alec the redheaded baddie?
I do not.
That's what I call him.
I mean, that's good.
Maybe it's just a personal thing when we're off the clock. I call him
the microphone filler, the single mom killer. Ooh. No, I'm just kidding.
I like that.
I'm just kidding. He's on vacation. He didn't hear that. By the way, why are they both on vacation? Right? Did they go on vacation together?
Alex on Love Island. He's trying to find love.
I can see that.
Yeah.
He's looking for it in all the wrong places, though.
We're together. We'll do a segment on that, just finding Alec love tomorrow.
Yeah. Do you have a kid, but there's not a dad involved in the relationship? Alec might be for you. And no, I disagree with this from the 469. For Blake to know, they usually do an Angel Reese update segment at 10:30 every day. No, we don't.
I think she was the fastest to some rebounding mark. Either
1,000.
1,000, yeah. So shout out to Angel Reese. Yeah, we're not Angel Reese fans here? I'm getting weird looks.
It's not that, God, I hate this for carrying over here. It's not that I'm not an Angel Reese fan. It was like, I don't know, how many months ago she got traded? Like 2 months. She got traded. We talked all about it the day that it happened, in the moment. Yeah. And then two people in the span of like 90 seconds the next day were like, I thought this was a sports show. Why aren't you talking about the Angel Reese show trade? And I kind of flipped just a little bit and went on a rampage about how we talked about it in the moment when it actually happened. So stop asking me about the Angel Reese trade. And every day since then, every day.
So y'all get those texts
people,
too?
Yes, that's where it comes from.
We get the text all the time of, this is a sports show. Why are you not talking about the Rangers calling up this AAA guy who's going to be up for 2 games instead of, doing whatever segment we're doing? Those are my favorite texts, because then we go heavy into the most knee-deep sports, and people are like, don't text for 30 minutes because they've tuned out.
Yeah, from the 214, did y'all hear Angel Reese got traded? Yes, we know all about that.
Would y'all pick Angel Reese in a game of 44-0? Soon to be 50-0.
Oh, for the W? Yeah, I mean, she's a rebounding monster. That feels like that's probably really good for your defense and rebounding numbers for those type of games.
Not your shooting percentage.
Not your shooting percent. What is with one more WNBA topic while we're here? What is
you really know how to reel them in.
What is with all the trades and releases in the W? Like, I'm seeing like good players get traded and released every other day, and I'm like, wasn't this player like pretty good? And they're just released. Here's Kyrie Irving just released middle of the season. Like,
I mean,
am I missing something?
I do not know. I don't know why that is happening. The shockingly high draft picks is the part that gets me. And they're like, oh, yeah, she got taken 11. She's out. You're like, wait, what? Like, can you imagine if the Mavericks draft pick tomorrow got cut right before the season started? We would all lose our damn minds. But The Dallas Mavericks, they have a brand new head coach. It is Dusty May. And I will say this. You were talking about in Crosstalk, you were talking about your love for the front office. And I think a lot of people support that. Since the earlier days of Donnie Nelson, it's the most concentrated front office you have at scouting young players for the draft. And I really like that. But I have to admit, I'm relieved they did hire their coach before the draft. I'm not saying that Dusty May is going to come in here and actually dictate what they do, but I just like the idea that the coach is at least in the room and aware of what the strategy is.
Do you think they're going to cater more to, hey, Dusty May wants this type of guy, or the counterpart, hey, Cooper Flagg and Kyrie Irving want this type of guy, or like we know what type of guy they want? Like, which one do you think they cater more to?
I think it's probably going to be more that second one. But look, I at least do want to hear like Dusty May's thoughts. If he was like, I don't know, man, did you see Fleming's against the highest competition? Or like people are sleeping on Yaxel, he can excel. Like, I just want to hear
and
he'll
have a great pulse. I mean, you know, obviously because he was in college, so he saw these guys up close more than the scouts that went to a couple games, or obviously people that are in the NBA. So I think you get a nice advantage boost because this guy was just in college and won at the highest level, won the national championship. Can say, hey, we played Fleming's, hey, we played Burry's in these high level games. This is what they did on the sideline. This is what they did when the cameras weren't showing. This is how they interacted. And I think those are all important qualities that a lot of people listening right now don't care about. They care about scoring output and, like, you know, what your three-point shooting is and what you can do on defense. Coaches, front offices, when they look at whether it's the NFL, MLB, whatever, they're also looking at leadership qualities. Like, you are going to be the guy who's handling, more than likely they're going to draft a guard, especially if they're in that top 10. You're going to be handling the ball.
Until they take Amen.
Until they take Nate Amen, I will be mad. Harrison Barnes, shout out to RJ Choppy. What kind of leader are you with the ball in your hands to be the Kyrie Irving successor? I mean, this is a big draft pick for everybody listening. This is not a throwaway, oh, who cares if he's the bottom of the roster? They don't have a high lottery pick for the next couple of years, so this is going to be the running mate for Cooper Flagg for a while.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that, because on the other side, you were talking about keeping Kyrie and seeing what they have right now. What do you think about somebody like a Keaton Wagler who would probably be a better fit alongside Kyrie as opposed to the replacement for Kyrie?
I think that is the hardest thing the Mavs have to figure out. I'm going to answer the Wagler in 2 seconds. I think that's the hardest thing. Do we want someone to complement our current roster with Kyrie, Cooper, going to championship hopeful, you know, in the next 2-3 years with Kyrie and whatnot? Or do we want to draft a guy that's similar-esque to Kyrie to replace him?
Right.
I am more the belief I'd rather draft a replacement because, I mean, we just heard the whole morning show talking about they'd want to move Kyrie. So I don't think it's some strange sentiment to think that Kyrie will be off this team in 2 years max.
Sure.
So I think that runway of what am I going to set up Cooper Flagg for the next 10, 15 years is more important than, hey, this guy's a fit right now next to Kyrie. But I do like Wagler.
Okay, because I think Wagler, maybe of all of them, would fit best
6'6",
short term next to Kyrie. Yeah. Okay, let me ask you one more thing then, as long as we're going through all of this. If you see it as inevitable in the next 2 years-ish, why not pull the trigger now on moving on from Kyrie to make sure you build up more assets to go along with Cooper for the next gen?
So I think, first of all, Kyrie Irving is more resourceful and useful to the Mavs than he will on the open trade market. I think a lot of us are thinking Kyrie Irving is going to fetch 2-3 first-round picks, and why don't you do that? I don't think 34, 35, coming off an ACL is going to fetch as many draft picks as maybe people are hopeful for. Maybe I'm wrong.
If you found out you were wrong and that was the case, and somebody was ready to fire off the 2 or 3 first-round picks, would that change your opinion?
It would change it a little bit. I think it also matters. I think a lot of people get caught up on first-round picks and they don't think about where the picks are.
For sure.
So if I'm trading first-round picks from the Spurs, yeah, I'm getting picked 29, 30, 31.
Right.
And is that worth Kyrie Irving? And then secondly, I said in the crosstalk, I'll just repeat myself, I think Kyrie Irving brings so much leadership that is understated. From being at the games, from talking to Grant, who we'll have on next segment to talk about the Dusty May hire, the things that Kyrie Irving does that is not reported about behind the scenes, the leadership, it kind of was what held this team together when they traded Luka.
Can you, without getting into specifics, can you kind of explain that concept a little bit better? Like, I know you don't want to give away all the behind the scenes, but what kind of stuff are you talking about?
Yeah. So when Luka's traded, and the team is absolutely in shambles, myself and Kevin and everyone listening alike and thinking that it's a fake thing. They get absolutely blasted the next day.
Have I told you my story about that?
No.
So
where were you?
I was in bed because I had been sick.
Yeah.
And so I looked at my phone at, like 11:30 or whatever, and it was like, oh, you have 24 text messages. And I was like, wait, what is going on? And I wanted to make sure my older son was okay.
You're thinking it's a family issue.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone's like, this isn't real. And I clicked on it and I was like, that's stupid. Why would that happen? Yeah. And then everybody, everybody was sending me the same thing. And then somebody sent me the Shams tweet that was like, this is not a joke. This is really happening. And I was like, oh, crap. And then I was up for 3 hours and I really need to go back to sleep.
I was similar. I was at a restaurant. My server actually told me. He goes, hey, because it was like we'd made a little friendship. I told him what I did for work. He goes, hey, you're on the radio, right? I was like, yeah. He goes, Luka just got traded. I said, nah, funny. Shows me his phone. I pull out my phone and I did the same thing. Had to go for the context. He got traded, whatever. But back to the Kyrie Irving. Luka gets traded. Team's in shambles. They get blasted by 50 the next game. I think it was the Hawks or some team like that. Some red team. Kyrie Irving so many times called player-led meetings to hold that team together. So many times last year when he was hurt the whole year, was in the locker room unreported, nobody talking about it, and holding those guys together and being that leadership role. And on the sidelines, I know sometimes he wouldn't be at the away games and doing recovery. And I've also, this is just from, knowing people, that he attacks his recovery like nobody else. I don't know if you've seen the whole 2016 Cleveland Cavaliers reunion with LeBron and Kevin Love and all them, and everybody's been, why is Kyrie not Irving there? And Richard Jefferson and J.R. Smith have been like, he was invited, he just didn't want to come. And you see he's at a top 100 camp training guys and attacking his rehab. And I just think the work ethic and the leadership goes so understated because everyone remembers stuff he did in Boston and his other stops, and they still think that's him.
Which he's been very different.
And I'm like, if anybody has spent 5 minutes actually talking to Kyrie, or even just listening to an interview, obviously everyone doesn't have that privilege to talk to Kyrie. He is just such a humble guy, and the leadership qualities I can't speak enough about. So I think if you hold him out the whole year, he didn't play at all last year. Why now go, oh, we're going to trade him now?
Right.
We just paid him to sit on the bench.
Right.
Well, now that he's available to play, we're going to trade him. And I get it, value. If he gets moved, I think it would be at the trade deadline, though.
Yeah, and so my only counterpoint to that would be, did Cooper excel specifically offensively better than you could have imagined? And you're like, holy cow, we really can just rebuild this entire thing straight up around him.
100%. Yes, Cooper Flag is not a star, he's a superstar. I said he's a top 20 player from someone who watched every Mavs game, but he had no point guard out there with him. He had Brandon Williams and Ryan Nembhard. And those are two G League guys that earn their spots.
Yeah.
But those are not high-level point guard processors. So imagine if he had one of the best point guards in our generation to be alongside of him, how much better Cooper Flag would be. And I think the Mavs front office want to at least see one season of what they look like together.
And I think you're right. For the record, I do not think that the Mavericks are interested in trading Kyrie. And I do think Kyrie is the perfect point guard to go along with Cooper Flag. The wall, and we could ask Grant about this, the wall I keep running into is, even in your best case scenarios, where does that get you in the next 2 years? Because what I'm worried about is it gets you to, let's say, a Game 7 in the second round. And you're like, dang it. Whereas I wonder if whatever it is you could have gotten for Kyrie, it would set you back a couple of years. And I get it. Make the next couple of years a drag.
Is that a bad, though, if they do that? Game 7 in the second round and Cooper Flag's second year?
I think I'm saying 2 years from now.
Okay.
Like if it's
that's the max.
Yeah. If it's this year and they take Oklahoma City or San Antonio or even Denver to the limit in the second round, then I think the playoff experience gain for Cooper is invaluable at that point. Yeah. And then I'm with you and I fall back and I'm like, hey, good call. I'm really glad that you didn't listen to me, and this is why I sit here and not doing that job. But what I'm worried about is that will be the end product that you get at the end of the 2 years, and then you'll have to kind of tear down a little bit more versus if you made the hard reboot now I know everybody is on the same age track to win at the same time.
I think if they do the Game 7 against one of those tough competitors this year in the playoffs, maybe after a full season of playing, Kyrie Irving's stock is even higher than it is this offseason. They go, wow, he was just the lead guard, a fully healthy season for a team that, went to the second round push. I want to trade whatever, draft capital I want to now more than I wanted to this offseason. I think Kyrie Irving's stock is as low as it's going to be for the next year and a half because he didn't play last year.
Yeah.
So you're literally just going, I have no idea what he'll be. The Mavericks, I'm not going to give you all this because I don't even know if he's healthy, versus the Mavericks being like, we've seen him every day. We know how healthy he is. We've seen his leadership. We know what that's going to be. We want to see him with Cooper Flag. Let us do this run. And if it blows up, it blows up. I don't think Kyrie Irving and Cooper Flag are two competitors that won't push it to the limits, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. I would be on team keep Kyrie, and I think this team will be competitive, though.
Do you have a concern then that scenario plays out for year one, and of course he's like, well, obviously I'm going to decline my player option, so what do we do now?
Then it gets sticky. That's why we ask Grant those questions.
Okay, all right.
Then it gets sticky. What happens if he doesn't want the money?
Okay, coming up next from DallasHoopsJournal.com, we will talk with a man who is as plugged in as you're going to find. It is Grant Apseth next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the King.
Is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fancy Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I want to remind everybody in the noon o'clock hour, we will be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to Rangers Tigers. But right now, from Dallas Hoops Journal, DallasHoopsJournal.com, the man who is as plugged into this team as anybody else, it is Grant Afseth. Good morning, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like you should probably be doing other work right now. So thank you for taking the time to do the work with us. Are you surprised at all by this hiring from the Dallas Mavericks, even though they were pretty open about their willingness to dip into the college world?
Yeah, I was definitely surprised by the final outcome. I wasn't surprised by the interest because Dusty May is actually somebody that I had heard unrelated to the Mavericks, but multiple teams were starting due diligence on potentially hiring him as a head coach as early as December is when I was aware of that. And then obviously with them moving on from Jason Kidd, he became a very interesting target. But his public communication recently after getting an extension with Michigan was he was content there and people didn't feel like this was the year he'd make a jump to the NBA, but ultimately felt like at some point he would.
Is it important, or did you think it was important to the Mavericks to get the head coach in place prior to the draft? I know he's not necessarily going to be like, no, this is who I want to pick, but was that an important thing for the Mavericks timeline?
I definitely think so, because he's also someone who's uniquely helpful for this year's draft. They have Michigan coming off a national title run with 3 potential lottery picks. I think the intel that he can provide on that would be especially helpful, as well as if they're going to trade down from number 9, which is a possibility, because those are definitely talents that would be interesting to consider, like Morez Johnson, and especially with how we compare with Cooper Flagg. But also they brought in Yaxel Lindeberg as well, too. So any intel they can get, even last minute, would be fantastic for them.
So the trade down is just going to pretty much happen so we can go ahead and get the entire front court. Just pick up Mara, pick up Lindeberg, and really make that happen.
We'll definitely see what ultimately happens, but it definitely is a possibility for that. With Oklahoma City needing to consolidate their roster with the 12 and 17 picks, they made a move to clear a roster spot with Aaron Wiggins being traded to Atlanta, but they definitely have a lot of financial work still left to do, and it's hard to roster so many players with so many picks. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on.
What's up, Grant? I appreciate you hopping on last second for us to give us some Mavs insight. For the people that don't know Dusty May, kind of give us a little bit of a background and kind of his coaching style and kind of how that differentiates from Jason Kidd.
Yeah, I think for the most part, I definitely still have to learn about like the schematics and everything that he does, but he has a very interesting background. Like he started off very low level I think many years ago at like Indiana University, and then he coached at FAU, Florida Atlantic, and did a great job there. And I think he has a pretty modern style just from the games I watched in March Madness as well. And I think runs a professional program in Michigan. So I think everything projects well for, what you would want, especially for a young player like Cooper Flagg, who's still, obviously had a great rookie season, but he's a young player, and having that sort of style, I feel like aligns with his culture. With how like hardworking, like kind of that like college style in a sense. So I think that would fit quite well with Cooper Flagg.
Do you think with Dusty May being brought in here, does this kind of change the roster construction? Do you think Kyrie Irving is still safe? All those veterans, do you think it changes it, or do you think it kind of stays the same?
I think for the type of team that they have, I don't think it should have automatically like a drastic impact on their plans, because I think a lot of the veterans that they have, like kind of in their mid-20s, they align with just about any like kind of approach that you want to take as a coach, I feel like. So I think they're pretty complimentary as well. But I think you still have to determine like ultimately the guys in their 30s. I think how they see it, everything is important for determining futures. Like you have to be aligned with the coach, the leadership up top. So I think we still have to learn more about all of those factors. But, I think someone like Kyrie Irving especially, I think he respects just about any great basketball mind. So I'm sure they'll have to have conversations in general about, the vision. But I wouldn't imagine that like college coach equals Kyrie gone or anything like that, just automatically.
Talk with Grant Afseth from Dallas Hoops Journal, DallasHoopsJournal.com. Now, we've all we talked about the potential for a trade down in the draft, and we all have our own personal favorites if they stick where they pick. Are there any other veterans outside of, obviously, we already discussed Kyrie, that you kind of think Mavs fans should be on the lookout for a potential draft day trade, or at least some discussion?
Yeah, I think for the most part, Klay Thompson would be maybe not draft day. I'm not too sure on, like I haven't, not necessarily anything's on my radar about like draft day stuff, but he's now an expiring contract after playing out pretty much 1 year left on his 3-year deal. And that's a lot easier to move somebody who's making in the mid-teens. But teams that want to win and compete for titles, which would probably appeal to him, are teams that usually are pretty financially limited. So that's probably still a little bit of a challenging figure unless the Mavericks take back more money from them to give them salary cap relief. And you probably have to dig into the specifics on it to see specific constructions and everything, but they can take back about $26 million if they just send out Klay. So that could provide a lot of luxury tax savings to somebody who has an expensive payroll. But other players are mostly just a matter of like if a good offer comes through. Like I think they're willing to listen on like a PJ Washington, a Daniel Gafford, but I don't think necessarily aggressively shopping players is kind of the vibe of what they're looking at with their role players.
Okay, so Blake and I were kind of kicking this around before. Can you walk me through maybe the team's thought process or your thought process? And Blake, I would love to know from you as well, the openness for trading Gafford or the potential to listen for Gafford when you have a very questionable other option health-wise if Gafford is out the door.
Yeah, I think for the most part, when you're kind of building up a team and you have like a Derek Lively, obviously coming off injury and dealing with, the recovery process, you don't necessarily have like an easy option, as you mentioned, with the health concerns and durability concerns. But I think it's mostly a matter of the fact that the center position is kind of interchangeable to an extent. Like Daniel Gafford's a very energetic, helpful player, efficient paint finisher, but he's also like more so 6'10" and isn't like a towering 7-footer who's like very like easy to just straight up start against every matchup. Like I think during the finals run, he had to bang down low with some really like big centers. Like Zubac was a very like physically taxing matchup, for example. Like I think he's someone who's very good coming off the bench, but if you get the right price from somebody, I think you could eventually replace that player, whether you're converting like a Moussa Cisse to a standard deal or just bringing somebody else in to provide that finishing and shot blocking. I think you can manage to do so while having a net positive outcome with asset gathering.
Blake is so proud right now because he mentioned Cisse before the show
Big
started.
Cisse fan.
You guys are on the same page.
Big Cisse fan. Grant, I want to zoom out. Let's do that. Let's get our binoculars, pull back the dials. What have you made of the last couple months of the Dallas Mavericks moves? Everything from Masai Ujiri to Schmitz to Dusty May to some of the roster stuff to even kind of the rumors and talks about moving on from players, keeping players. What do you think of just kind of this new era of Cooper Flag and Masai Ujiri basketball, and kind of how should the fans listening right now who've been dialed out since Luka's been traded or even just this last season where they were bad, what do you kind of make of this new era of basketball that they're forming? Even the new stadium too.
Yeah, I think for the most part, everything you could probably chapter this like seeking for forgiveness in a sense. Like they clearly know they need to invest very heavily into leadership positions to portray the confidence that fans need to fully buy in. I know they're paying a lot of money to get off of Jason Kidd's contract, for example. That was the first year of a multi-year, I believe, 4-year extension. So over $40 million to switch a coach before we'll have to find the specifics on the money for Dusty May's contract, but I would imagine with it being surprising in the day before the draft, it's probably very expensive financially to bring him in. And also Masai Ujiri is always one of the highest paid executives in basketball, making surely well over $10 million per year. So that's all to get fans, well, obviously to build a great basketball team, but part of the value is fans like we're doing everything we can to build a great team, a culture, we're aligned, and we have some of the best leaders in basketball. So, trust us as we build around Cooper Flag. We made a mistake, but these are our leaders now.
You know, assuming that we've kind of talked all around because there's so much stuff happening with the Mavs, we haven't even gotten to the Giannis thing. So let's stick with the Mavs. If they stick at 9, do you have a preferred player at that spot? And then what do you think about Kareem Lopez? Because Kareem Lopez is somebody that I kind of thought was going to climb the boards maybe during the pre-draft workouts and everything and slide one of those guards to the Mavericks that maybe they wouldn't have otherwise got. So who do you think the Mavs are zoning in on at 9? And then what do you think about Lopez?
Yeah, just the way it kind of looks like right now, it looks like there's going to be a run on guards prior to the 9th pick. I think Keaton Wagler was somebody that a lot of people liked, but, a lot of teams like him as well, too, and have grown to like him even more during the pre-draft process. Michael Brown Jr. was another one. I feel like they'll be gone before number 9, so that kind of puts you in a position where, the trade down is a little more enticing if you are trying to go with a guard, because you can go with some of the other options that'll be available in the mid-teens that the Mavs like LeBron Philon is another option for a trade down target that people might want to keep an eye on as a potential guard if that's the direction they go. But at number 9, if they stay, I know Braden Burries is somebody that's been connected to the Mavs that they like. Other teams higher up in the top 10 like him as well too. Nate Ament is somebody that has kind of been a wild card in the draft process. I'm not fully convinced. Some of it's not smokescreen stuff. So,
Blake's going to be legitimately angry if they go with him, right?
Not a fan.
They're not going to want to see him walking up for that intro presser. Nope. That's funny.
Is there any guy they jump in the top 10, or jump up in the draft to get? This guy's sitting there at 6. This guy's sitting there at 7. You're like, if this guy is here, Blake, the Mavs might try. If they even have the capital to move up.
I don't think they do, because I'm pretty confident Darius Acuff's floor is the Kings, and Atlanta has more ammunition to move up if they want to. And 5 and 6, I just feel like they're getting a good enough player to where it's why even bother trading down, especially with the Mavericks not having immediate assets that would be necessarily intriguing. Just kind of my view. The Thunder have 2 first-round picks in the top 20. That's easy to entice somebody to trade down, but the Mavericks don't. I mean, they have pick 30, but first-round picks later on in the draft now with NIL, those have lost value. So I think it would be a bit challenging to be able to pull that off.
If you had to make a pick right now, and because I'm asking you this question, you do, who will the Mavericks take with their first-round pick?
Well, I think just probably Braden Burries if they stay at 9, but it's so tough to make a projection right now with the rest of the board too, because a lot could change with trades and things of that nature as well. So that's just kind of my very rough feel of it with the day before, and if nothing else really crazy happens with the board.
Well, we appreciate it very much. And again, I know there's a lot of stuff going on, so thank you very much for jumping on with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
There you go. Grant Afseth from DallasHoopsJournal.com. Obviously, very plugged in. Now, people do have a concern specifically about Dusty May. I've seen this pop up a couple of different times. The last college coach that had success in the NBA. So let's just take it from a by the numbers standpoint. John Beilein was the last one to go to the NBA from college. Ironically enough, also from Michigan. He took the Cavs job in 2019. The last coach to leave immediately after winning the national title was Larry Brown in 1988 after Kansas won. And then Billy Donovan went after back-to-back NCAA titles and left for the NBA.
We haven't seen this work very many times in football or basketball. It's not a great proven track record. We've seen a lot of flame outs, but a lot of times we've seen it with guys that have prolific college careers and then try to go to the NFL. Dusty May does have it going, but it's short. 2018, right. FAU, and then Michigan recently. So maybe that kind of bridges the gap where it's hey, he hasn't been this college head coach for a super long time, but he was good. So I just trust so much in Masai Ujiri that I don't think that he would get back in the NBA in a GM role and just make a off the wall, throw a dart at the wall, hire and be maybe if Dusty, I think he's done his scouting, talk to his people, and if he feels confident in it, Blake feels confident in it.
Yes, because otherwise don't look up John Beilein. Because if you want to know, did it work out? It did not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we were going to talk about them earlier in the show. We will talk about them next. Goodbye, Padres. Hello, Marlins. Revisiting the Rangers weekend that was next on The Fan.
Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here's the 2-0. And there's career hit number 401. He rips a liner into left. That scores Lopez. Langford stops at second. RBI single for Josh Young. Rangers lead 4-3.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, trying to make all the people happy today. The Dallas Mavericks have picked up Dusty May as their new head coach, previously of Michigan, led them to the national title, but you're still going to get a double dose of baseball. We're going to do some Rangers here, and then a little bit later in the show, we're going to do some baseball nuggets. So let's start off with the Texas Rangers. You do, in fact, get another series win with a heartbreaking extra inning loss wedged in between. It was the Rangers' first extra inning loss of the season. Wow. And now they've only, I think, played like 3 extra inning games, maybe 4. So, but still, I take you to, well, the man who hit the home run in the top of the 10th. Now, Kevin Walker, you might think that this is bitter on my behalf, and I will readily admit that, but Manny Machado said after that game, the homers are there, the RBIs are there. In key situations, when I'm up there, you've still got to be afraid as an opposing pitcher that I can do damage like I did today. You see those numbers up there? You see the back of my jersey? You're going to know who I am. Here is a friendly reminder that Manny Machado is hitting 179 this year with a 625 OPS. And he still has 13 home runs with that bad of an OPS. Am I just being bitter that he won the game for them, or is he right?
I was actually at this game, Kevin. And I looked at my dad and I said, we're in the top, we're going into extra innings. I looked at my dad, I said, please, Rangers, don't let us be the breakout game for Manny Machado. And then he hit a 3-run home run.
Man, that really was his breakout game. And he drew a hit and a walk yesterday as well. So look, if Manny Machado goes on a run after this, well, good for him. But I was really upset that that is how the game ended on Saturday, because otherwise you could have potentially been looking at a sweep. But you do still get the series win. If you guys don't mind, I would like to run down game by game the dizzying highs and lows of this weekend, because let's be honest, half an inning into Friday, did we all think that this was going to be a disastrous S sandwich?
Yes.
Now, Blake, you will notice I stop with the letter S instead of saying the word itself and then doubling down that I can say it.
Fun fact, that was, when I said that, the person that was next to me is who's in the Pimp Cup right now, Kevin Walker.
Oh, one Kevin Walker.
It was like my second time on the radio, and I just stared at him, Blake.
Straight Casper face. I mean, literally was just looking at me with the most befuddled face of like, did Blake just say that? Can he say that?
He just committed radio sin. What else was I supposed to do?
Who was producing for us that day?
Oh, I don't remember.
I think it was Chris Strong.
Somebody who definitely dumped it. I think
it was Chris Strong. He dumped
God
it.
for that.
Well, he goes like, Blake, you can't say that like out loud instead of like in my ear. I'm like, I can't say what? And I just said it again.
Yes.
I was young.
I heard you doubled down.
I was young.
It was a fascinating tactic.
Yeah. I think if you're just confident when you say it, the FCC will allow.
Ooh, I would like to sit through that trial with you. All right.
Is it an actual trial?
No.
That'd be fun.
It would just be mediation or a fine. All right. So, but I think that's all the sentiment we had in the top of the first inning, because the Rangers give up 5 runs. Jacob deGrom gives up 5 runs in the top of the first on Friday. And of course, if you've been listening to the show, we've talked about it a lot. The Rangers have given up more than 1 run 15 times in the first inning this year. In those games, they were 0-15. So you're like, all right, well, we're going to lose this game, but not so fast. They score 6 runs in the bottom of the first inning. That is the second highest total ever in a first inning for a Rangers game. The most ever, 12 in 1995 against the Angels. Only the 5th time it's ever gotten to this point. Hadn't happened since 1999, which I believe might have been the year you were born.
That's when I was born.
Right before you were born. Yeah. So like when Blake was born is the last. So we're a Blake away from this having last happened, which is a new way I'm going to probably describe
like
things.
that. If it happened pre-2000, or I guess right at 99.
Yeah, then you would not have been aware or at least alive for it. And so the Rangers, they storm back. They get their first win when giving up more than one run in the first inning.
What is their problem with that? I mean, from someone
I
watches a lot more baseball than me, what is it with the first inning woes? We've even seen the openers come out for some of your young pitchers and prove to be good.
Oh, yeah.
But also your veterans go out there. Evaldi and DeGrom haven't been great in the first inning as well. We always talk about the DeGrom first innings. He's going to give up a solo shot, loves to do that.
Probably.
And then almost all your pitchers settle in after that. Like, I would love to see the stats of like what they look like innings 2 through 5 versus first inning.
Yeah, trust me, because you do not want to see those first inning stats because they are crushingly sad. Now, a couple of things kind of along those lines. So Tyler Alexander is going to serve as the opener for tonight's game in Miami. If you were listening, hopefully you're always tolling. Last week, we talked with Skip Schumacher and we're like, you have to look at the opener as a viable option for Kumar Rocker, right? And he goes, look, the numbers are there. They are what they are. I'm not going to dispute them. You know them. And so it's a viable option. So you're going to get Tyler Alexander as the opener tonight, which you're going to need because Rocker struggled in the first inning. But to your point, so has the entire team. They have an astonishing ERA of 7.56 in the first inning.
Is that good?
No! That is easily the worst in baseball. Before this series, it was already the worst in baseball, and then went up another half a run.
It's worse, sir.
What I'm hearing on the betting apps, you can do this.
Hit the over. Whether it's
the over. First run innings.
Yeah, if you're looking on Cal Sheet, you can make that play.
Yes.
I would take the over. But you asked specifically what is happening. Well, they give up a ton of home runs in the first inning. A ton. So they allowed 27 first inning home runs last year. That was the worst in baseball. This year, they're already up to 25.
I don't think that's very good.
That is 8 more than any team in Major League Baseball. And DeGrom will tell you, this is one of the things that DeGrom has talked about. He was like, look, it's the location. All of a sudden, I end up throwing this middle pitch that you're like, the hell was that?
It's not great.
No, it's not. And so that has really been crushing them. But there are some positives because they did still win 2 out of 3. So while that first inning on Friday was annoying, while the extra inning loss and Manny Machado talking his stuff was annoying, you did still win 2 of 3. And I would like to draw your attention to 2 particular players, including, will you give me cut number 3? Because we need to talk about this fella for a minute.
Oh, they're going to credit Lopez with a sacrifice in charge. And Aaron Langford tees off down the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It's out of here. Second decker to left. Wyatt Langford gets the Rangers on the board with a 3-run bomb. It's 3-0 Texas.
So Wyatt Langford and Jake Berger. Now, Skip Schumacher said that Wyatt Langford is back, and that Wyatt Langford, humble as ever, was like, I was playing pretty bad to start the season, I didn't really like that.
Glad he realizes
absolutely.
He was not playing good. So he was my pick. He was my guy. My guy to be
click?
My pick to click. We do it on the Fan After Dark where we draft our guys. He was my guy, and he was disappointing me at the beginning of the season, so I'm glad he's turned it around.
So he has multiple RBIs in 3 straight games. He has an RBI in 4 straight games. Look at his last 21 games. He's hitting .345 with an OPS of .979. 5 home runs. Probably just as importantly, he has 5 doubles to go along with 13 RBIs. So he has really turned it up.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody listening? Wyatt Langford, projected going into the season and for the next 3-4 years, needs to be your second best player. Corey Seager being first, being your MVP candidate, top player.
I will disagree with you.
Okay.
I think Wyatt Langford needs to be your best player.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Wyatt is supposed to be the guy. Yeah. He's supposed to be your version of Bobby Witt Jr., your version of insert young great player.
Agreed.
And he has been in spurts, but I don't know if we've seen the break out to the world of this guy is going to be it's going to be an all-star every year. This guy is one of the best players at his position. It's like Rangers fans, like, yeah, I mean, he's got it in there. Obviously, we're not trading him, but it hasn't gotten to the point where you're like, man, this guy is just penciled in, superstar. And so I would love for him to continue this throughout the season. He needs to be your best player, like Corey just said, or right there with Corey Seager, who's had a bad season. But
did you just call me Corey?
Corey Seager.
Okay. But it said before that you said like Corey just said.
Oh, my bad. What Kevin just said, I was thinking about Corey Seager. Apologies.
All right, Fred. I see how it's going.
Like, Wyatt Langford needs to be at the top of his game. Like, average is not okay.
No,
and I get it, he's young. Average just being is not okay. He needs to be your best player, hitter, whatever circumvents that. In the last month, 10 games, if you will, have been showing what Wyatt Langford needs to be. So I will hold back my applause to like jump over the moon. Right. This is what he needed to be. We projected him to win MVP, or excuse me, Rookie of the Year, to be in the MVP race alongside Corey Seager. So I'm glad he is showing up to the standard that a lot of us have set for him.
Now, Jake Berger is falling in line with that as well. He has an 8-game hitting streak. Last 13 games, 378 with an OPS of 1.086. Trio of home runs, trio of doubles, and 9 RBIs. And that's the big thing with both of them. You see more and more RBIs because you are at least creating more run-scoring opportunities. Now, you can't have just the good without the bad, so let's go back to the bad once again. Jack Leiter has been placed on the 15-day injured list. He was kind of dealing with a little bit of an ankle injury, but remember when he had the slip on the on-deck circle, he said that made it a little bit worse, so he'll take some time off. In his stead, Jose Corniel is coming up, so we'll see how exactly that's going to play out. And then Corey Seager still day-to-day.
I want to say Jose had an ERA of 6 in AAA, so not exactly the most encouraging thing. And then going back to the RBI numbers, where do you think the Rangers rank in the entire association as far as runs batted in on the year? Total number.
I would probably still say they've got to be bottom third, right? Like 24?
Even worse. They're in the bottom 4.
Oh, well, there you go.
26, 297. The only teams worse are the Guardians, Padres, and Red Sox.
Yeah. Their offense generally has been atrocious. I do think it's looked significantly better in the last month than to start the season, but you got yourself in so much of a hole. You got to dig.
And I know this isn't a hot take. I know this is probably the most popular thing when talking about the Rangers. They get players on base. They just can't get them home.
Indeed they do. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get back to more of those doings and happenings in the NBA world, plus the Dallas Cowboys news of the day as the countdown to training camp has begun. Next on The Fan.
Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let us know if you are on your way to the Argentina-Austria game, and if you're still in your car, is it already too late for you? I hope that is not the case. Hopefully you're just listening on the app, you're in the parking lot, you're already in the stadium, you're enjoying it, getting a chance to see real greatness before Cristiano Ronaldo spares everyone to death tomorrow with his overrated greatness for at least the last 5 years. But if you're going to see actual greatness in Lionel Messi today in Argentina against Austria, let us know at AT&T Stadium. That's right, I'm not obligated by the sponsors to call it anything else. That game, that match is set for noon o'clock, whether Kevin Walker approves or not. Now, we've got two things we're going to try to cram into one segment here. Do you want the Dallas Cowboys news of the day, or do you want to talk about the Giannis trade?
Do I make that decision, or is that for the Tolos?
It's a democracy.
Okay. I want Kevin to answer first.
Let's go Dallas Cowboys. I feel like today's going to be very basketball heavy. Let's give them a little love.
Smart decision. Dallas Cowboys news of the day as the countdown to training camp has begun. We're about 5 weeks away from training camp, and let's go to Brian Schottenheimer. I could not be more happy about how the offseason went. Now, putting aside the fact that you would have loved it if he said, I could not be happier about how the offseason went. What do you think about that? Because he followed up by adding, look, it is hard to practice with some of the rules that we're restricted under, but I think we got a lot of really good things done. I've done more 7-on-7 than I ever want to do again in my entire life, but that's what we needed to do. Mm-hmm. What have you thought, knowing that it's all just words and faux practice, about the Cowboys offseason to this point?
There hasn't been any drama. Let's first address that. Obviously, the George Pickens thing, but he already said he's going to play under the tag. And I don't think enough was made about that because of the opposite side of the conversation about George Pickens. What do we hear every time we get on social media, every time we turn on the text line? George Pickens is this. George Pickens is that. And then you see in reality, when you hear him talk, George is like, I don't really care about the money. Whether that's just what he's saying, but I mean, at least he could have caused a problem about it. He could have said, I deserve this. I put up these numbers. I'm not a problem. Why didn't I get this? I want X, Y, and the third. He was asked about the Jackson Smith and Jigba contract. He goes, I got to go prove it. I got to go prove it again. Now, whether he believes it or not, I don't care. What he said to the media was the correct thing, so I'm glad there's no drama around that. He didn't say he's going to hold out or do anything. So there's no contract talk drama going into this training camp, which has not been a thing that the Cowboys are used to. So I am applauding that. And then secondarily, the draft picks. We could talk about the athleticism, the position, all that stuff, and all that's great. You hope your draft picks can do all that. But what I do like is the leadership qualities of all the guys they've talked about, especially Caleb Downs, your number 13th overall pick, who was starting for Nick Saban as a young boy. And that does not happen at Alabama often. And everybody you've heard talk about it, whether it's Nick Saban, his coaches, his teammates, whoever, analysts, scouts, have talked about his leadership, his IQ, and his communication. I hope the guy we drafted 13 can be good at football. That stuff is already kind of like a understood variable. But getting a guy that is a good communicator and leader is what this Cowboys team needed. They had miscommunication all over the field. We didn't know what play was being called. Me and Fred were in that locker room. The amount of guys that would bite their tongue when asked about why this play went this way. Well, we just got to get on the same page. Really is, I didn't know what to do. Or the coach said this and this player did that. And so I don't think from hearing Christian Parker in person, hearing his press conferences, the way that he speaks, very direct. He doesn't. He does not put extra words in there. Well, I just really like this guy and he's a fun guy to be around. It's like, this is the mission. Right. Do the mission or you're not going to play. And it feels like from reading, obviously none of us are in that locker room, just from what we can tell. I like the way Christian Parker's delivering the message and how this defense is responding. Everybody on that defense knows they were horrible last year. You ask them about it, nobody's mincing words.
I hope so.
We were okay. We just missed a couple plays. They're like, Quentin Williams, like, we were 32nd out of 32nd. We were horrible. I've never been in the playoffs. I want to win. Caleb Downs, we just talked about him. Malachi Lawrence, who I think is going to be an understated part of that DeMarcus Lawrence kind of build, long, lanky edge that can be a run-setting edge defender. I think he is going to play an impactful part. Barham, who looks like a massive unit out there.
I'm interested to see how that goes and also mark that.
I mean, Shamar James, Fred's favorite player, led the team in tackles last year. Does he make another step? The position group that I'm most concerned about is the secondary, but you did bring in Christian Parker, who's a secondary specialist. You got Caleb Downs out there, so I'm a little concerned about that. I feel a little bit better about the front seven than maybe some people do.
Right.
But overall, to answer your question, I know that was very long form. I do feel good about the offseason.
All right. If you're concerned about the secondary, the player whose name I continually struggle with the most, Savon Ravel, has said, I'll read you part of the quote that's the clickbait party. Mm-hmm. There we go. I
like click party.
Yeah, click party.
It's kind of the same thing.
I'm going to be someday the best cornerback in the league. Woo!
Ravel said that?
Yeah.
Fred just jumped out of his chair. He just jumped out of his rocker when he heard that.
Now, here's the rest of the quote that kind of grounds it a little bit more. That's just how I look at it, and I have the confidence to say it. At the end of the day, I got to work. And I appreciate that, because if you are not going into the NFL thinking you're the best or thinking that you're going to lead your team to a championship, well, what the hell's the point?
Especially, I think I can say confidently, if there's any position, you should think that it's corner.
There's an opening.
It's corner.
Yeah.
I need my cornerback to think he is the best player on the field at all times. I don't care if he's giving up 10 touchdowns. If at any point you think, well, this guy's better than me, you are not touching the field. Like, at corner, you have to have the utmost confidence to even be, what's the word I'm looking for, where you have too much confidence?
Cockiness?
Cockiness. Like, I need you to be overly cocky, overly confident at the corner position. Ravel had a tough rookie season.
He did.
He got picked on. The same way that we talk about NBA players getting hunted, he got hunted at the defensive back position. He had a knee brace the size of both Kevin's head out there. It was not... He had what was he wearing? Number 34?
You know who I blame all this on is the Jones family.
Okay.
Because every week when we did interviews with him, they were like, you just wait. He's coming.
Yeah.
And he's going to be awesome. And I think he was set up.
Go ahead and mark that, too.
Yeah. Good point. I think he was set up like he was going to be a combination of Deion Sanders and Darryl Green and just be the greatest thing you've ever seen. And when he was like, then everyone's like, what the hell?
I'm a little more pulled back on Ravel than some of my counterparts and other people.
You mean Fred?
Fred. Well, someone just said Blake brings up Fred every sentence, so I didn't want to say his name.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I haven't brought up Fred that much, but
clearly the people disagree.
They disagree. I don't. Ravel's okay to me.
Yeah.
Like he's a rookie, so I'm not going to make some long projection that he's great or he's not great. But I don't project him to be like, that's your lockdown corner for the next 10 years. All he needs is year 2. Like, I think he will be okay. Is there any corner you feel great about on this roster? Like,
I mean,
when we go play the good
Downs
teams.
in the nickel.
Agree.
That's about it.
Agree. But like when you go play the Jackson Smiths and the Cooper Kupps and Justin Jeffersons and Chase, like, hey, this guy's not going to neutralize because they're great receivers, but at least, kind of slow them down. I don't feel good about any of those guys.
Right. No, I definitely understand that. By the way, on the soccer front from the 469, just pulled into Dallas Stadium. They feel compelled to call it that. And they said hashtag fatty, but also hashtag Tolo Go. And from the 541, I went to the fan event yesterday, and man, Argentina fans go hard. And then Kevin Walker, for you, is unrelated, but I had a friend, and yesterday he was looking at this person, thought maybe that person was waving at him, couldn't tell if they were waving at him or somebody else, and I don't know. Short story, later that day, he lost his job as a lifeguard.
That's interesting, and that's bad.
Because that person was drowning.
Yeah, no, I got it.
I was like, I'm pretty sure he said Kevin's name.
See, I'm
Kevin
used to. I was ready for the dad jokes.
He was laying out.
I was ready for the dad jokes. I just didn't know if it was going to go there right there.
All right, and then just real quick, since we were talking about it, I know the question that people are going to have is, it does feel more positive than usual, like you were talking about, but will that actually turn into being worth any wins? Now that I can't say. I want to say yes.
The Cowboys are going to be good. Are people not on that bandwagon on KNC?
What does good look like to you?
They'll win the division. I feel confident about that.
People are not on that bandwagon.
Why? I would love for someone to text in why. Okay, I'll do the same Mavs propaganda I did for the Cowboys, and I'll keep it short. Just cut me off whenever. They had a top 5 offense last year. Yes or no?
Yes.
Does anybody in this room think the offense will get worse another year under Shoddy and George Pickens?
You know what? I would love if I could save that counter argument for 11:41 when we kick off Gridiron. Was the one thing that I think could undercut their offense.
So we'll save that for 11:40. The defense was 32nd out of 32nd last year, right?
Correct.
Everyone agrees?
And that's only because there weren't more teams.
I agree. I think there might have been some college teams that were better. Eberflus is gone. Christian Parker is in, so we think that's an upgrade. For sure. Caleb Downs, maybe the best prospect in all the draft, let alone position, is now on your team. DeMario Overshone's healthy. That's a plus, having him out there. Healthier than he was last year.
Look, that's one that kind of like Derek Lively. I hear you.
You need to see it.
And I want to believe, but
You're just an Aggie fan, so you can't.
I've been hurt before. That is unrelated. That's a fair point, but that is unrelated. Look, there is nothing I would love better in the world than DeMarvion Overshown looks every bit as badass as he has every single time that he's healthy over the span of 16 or 17 games. I would love that.
I don't, this 2-5-4, I just don't agree this will be the exact same team. The defense was horrible last year, and they've overhauled it.
I think the defense has a chance to be significantly better. Are you worried about another Dak healthy season?
No, I'm not. I mean, you could say that about any quarterback. Like, any quarterback can get hurt.
All right, I agree with that concept, but don't you think some quarterbacks lend themselves to they have been hurt more recently, like Dak? So I don't think
Dak's on the older end,
and so I don't think that's an even playing field.
You.
I understand your point, but Dak has been more susceptible to injuries than others.
I'm saying if every team in the NFL stayed healthy, which obviously is not going to happen, but just keeping everyone on the same playing field. We'll talk about the offense 11:40. I think the offense is going to be great. Spoiler for Blake. The defense was horrendous last year, and all those people that were horrendous on the defense for the most part are gone.
Do you think they can be average?
I don't even think, Kevin, they have to be average. I think they will be better than 32nd. And when you score 26 points a game, if you had just been better than 32nd, you would have won 10-9 games last year.
All right.
So, hey, Caleb Downs and all these defensive adjustments that we've been talking about all offseason, if they're anything worth what we think they can be, maybe they go from 32nd to 22nd or 24th. And I think that already adds 1, 2, 3 wins. And then let's say Caleb Downs is one of the best young players in the game, and he's Kyle Hamilton-esque or Derwin James, whatever comp you want to make. This team could make a step. Now, people can say Cowboys want to Cowboys. That's more just I'm not looking at the roster. I'm just going the Cowboys are the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking at the roster, looking at what the team is saying, looking at the improvements and saying this team was fantastic on offense. You're getting another year of Schottenheimer, who was underrated as a play caller. No one wants to talk about it because of how bad the team was. That was his first year of play calling, and I didn't see very many people giving him applause for having a top 5 offense. Now
Do you think he's learned how to play call better in the red zone, though?
That would be nice, but it'd also probably be nice if Jake Ferguson could be worth his salt at the tight end position.
All right.
I think Jake Ferguson was. I made this prediction. You want to hear a hot take? I said
was the rest of what you were saying not a hot take?
The rest was normal. They're
going to win the division.
The rest was a regular fan after dark. That wasn't even a hot take. Here's the hot take for you, and I'll shut up. Brevin Spann Ford, Week 17, will be just as effective as far as getting targets as Jake Ferguson.
Whoa!
There you go.
Okay, man, that is a hot take right there.
There you go.
So when I had my question written down, can this be a playoff team? I'll just go ahead and check you down as a yes.
What are we doing?
Right there. That feels.
The only reason they don't is that the Cowboys. The roster is there. I mean, it's young players. All
right. So hold on. You went too far with that statement.
Talk to me.
It was too overarching.
Talk to me.
So you wouldn't throw in, as long as Dak gets healthy, as long as they figure out how to call red zone offensive plays better,
I think
as long as they don't continue to struggle on their first drive of the game offensively.
Fred says a similar thing with as long as Dax is healthy. Well, if Justin Herbert gets hurt, are the Chargers going to be good?
No,
if Drake May gets hurt, are the Patriots going to be good?
I hear you, but is there that track record of that? There's not anywhere near the same track record.
I hear you.
And they're a good decade younger than Dak. That I'm not just saying just about
You're
Dak.
saying like with his injury history, his age.
Yeah, and there are other things to be tweaked up. Like I hear you, and I mostly agree with you on offense. But the red zone in the first drive.
Well, maybe Shoddy not in his first year, year two,
then that's fair.
Can make that progression. Maybe Jake Ferguson can be more of a target. Now, I think he actually had some nice touchdowns this year, more than the previous year. Maybe they don't run Javonte Williams into the ground and actually have an RB2 so they can have a little 1-2 punch. I agree with you. The first drives were horrendous. The red zones were horrendous.
We'll get more into that.
And they were still a top 5 offense with those. So I assume those things will get better in year 2 of Schottenheimer.
And if you want to plan your scheduling accordingly, I would be willing to wager that the Dallas Cowboys will arrive in Oxnard on July the 27th, that they will have the welcome to training camp presser the next day, and then their first practice will be the day after that. So July 29th, that is a Wednesday. You should go ahead and take my word for this. And then also I saw somebody text in that Michigan was hiring Jason Kidd, and I thought I was going to fall out of my chair. Now, they're going to go internal and hire one of the assistants. Do you have that name, Mr. Walker? But if it was really Jason Kidd, I seriously was about to be like, what the hell?
Mike Boynton Jr.
Okay.
What a last name. Say his last name
and the team has already been notified, and the players have already been told that this is the direction they're going to go.
What's his last name?
Boynton.
I'm
hoping
how he said that, too.
It's Boynton.
A lot of emphasis on the B.
Boynton.
And from the 972, might as well just address this. Joe Burrow is hurt damn near every year, and it doesn't stop y'all from kissing his ass. Who is the y'all? Because if the y'all is this show, I will point out, last week in NFL Overreaction or Reality, I said, will Joe Burrow play more than 10 games, which is something he's done in only 3 of his 6 NFL seasons. So you could save that y'all for somewhere else. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, wankers and winners of the weekend. And plus, at some point, we might actually talk about the potential Giannis trade. Or we might just talk about it when it actually happens. Next, right here on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Robinson fizzing it back. Serginho Dest blocked. Still in. Might be two. Is two. Or maybe not. The flag comes up for offside.
I think he's going to be onside here. The trail leg of the player at the top.
It is
and
being
as he heads
checked.
that in.
After factual review, the goal scorer was not in offside position.
And the building shakes in Seattle.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Normally, we'd been talking about that from the jump, but right after our show during G-Bag on Friday, the United States men's soccer team is triumphant. Woo! So let's dive into a little bit of the wankers and winners of the weekend. And let me start with a question. Who is going to be the winner? Is it going to be the Celtics or the Miami Heat, the winner of the Giannis sweepstakes? And really what I mean by winner is the team that doesn't get the Giannis that they think they're getting from 3 years ago that doesn't exist anymore.
That's
my hot take for you.
I love that. That actually is a hot take because a lot of people hear the idea of Giannis and just go like, oh, it's Giannis. But it's like, when was the last time he made a deep playoff run?
So, and I know it's not exactly the same, but the way the Mavericks described when they traded for Anthony Davis, I was like, you are trading for an Anthony Davis that doesn't exist anymore. You're talking about this defensive player of the year, Anthony Davis. I was like, bro, that ain't him anymore. And whether it's the drop in rebounds and assists or it's just the drop of the all-around defensive game of Giannis, he's still a damn fine player. I'm not taking that away. But he's not the guy that people are describing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he is. You have to build your entire team around him. You cannot have players that are clogging the middle. You need to have shooters all around Giannis. He's getting up there in age. He's dealt with injuries. He hasn't made a postseason run here in a minute, similar to Jokic. But Giannis obviously makes up for it on the defensive end, still being an all-world defender. So it looks like the Celtics are like making the aggressive push. They have, according to Shams Charania,
as long as they get Hugo Gonzalez in the deal, they'll be ready to go.
Shireman. They have officially offered Jaylen Brown. Like, there's no more, like, rumors about it or they grumblings or they could or would. They have officially offered Jaylen Brown for Giannis. I'm sure there's some other integral draft picks and stuff that could go into that.
Do you think that's a little bit on Jaylen Brown, too? He's like, I want my own team.
100%. I mean, I sometimes things that seem too obvious aren't. This is one of those that does seem like it is obvious and it is true. Jaylen Brown, we all have social media, saw him this season go on Twitch, his streaming service, and talk about how this was his favorite season ever. I mean, really think about that, Tolos, who are listening right now.
In your face, Tatum.
He won Finals MVP and won the NBA Finals the year prior, or excuse me, 2 years prior, 2023, against the Mavericks. This season had his running mate out the whole season. He was the guy and said, this is my favorite season ever. Now, there's two parts of that. Do I think that's okay from a personal standpoint? Actually, I do.
Sure.
Like, who doesn't want to be the guy, make a lot of money, score a lot of points, and be the face of the franchise? I get that. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with being ambitious and being like, no, I want to be third fiddle. Like, if I could choose, I want to be the backup. Of course, he wants to be the guy. So I think there's nothing wrong with that on a personal standpoint. But if I'm the Celtics front office, do I want a guy who just said that when I'm paying Tatum this? I've already given him money and he still thinks like that. Maybe I get it. Maybe I get a guy like Giannis who's a little bit more humble, a little bit more selfless. So I think it's a sticky situation where both teams might be better off swapping players. Jaylen Brown gets his own team. Milwaukee can be good or not. I don't think he'll care. And then the Celtics can get Giannis and get a new core and move on from Jaylen Brown. What does the money look like? I know Jaylen Brown makes, I think, the most money in the NBA.
Yeah, but Giannis can't be that far behind. And so that's why they're looking at a spot, particularly with that, where you don't have to get that third team involved. Because that's been one of the really interesting things. It looks like Miami for the longest time. Then Mark Stein put out the story at 3 a.m, and Kevin Walker was still awake. So he's reading that story in that exact moment that Boston had kind of moved up to the front. And one of the reasons they wouldn't need a secondary team is you don't need to make the money work because those two, their money is not terribly far off. So.
I think it's still a win for the Celtics. Like Jaylen Brown.
You think that's who's going to get him?
I think the Celtics are going to get him. I don't, because this is my thing. Do you offer Jaylen Brown publicly and then not get Giannis? That's awkward. Yeah. That is, because now his value, if you don't trade him, what does that locker room look like? I think they're going to aggressively, if they've officially put it out and the draft is tomorrow, I think they're going to try to make something happen, or it might be a 3-team trade, but I think Jaylen Brown is not on the Celtics.
Because the big thing that the Heat had going for him, like with all due respect to Ware and Hero, is they were going to be really heavy on draft capital. Whereas with the Celtics, the heavy part is going to be you get Jaylen Brown and Hugo Gonzalez. And
which one would you prefer for the Bucks?
I mean, I would prefer the Celtics one by far, because I think Jaylen Brown is a dude who can really go. Whereas, again, no disrespect to Ware, Hero, but
tertiary players.
Come on. Like what are we talking about?
And yeah, if I'm the Bucks, I don't know if I want to hit absolute bottom, trade Giannis. Like if you have Jaylen Brown, you're still in contention. Are you the favorites? No. But you're still a good team. You're still the 5 seed or something like that. And Jaylen Brown was, making an MVP run this year. It's not like he was just some 22. He was averaging 30 a game and in the MVP running. Should have been first team All-NBA, but he was right there at second team. The Bucks will still be a good team. I'm just ready for it to go down. I told this to Hagee in the break. I am so tired of the Giannis nice guy act and don't trade me, do trade me.
I didn't ask for a trade.
I don't actually want to leave. I don't want to leave Milwaukee. I just want to leave the Bucks.
Yeah, I was so excited this morning when I heard that it would be done before the draft. I was like, oh, thank you, sports Jesus. Now, for the winners and wankers of the weekend, something I don't usually say, give me that golf highlight, cut number 16, because the winner has to be Wyndham Clark, because he literally won the U.S. Open.
Yes, he did.
And it's wire to wire for Wyndham. Let's go! And a second U.S. Open championship.
Now, all kinds of things that go into this. Wyndham Clark, he put together an incredible run, wire-to-wire leader. Now, it got a little tense a couple of different times on Sunday, but he's able to get the win, and he also won the U.S. Open in 2023. We're not that far removed. I believe it was last year when he had to apologize for wrecking up the lockers
I love that.
at the U.S. Open.
Passionate.
Yeah, because he was super upset, but he had the best score ever at Shinnecock through 2 rounds. And so it kind of felt like you better win this. And like I said, there was some more dramatic moments. If Sam Burns hits one of those birdie putts on 17 or 18, maybe we go to that whole day playoff, which I believe would have been today, but doesn't happen. Wyndham Clark, boom!
Winner.
Gets the win. He is a winner of the week. Now, this might be a cop-out. Are the OU and UNC baseball teams winners of the week because they're still of the weekend because they both won a game. Neither one won the College World Series, and the decisive game is tonight. Do you think that counts, or do you think that's some 50-50 BS that I need to wait on?
No, I think you can be kind of as a winner because nothing's guaranteed in any sport. So getting to a decisive game, I think, is something to be applauded because OU obviously has been a baseball team that is, been here before. They win when it matters. So are they going to be able to close it down? We'll call them, the ultimate winners. Right. But I still think winners of the weekend can still be helmed to them.
Do you want to know something crazy? These two teams have been to the Men's College World Series 25 times.
That's a lot.
UNC has never won a title, and OU last won a title 32 years ago.
I don't think me or Kevin were alive.
No, that is correct. I was not alive.
God,
I'm actually going to say OU is the losers of the weekend. This has nothing to do with me being a Texas fan, by the way. But they have kind of lost momentum because before that game, they had not lost in a long time.
They won 9 straight games, I believe, and now UNC has been installed as the favorite tonight. Now, they're not an overwhelming favorite, but still.
They were the favorite coming into the tournament.
Yeah.
So I think the loser of the weekend is Oklahoma. You should have canceled when you had the chance.
Man, but if they win tonight, you'll have to...
Then they're winners of Monday. But they're not winners of the weekend.
Man! All right. Go ahead. I like
winners of Monday.
I like that. The winners of Monday. The Dallas Wings. They are the winners of the weekend. They erased a 15-point fourth quarter deficit. Get a pair of free throws with 12 and a half seconds left. They win by 1 point. The Wings scored a season-high 36 points in the fourth quarter to defeat Chicago, who, yes, I'm well aware, used to have Angel Reese. I am well aware of that, people texting.
Did you know she was traded?
Yes. I also knew that, and she became the fastest player ever to 1,000 rebounds. How many of those were me bounds? I don't have the breakdown on that. Are the Florida Panthers?
Wait, real quick
ahead.
on the W. I'm just glad the Wings are good again. The Wings have been out of the playoff race, the last 2-3 years, getting number one picks.
Yes.
And now they're good. So everyone listening right now.
This is the best start they've had since they've come to Dallas.
This matches their whole win total from last year.
I'm like, they're already 10-6. They're in the playoffs right now.
Wow, that is sad that it matches. Not that they're in the playoffs.
No.
That you match their win total from last year. Because I remember like a week ago, they were already one win away from matching their road win total. So, hell yeah. Do you think it's because we were at Media Day? And they were like, whew, we better step it up.
I think that could
WNBA show of records here.
I think that could play a factor. Also, I think the relationship, and I use that word on purpose, is starting to grow. Because it seemed a little awkward tension with Miss Fudd and Miss Becker's early season.
What do you mean by relationship?
You know what I mean. And then we had Olivia Miles.
Fill us in. We're uncultured.
Yeah.
Olivia Miles was hooping for the Lynx.
That's true. She had a bad game, but she had her first really bad game. So.
Yes, but she still is putting up numbers. And Miss Fudd was coming off the bench, and then they were like, okay, maybe she's actually pretty good, and she started putting up numbers. So you're starting to see the relationship on the court gelling. And I just love what we're seeing from our Dallas Wings. Will they occupy the AAC now that it's vacant in 2031?
Yeah, oh man. That's a good question because that redesigned arena that they've had has been pushed off 2 years already. Jose Fernandez stepped out probably too early and said, well, we're going to play in the AAC next year. So I don't know. I can't rule that
2031?
I am going to say no. But I'm like,
who is going to occupy that?
I hope they do. I really hope they do.
Maybe we do the fan from there.
Well, I don't know if you know the history of this station. We had a little spot right next to the AAC for a while. Didn't really work out. All right, so I'll tell you more about that in the break. So the Florida Panthers and NHL fans, are they the winners of the weekend because the Panthers have acquired Brady Tkachuk from the Senators? That means both of the Tkachuk brothers are in Florida. Will that make the people of Florida feel better when they don't get Giannis?
It will. Both brothers there seems like a fun time. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kevins. Did I see something about Robo in relation to this, or am I tripping?
I would keep an eye out on this. So the trade included not one, not two, but 3 first-round picks and a second-round pick to Ottawa to make this pick happen. Now, Ottawa is known to have quite a bit of interest in Jason Robertson. And so the thought is, if instead of waiting for the restricted free agent market, because remember, the Stars still have a week to match that, will the Senators make their move now and be like, hey, we have all of the draft picks. We think that Robertson is just as good. I don't know their specific feelings about that. Let's make our pitch for Robo right now. And
would you say yes, no? I want to keep Robo, but I mean, you pay attention more to the Stars than I do.
If it includes 2 first-round picks and a second, I would consider it because I still am kind of the opinion that the day you made the trade for Mikko and gave the 8-year contract extension might have been the day that you made your decision. So even though Robo had probably the second best season of his career and probably the best rounded season of his career, I think the Stars in their salary cap crunch have to listen.
Okay.
They have to at least listen, right?
Okay.
What's the harm in listening? All right, Kevin Walker, for you, will Jason Robertson play in Ottawa?
He said, hell no, I'm not staying in Ottawa. That's the reports. They're saying that he don't want to go to Ottawa. He's not going to sign a long-term extension.
I get it. Okay.
So why would they trade for him if they have a good feeling that they're... I mean, what are you going to do? Trade? Hey, welcome to Ottawa. We know you don't love it here yet, but just give us a year.
I mean, we've seen that happen to superstars before. Get traded to places they don't want to be.
To be fair, I do not know the pull and appeal of Ottawa. Maybe they've got lots of great stuff going on.
It even goes on in Ottawa.
I don't know. A lot of senatorial stuff. And then 2 more real quick for you, a winner and a wanker. The UFC. Now, I know that Dana White thought they would get the same viewership of the Super Bowl, which was always stupid, but they got 8.2 million viewers on average in the United States, with up to 17 million unique viewers checking out the card at some point in time during UFC Freedom 250, which is a massive number for them. And then the Turkey soccer team, They're 0-2.
They're horrible.
Despite having 76% possession, 62 shots, 2 losses, out of the
bad.
World Cup.
That's bad. They were bad.
Indeed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. One offensive improvement the Cowboys must make in 2026. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Monday show. Range.
3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
4th and goal for the lead. Prescott has the snap, back, looking left, coming right, hit as he throws. Ferguson caught the ball, but now it's incomplete, and it was short of the end zone. They turn it over on down.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Blake has spent the break looking up fun things to do in Ottawa. Correct. If Robo does get traded there. And as I said before, I have a hard time believing that they say, we'll give you the long-term extension worth $14 million per. And he'd be like, I'm not signing that. I believe he would absolutely sign that. But right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Very well done, Mr. Walker. Now let's start with this. We talked about how good the Cowboys offense was last year, and there's no doubt it was. One thing I want them to fix up, and thank you to Warren Sharp for putting out the numbers that backed up what I thought I saw. You know how you love when you see a stat that backs up what you already thought or saw? Is the Cowboys' mediocrity on the opening drive. Average yards gained by the Cowboys on opening drives, 35. That puts them right in the middle, tied for 16th with San Francisco. Buffalo, by far and away, the best at 54, followed by Baltimore at 47 and the Rams at 46. So one thing you notice right there is teams that are usually good, or with the exception of Baltimore, were good last year, gain a lot of yards on that first drive, and the Cowboys are smack dab in the middle. So when we're talking about offensive improvements outside of the red zone, I would love to see the Cowboys put together consistently better first drives.
So they were horrific when it came to first drives, but I'm looking at
mediocre.
And now that I'm looking at the numbers, just to back up what I'm about to say, they were still second in the entire NFL in yards per game at 391, just shy of 400, just behind the Rams. So can't be perfect.
You're right.
I think this is like the one area of critique, and we kind of touched on it a little bit in the earlier 11 o'clock segment. They, for some reason or not, even in past iterations of the Cowboys teams, they have not been a great first drive, first quarter team.
Agreed.
Like they have been a slow starting team, and you can kind of chalk that up to coaching. I would think how do you have your team prepared? Those are your scripted plays.
Yes,
those are your 15, 20, 25-ish scripted plays where, for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, where they say, hey, you're going to run this play.
Right.
We already have it set up. And then
with
the rest
limited exception. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the rest of the game is kind of being a chameleon and what is the defense doing? What are some advantages we can take advantage of? But those first 15 are scripted. So the fact that those aren't going well, I think kind of goes into coaching and install. So hopefully Schottenheimer year 2 can make that step and realize exactly what Hagee's bringing up, that we were mediocre at this. So I need this to be a point of emphasis. I know that Dak and George C.D. are going to be able to adapt throughout the game.
Yes.
I'm not worried about that. I need to, as a coach, hone in on those scripted plays at the beginning of the game. But I think it goes to the shakiness from your offensive line, not having an RB2, and Jake Ferguson being pedestrian. I think that's what I would chalk it up to as far as actual players on the field.
Is it the turnovers that shifted you over to Ferguson was pedestrian? Because from
No,
oh,
it's not.
really?
It's not.
Okay.
I'm trying to pull up the numbers. I don't have this account, so I can't do it. If you have it, you can pull it up, Kevin. I was trying to look up yards after catch from the tight ends.
Yeah.
That's what has me feeling that way. I don't need him to be Travis Kelce or Darren Waller.
But you want
from
him
the
to be
Raiders.
more of a modern tight end.
It'd be nice if he wasn't 3 yards in a cloud of dust and falling down. I remember Jake Ferguson breakout year, was it 2023, where he was running over Seahawks players, getting in the grill, Mr. Nasty, getting 7-8 yards extra every time. And I don't even need him to really be that. That was kind of oh my gosh, this guy is arriving. Is he a top 5 tight end, But the fact that he's not really a threat outside of, catching it and just falling straight down, and the amount of times that I think what makes me so mad, frustrated about it, I'm not mad, is how many plays they call for him.
I gotcha.
So if I'm going to call a bootleg, and how many times did the Cowboys do this in the last 2 years, where the only option is one receiver and Jake Ferguson off the bootleg?
I don't love that.
And so when that happens and Jake Ferguson's catching it at the line of scrimmage or 1 or 2 yards in front, and he picks up 2 yards or negative yards, it's like, well, that was a wasted play. Jake Ferguson's great up the seam. They don't run it that much. So they either need to change up the play calling with how much to go to Jake or where they go to it, because last year and the year prior didn't really work for how they were utilizing him, and that's why I made my span forward take. I would love to see what's our boy Michael Trigg, like just some more athleticism, some more juice out of that position, because right now Ferguson just seems kind of like he's 4 or 5 yards, but nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, that's interesting, because on the surface I see 81% catch percentage and 8 touchdowns, and I'm like, man, that's pretty damn good. But if you look further in the numbers, his yards after catch and his overall average per catch have steadily declined the last 2 years. So I appreciate the validity of that argument. All right,
so the numbers back then, that'd have been awkward if he was like number 1.
Yeah. That most certainly is not the case. So no, I understand what you're saying right there. All right. Couple more things I want to get into. Do you see that the NFL has got their practice squad going for the officials per the new CBA? So for the first time in history, the NFL is going to form a practice squad this season of up to 12 game officials. Its members will be assigned to specific crews, travel to stadiums, and this part's the most amazing part, be available to work games if a starting official is either injured or performing poorly. So they have a sub-ref ready to go. I freaking love that. Not for the refs. But.
I love the fact that they are taking the ref assignments so critical, and it's important, because I might have got clickbaited, but wasn't there something about kind of like a lockout, or like we weren't going to have refs for this upcoming season? I saw that, right?
They had started training the replacement refs.
Okay, I saw that. I'm making sure I wasn't tripping and saw like a clickbait headline.
That happened.
It is a tough job to get. It is a tough job to hold, because I just don't know how many people are mentally stable enough to be able to get yelled at and told that they are horrible. We're going to play this clip more times throughout the show, just because it is my favorite clip, maybe of all time. But when I think of refs...
Is this a FIFA ref?
You need energy.
Okay.
You need excitement. We'll give the context of this clip later when we're talking about soccer. But this is what I need from the replacement refs. This is the energy I want to see in this placement game. Listen to the excited ref over a red card.
Referee's verdicts. After review, number 10, far away, cover his mouth. Decision is red card. It's a red card.
I need that kind of energy where you're sending somebody to the depths of the bench for a red card, but obviously in the football sense.
Decision is red card.
That guy is fired up that he gets to give out a red card. Because you know what? I bet he told them he was going to get a red card, and they were like, you can kiss my ass. And so he came back, and he's like, how about now?
And he's right in the player's face when he's doing this. Decision is red card. I love that.
Well, I think you would have been better off without the accent, but that was a bold decision that you
I was trying to
decided to make. I'm sure Chiafalo is proud of you. Now, something to keep an eye out on right here. The police have reportedly investigated an assault allegation against Geno Smith. So the alleged incident happened over the weekend with a woman named Kristen claiming that Geno Smith, quote, beat her ass in a video she posted on social media. It's an 85-second clip. It includes images of Smith, and at the end, he's talking to police officers. So we don't have, like, advanced information on this just yet, and the team has stepped out and declined comment because of that, which is interesting, the timing of it, because, like, obviously it's a bad thing either way. But the Jets had just stepped out, or they had NFL executives in the know that said the Jets are not interested in Brendan Sorsby at the same point, where like you wonder if they are going to face an issue. Not that Sorsby would come in and play right away, because I don't think that's ideal for any team, but that they might be facing an issue with Geno Smith.
3 things. Sorsby, they should be going after him now. Not because I think he's this all-world talent. I've gone on and on about how I think Sorsby's kind of average and we're making a big deal out of nothing.
Right.
But if you're the Jets... then you're the Jets, and that is almost a good enough option. Secondarily, hilarious. that the Jets would get themselves in a situation. Obviously, what happened with Geno and this lady, if true, is horrible.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, of all teams that finally get someone, you need a stable of this, and then this pops up.
Right.
Only the Jets could do this. And then last point, did you see in that video the image of what was laying on the couch?
No.
It was probably, I don't know what, I'm not a gun expert, but it was definitely some heavy artillery. It was like, it looked like a assault rifle or some kind of rifle sitting on the couch.
Bigger than a handgun.
Yeah, I mean, it was a rifle for sure, sitting on the,
Well, all right,
couch.
so you just clicked off a whole lot of boxes that will take the NFL's attention right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Argentina match at AT&T Stadium will begin, so we will bring you our brand new World Cup segment, Gold Digger, next right here on The Fan.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And as Argentina and Austria kick off, it is time for our brand new World Cup segment, Goal Digger. 877-881-1053. I hope you've enjoyed all of these different names for the World Cup segments thus far. Kevin Walker has put together a very good suggestion of would we consider the Shindig as a World Cup segment, and I am inclined to probably think that that is a good idea. Go ahead, of course, courtesy of Fox Sports and FIFA, and give me cut number 7, because I just want to revel in the United States victory just a little bit more.
Balogun has a step on Shirkani. Balogun to the byline. Balogun into the middle. Dead! It's the United States once again on the board early. Ricardo Pepi was in. Was it perhaps last off the defender? Who cares? It's 1-0 U.S.
Because I really wanted to see Pepi, because Pepi used to play for FC Dallas. Obviously, Petr Musa, who scored for Croatia last week, he plays for FC Dallas now. Weston McKennie is from the Metroplex, so there's been like a nice Metroplex contingent to all of this. But instead, it was an own goal, and it's unfortunate the way momentum works, because it looks like that dude just kicked it in his own goal on purpose. But again, I realized that was just because of the way that he was moving. But the United States, they accomplished so many things in this match, and people were watching. The 2-0 win over Australia drew 14.7 million English language viewers. That was the best Friday afternoon telecast on any broadcast network since 2022, when, going back to the World Cup again, the U.S. had a 0-0 draw with England. Then you add in the Spanish language broadcast on Telemundo and Peacock. You add another about 6 million there. You're almost to 21 million people viewing something that happened 2 p.m. on a Friday. Like, that just shows
Father's Day weekend, too.
Yes, that just shows that people have like caught the fever, and the fact that, well, you know,
it's on
the team's good.
FIFA fever.
It's on U.S.
fever.
It's on U.S. soil. People feel a part of it.
I agree.
People are loving the interaction with different countries. And my biggest takeaway, aside from the soccer being great, has been how well of a job the United States, especially the South, has done welcoming all these World Cup fans. And I'm sure we'll play audio today or tomorrow, and you guys have all heard it as well, of all of them just enjoying America. Like, you guys are so nice, your food is great, we understand. All that going into it just makes you the World Cup fever more. I mean, my girlfriend, who doesn't know 2 things about soccer, has been telling me about stuff. Hey, did you see this team is here? Hey, did you see this? And so when you're getting those kind of fans interested in the game, like the hardcore sports fans, hardcore football fans are going to watch anyways. But when you start getting
are you saying football or football? Sorry, I was about to cough. Messed up my joke.
Now that you have all of the casuals, myself included, into watching it and intrigued, I think that's you're seeing why FIFA is the world game it is.
See, I'm glad that you said that, because I know that you have really caught World Cup fever.
Come on, Uruguay. I was watching Cape Verde last night, 2-2 draw. New Zealand, Egypt. Went up. Correct me if I'm wrong. New Zealand, lowest ranked team, gets the first goal. This is now back-to-back games where they've squandered a lead. Egypt, shout out to Salah.
That was their first World Cup victory ever.
Yeah,
for Egypt.
Yep.
So that's pretty incredible. But you mentioned the team that I think has caught, you know, a lot of people's hearts in Cape Verde.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about it. His Instagram followers went from 50,000 in the span of 48 hours. It was up to 12.6 million. Yeah. I haven't looked at it in the last couple of days. I'm sure it's higher than even that, but he has been a standout with that shocking draw with Spain. They pick up another draw, and Cape Verde is in a real position where they could advance to the knockout stage.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I know I've said it before, Cape Verde was in control of that game.
I could see that.
First half, those last 4 or 5 minutes, they had some mental blunders and give away 2 goals right before
Back
going
to
into
back,
intermission. And then obviously they tie it up in like the 65th minute or whatever, and then nobody scores, ends in a draw. But I mean, I felt like Cape Verde had control of most of that game, and for 6-7 minutes towards right before the half, they let it fall apart and give away 2 goals in quick succession and gives Uruguay the 2-goal lead, and then obviously they tied it back up. But to me, Cape Verde is showing that they are here to compete. They are not just some wonder story that's just amazing goalkeeping. They were able to keep up with Uruguay and score as well. So I was very impressed by Cape Verde. I'm very impressed by all these small countries that are showing out and with populations like under 2 million. So I've been.
Because I think Cape Verde is like 500,000.
I think they said Cape Verde versus Uruguay, and it was 3.5 million, 3.9 million is the lowest combined population for a World Cup game.
Really?
Don't quote me on that, but don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure I saw that pop up that game population is the lowest. Maybe there's some weird qualifications by like a day 2 game or whatever.
Right.
But I saw it being the lowest population, and you heard the fans out there excited for their team. So I love all these small countries showing out.
Now, let's go and go to cut number 19. Once again, thank you very much to Fox Sports and FIFA for making this happen. The man who is the future, if not the present, of soccer gets his chance to start, and it took 10 whole minutes to score.
He's got a touch now. Oyarzabal, back post. There it is. There he is. Lamine Yamal, first career World Cup goal, maybe the first of many, and Spain on the board early.
If I had to guess, yes, I would say Lamine Yamal will score many World Cup goals throughout his career. But at AT&T Stadium, Argentina and Austria, you have the possibility of Messi breaking the all-time World Cup goal-scoring record today in Arlington.
History. I mean, if you're at this game or doing a watch party, just realize you're witnessing history. I think so many times, whether it's us in sports media, whether it's you guys listening, we get caught up just the next day. You're witnessing probably the greatest soccer player of all time,
right?
Who's about to break a record in Dallas, in the state of Texas. So if you're able to be at that game, just realize you're witnessing history. I mean, the fact that Messi's about to be 39, 38 years old right now, and still perform the best out of everyone on day one, like, it feels reminiscent of when LeBron against the Rockets had his scoring outburst and they were able to beat them. But that was obviously just round one. This is kind of, round one.
Are they giving them a penalty?
They are giving them a penalty.
Oh, my gosh. It can happen right here.
It can happen right here.
Right now.
Free kick. I mean, Messi with the record on the line. I think I'm taking the over. I'm saying a goal right here.
I don't know how the soccer purists are going to feel about this record if it gets set on a penalty, but obviously, I hope he gets it. He's lined up. Man,
he's scoring, right, Kevin?
No.
No?
Oh,
Kevin?
yes.
Call your shot, yes?
Yes, he's going to score.
I mean,
if for some reason it got stopped, he's just going to put it right back in. So, give me Messi breaking the record in the 8th minute.
Nope.
I guess it might trickle in. Are you ahead of me? Oh, man, you are ahead of me.
Far right.
Oh,
far right. Didn't even get in the zone
of a gun. Man, my TV is way behind on this. So you know what? Part of me still thinks that he might make it, even though what you just said. Oh my goodness gracious!
Well, fun fact: this is Will's YouTube TV. That's Fred's YouTube TV. So,
okay. Man, and the keeper for Austria just very much did an overthrown pass cornerback breakup of he's fired up, and I was like, I mean, to be fair,
I would be lit.
You could have not. He missed even if you didn't stop it, but that is incredibly difficult, and there's no rebound opportunity. Wow, a huge missed
opportunity. He did it on purpose.
Yeah,
he doesn't want it as
this is the guy they call the GOAT.
He didn't want his record breaker to be on that.
Shut up over there, all right? You shut up. All right, somebody brought up Curacao, and there are another one that has an
Curacao? I thought it was Caraco.
Is it?
I
thought it was
Curacao.
He's got Curacao, Caraco, and
all right. I thought it okay. And I don't want to say the C word because then that drags us down a whole nother path. So I'm going to say Curacao or Curacao. And
I feel like Caraco's got a little more flavor.
Do what you got to do, Caraco people who get upset on the fan text. My point was, their amazingly named Eloy Room, their goalkeeper, he stopped 15 15 shots. His 15 saves tied the World Cup record going back to Tim Howard with the United States in 2014 when he made 15 saves against Belgium. So congratulations for tying that record right there. Also getting a record, the Netherlands. So they are now unbeaten in their last 14 matches. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, hold on, does that mean they won multiple World Cups in a row? Keep in mind that if you lose in penalties, that is counted as a draw. So even though they have lost a couple of matches in penalty shootouts, that just counts as a draw. They're unbeaten in their last 14 matches, which breaks the record from Brazil that they had set back in 1958 and 1966. So congratulations to the Netherlands, and if they could win this World Cup, that would really help me out on Underdog.
Shout out to the Netherlands. Shout out to another country starts with N, Norway, and Erling Haaland. They have been a fun watch. And apparently Kevin was right. It's pronounced Curacao, like the German.
Curacao.
Like the German.
Curacao.
I like Caraco.
Okay.
I think I might just keep
Curacao. Thank you
people
very
will
much.
love that, Blake.
See, I thought you were cheering for a goal because your TV is also ahead of
I just love
mine.
being right, Kevin.
But okay, hey, look.
I love someone said
I
it's
support
pronounced and
that.
they just sent the country's name as if we weren't already in this predicament by looking at the country's name.
Curacao. All right. So we have learned and we have grown because of that. Thank you guys very much. And you mentioned it. Haaland, Mbappe, Messi all showed out in their first games. You'll get the opportunity to see that again today. And then you can wait till tomorrow for the superstar to disappoint you.
Ronaldo.
In Cristiano Ronaldo.
What's up with him? Because Portugal's
He's
team...
not good anymore.
Dude,
That's why he went to the Saudi league. Not only because they paid him all the money, but because he knows I can't hang at this level anymore. So people that are surprised, they shouldn't be, and they should really bring him off the bench.
And Kevin, please speak on this more than I could, but just from my brief reading and understanding, Portugal's team is good. It's not like
Portugal has a good team.
And so
They're
he's
the
kind
man,
of hindering. Would you say hindering their success?
Yes. And that's why I think they should. And even their teammates had to step out. I'm like, we don't have to pass the ball to him. And I'm like, it kind of feels like you do. I think they should bring him off the bench in the 65th or 70th minute. Now, would that cause all kinds of problems with the hierarchy of Portugal soccer? Maybe, but I think they should, because then he can go all out for that last 25, 30 minutes of regulation, depending on the stoppage time. And then you don't have to worry about the fact that if he doesn't have the ball, he's not interested. Because if he doesn't have the ball or the ball's not right next to him, it's 10 on 11.
Say someone said Ronaldo's 41 years old. I mean, Messi's not far off. It's not like Messi's 30. I mean, Messi just showed you at a similar age what he can do. Hat trick and about to become the all-time leader.
GOAT.
Yeah.
So
shout out to Ronaldo, man. I mean, a bunch of missed opportunities in the box and around the box in their first match. So we'll see. I think he bounces back. I'm not a Ronaldo guy. I'm on Team Messi, but I think there's been so much backlash that he can't have another dud, right, Kevin? He can't have another dud. Like, I feel like
disagree. I think he can want it. All that's in his soul.
You don't
but
think the law of
can he
averages
do it?
kind of come back on his side?
No, because I think the law of averages he's always been overrated in the World Cup, and now age has caught up with him. By the way, the person who has taken over social media, Freddie
Freeman?
Yeah, no, not Freddie Freeman. Freddie LA7. He said our connecting flight from Dallas to Canada has been canceled due to weather. They rebooked us on a flight tomorrow evening, so we're going to miss the Germany match. It is astonishing how many people sprung into action to make sure that he wasn't going to miss the game on Saturday. Started with the governor of Utah.
Wow.
Said, I'm assuming someone has reached out to help you. If not, DM me and I will help you get there. Then Air Canada said, hey, Freddie, let's get you to Toronto. Can you send us a DM? Then American Airlines said, hey, Freddie, check your DMs. And on and on and on.
Okay.
And so everybody went out of their way to make sure he could be there and he could make it. And Germany was victorious 2-1 over the Ivory Coast.
2 questions. What if all the airlines reached out and you're in this situation? Who would you want to fly with?
I would be intrigued by Air Canada because I feel like they need it the most. You know, American,
they might go over the top.
Yeah, Air Canada's a little uglier, but she'll treat you right.
Yeah,
she cares the most. She'll engage in good conversation with you. American Airlines,
we've been there.
Take it or leave it.
Yeah,
they don't care. And then, also, what flight was he delayed on? What if it was American? And you're like.
Just sends a screenshot of the flight number. You're the reason we're in this problem.
Thanks for nothing.
And because he's anonymous, they wouldn't know who he is. They're just delaying his flight.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's like, hey, do you know who I am?
Man, and I really do hate the idea that they're like, oh, there's some famous people here. Better not delay this flight.
And then last one, there is a former Texas Ranger that is from Curacao. Anybody want to guess who it is?
Is that Shin-Soo Choo?
That might also be true. That's not the name that was texted in.
Okay.
So don't look at the text line. You want one more guess?
I already did.
Okay, you already looked. You want one more guess?
Yes.
Young prospect that we traded.
Oh. Hold on.
Great name, too.
He's so good to talk to. Son of a bitch. If I don't get this, I'm going to be so mad at myself.
First name starts with a
Dunning. Dane Dunning.
I mean, it might also be true. I'm not going to dispute that because I don't have it. I just have the text in front of me.
I give up.
Jerkson Profar.
Oh, is that right? Ooh, I do not believe I was going to get that.
By the way, back to the Freddie thing. Apparently, he's in the works with scheduling a visit to the White House.
Oh my!
This dude is like
according to Front Office Sports. So
he's the social media story. If not for the goalie from Cape Verde, he's the fan story of this World Cup, right?
Why does he get special treatment? There's others that are here from other countries too from the 469.
I hate to say this, and I talk about this all the time. The more famous and the more money you have, the more you get stuff for free. It is a bizarre combination of the way our society works. When you don't need it is when you get it the most. By the way, one more shout out, a couple more shout outs for the United States. They have won 2 straight men's World Cup matches for the second time, and the first time since the first 2 matches ever in the tournament in 1930. They became the second time that the U.S. has won 2 group stage matches in a single World Cup, once again going back to 1930, and they became the first team in World Cup history to benefit from an own goal in 2 consecutive matches. Because of that, they win their group for the first time since 2010, and this is the first time the U.S. has advanced out of the group stage before their final match. Okay. They have never had a gimme match.
They're here
in the group stage where you're like, maybe you play somebody, maybe you don't.
And now they can rest. Pulisic, do we think Pulisic will not play?
I would be surprised if he played because I think he needed way more time to recover.
Balogun, do you just...
So what I would really consider, though, because you have a couple of guys who are lingering on yellow cards, I would sit them because if you got another yellow card, then you're going to be out for that round of 32 match. So I would sit them. Yeah. This result doesn't matter. You've already clinched first place.
Correct.
And so your road ahead is set. So I would reset all your cards as well. Whether or not the United States does that, I do not know. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We've got NFL Overreaction or Reality plus baseball nuggets. Guess what? It's next on The Fan.
Look who has extra.
Expressway on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 47. Smith in the black and silver. In the gun, back to throw. Pressured now. Say goodnight, Gino. Quinnen Williams. Enjoy your first Dallas sack. Back at the Raider 44.
What a topical bit of audio there is right now, depending on what will be the future with Geno Smith and the accusations currently against him right now. It's time for NFL overreaction or reality. Mr. Elliott, we will start with you. NFL overreaction or reality. Quinnen Williams will be far more impactful for the Cowboys this season than he was last season. Now, I realize he has more time with the team, both in terms of offseason and the games, but he was talking about, I don't have my best season last year when it came down to it. So overreaction or reality, Quinnen Williams will be far more impactful for the Cowboys this season.
Reality. We've kind of touched on the new pieces and all that around him throughout the show, so I won't bore anybody by repeating those sentiments. But I just think he'll have better players around you make you a better player. When you, as Quinnen Williams, have the 32nd ranked defense, it was not because of Quinnen. When you have all that behind you, you try to do extra. You try to do things that you're not supposed to make up for the lack of talent, communication, whatever it is around you. If you actually have a guy who's communicating effectively in Christian Parker, you have guys around you in a Malachi Lawrence, Barham, Overshown healthy, Ezeraku out there, the whole nine of the guys out there, I think it'll make Quinnen Williams' job easier. And I'm blanking on the guy's name. They brought him in from Minnesota to coach up the defensive tackles. I think that could be a help because it's been stated a couple times that White Cotton wasn't as good as maybe we were portraying him to be. And does anybody think any front defensive line players got better last year? Not the team, not the defense, just the front line. Does anybody think that any of those players took a step? Not. So that's when you start looking at coaching when all around nobody got better. And you, like I said, Kevin, if you could look it up, they brought him in for the Vikings, a new defensive line coach for the Cow. I think Dixon. I want to say that's correct. I think him working with Quinnen Williams and Quinnen being hungry, realizing
Marcus Dixon.
There we go, Marcus Dixon. I think having him in there and
I was looking at the NFL Top 100.
You're good. and having some different voices in there, I think that is reality. I think Quinnen Williams will have. I think people forget. I mean, he's one of the best interior defensive linemen. He's an all-pro guy, so I think we're going to see that all-pro defensive tackle this year.
Kevin Walker, overreaction or reality? Quinnen Williams will have a significantly better season and more impact with the Cowboys this year than last year.
I think he will, and I think with the moves you've made to get your defense into a much better position all around, other than corners, pretty much. I think that he'll be able to benefit from that because a lot of people are going to be paying attention to him and other people are going to be able to be successful, and I think that works both ways.
NFL overreaction or reality. C.J. Stroud will shed his bust risk label and reemerge as a top 10 quarterback.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm going to go with, what was it? Oh, I'm going to go overreaction.
Okay.
Because now this one, I'm going to be honest, this is a guessing game. Like, he could absolutely be top 5 quarterback. He could be a bottom 5 quarterback. I think he's a complete mystery. He did cut his hair.
Oh, he's very symbolic.
He cut his hair. He's been showing that he's been going to Bible study, so maybe, he's got the Lord behind him. He's going to need it. But C.J. Stroud was just not good last year. There's no other way to cut it.
Agreed.
We watched him in person missing wide open guys down the field. So if the processing is not there and the decision-making is not there, it's kind of just on him. I think we've all seen the talent. It's not like he can't make those throws, but if his, processing is not there, then that's going to be something that he's got to figure out. I'm going to go overreaction. I don't see him, if I had to make a bet, I see him being closer to 20 than I do top 10.
Mr. Walker, we go to you. Overreaction reality. C.J. Stroud will reemerge as a top 10 quarterback this season.
Top 10, no. I do think he'll play well enough to get a contract extension in Houston, but I do not believe he will be a top 10 quarterback. Though, his offense, he should be able to be doing that with Nico Collins, and then he's going to be able to get back his wide receiver and take Dell. So I think he should be able to, but I don't think he will.
It's a quick side note. I'm looking it up right now on the fly. Do the Texans have as good of an offense as we make them up to have? Outside of Nico Collins?
See, I don't think people
I'm a big
do
Tank Dell guy.
I don't think he's going to play. I'm pretty sure. Is he like fully healthy?
He'll be going in training camp.
Okay. I'm going to have to see it. I mean, Jaden Higgins, Tank Dell, sure. Dalton Schultz.
I guess I just don't think people view them as having a really, really competent offense. They're like, good thing you got your defense.
I was going to say their defense is only going to allow 17 points per game, if that. So ideally, your offense should be good enough. You should be winning games.
I mean, you're hoping Jaden Higgins takes the next step and becomes wide receiver too, because I'm not. Tank Dell was great 2 years ago, but I mean, he's only had his knee blown up twice. And your running backs are Woody Marks and David Montgomery.
So you're not buying into the David Montgomery of it all?
I'm not. I mean, I like the Texans. The Texans have the best or top 2 defense, but on offense, I mean, if you shut down Nico Collins, you've got a pretty easy offense to solve, especially if C.J. Stroud's playing like he did last year, where he's not making high-level throws down the field.
Now, I would not have thought I would have said this most of the season. I'm still kind of astonished I'm even bringing this up. Overreaction or reality? Tyler Shuck will be viewed as the best quarterback from the 2025 draft class by the end of the season. That puts him up against Jackson Dart, Cam Ward, but Tyler Shuck will be the one who will emerge by the end of the season as the best QB. Overreaction or reality?
Complete overreaction. So this is what we do as the media. This guy was the highest drafted quarterback out of that class. I mean, what was he, like 26, 27 years old when he got drafted?
Oh, he's an older fella.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what happens when you're an older fella that gets drafted?
You're more ready to go immediately?
Thank you. You're more ready to go immediately, and these young guys take these learning curves.
Hey, he's only 26.
And we're like, wow, Tyler Shuck is grasping the NFL offense a lot quicker than these guys that are 19, 20, 21, 22 years old. Now, obviously not 19, but 20, 21, 22 years old. So, no, I do not think this year, nor 5 years from now, he will be the best quarterback out of this draft. But I still have to give him his flowers. I think he did impress. Even myself, I didn't expect what he did with the Saints. Made them a serviceable team. I could see them winning the division. I think he's a good quarterback. I think Cam Ward is going to show everybody why he was in a completely incompetent situation last year as far as coaching staff. Still put up 3K yards with nobody on offense. Has Robert Saleh, some more offensive weapons. And if you watch Cam Ward late in the season, got better and better. I think Cam Ward is going to show people why he was the number 1 overall pick this year.
Now, a couple things. Tyler Shuck will turn 27 the day after their third game. And also never forget that Cam Ward said when he puts it all together, the rest of the NFL is effed.
I don't think that, but I think he's good.
That really happened. All right. Kevin Walker, we go to you. Overreaction reality. By the end of the year, Tyler Shuck will be viewed as the best quarterback in his class.
That doesn't top my favorite Cam Ward moment, which is him going in the presser and saying, "We are ass."
Yeah.
Just straight up. That one's probably my favorite.
I'm going to keep it 100. We're mid. We're
ass. I do not believe that Tyler Shuck will be the best. I do think Cam Ward will be the best. And I also think, bucking the trend of the New Orleans Saints, I think the Panthers are actually going to be the team that wins the NFC South.
Ooh,
I hate it.
Okay. Overreaction or reality? You would trade George Pickens to the Bills for a first-round pick and a fifth-round pick.
False.
Wow, you said that so fast.
I'm just so over everyone trying to trade George Pickens. Everyone on our show wants to trade him. Fred wants to trade him. I'm sure people listening want to trade him. Do you know how hard it is to get a guy under 27 years old that is an elite receiver? It's hard. Teams try to do it every year. So you trade him. Great. And everyone's thinking, well, you get a cheaper replacement. I get the thought process. You don't pay this guy this much money. You draft his replacement. Easier said than done. It is not just because you have a first-round pick that he's penciled in a great wide receiver, let alone as good as George Pickens. George Pickens was a top 5 receiver last year. I don't think that's a hot take.
I agree.
So you hope that in Dak, 34 years old, that you can develop a receiver to be as good as George Pickens. That's what you're doing is trading him. You're saying, we think a guy can be cheaper and as good. I don't need just cheaper.
Ooh, I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay, I'm listening.
I think they are saying we just need to get cheaper, and if you're good enough-ish, That's okay with me.
Do you think the defense is good enough for the offense to take a step back?
I do not. But
so that's where I'm at.
Yeah, look, I'll skip my thoughts. Everybody knows.
No, please.
I fundamentally believe, like, even if the defense is getting better, like, you got to look at this team and be like, you're not there. So much like with the Mavericks, I would take that step back to take bigger steps forward. But the Cowboys fundamentally disagree with me about that.
I think both the Mavericks and the Cowboys can fall in the same bucket of what I've been arguing. Neither team is good at defense. So let's stack it up on offense. The offense is shown to be good. Darius Acuff, I said, that angle. And then for the Cowboys, I'm not trading George Pickens just to get another young receiver that I hope can be as good as George Pickens. I have George Pickens.
I get it. Kevin Walker, overreaction or reality? You would trade George Pickens to the Bills for a first and a fifth round pick. Bonus question. The Pickens contract drama is over for 2026.
I'm not worried about the Pickens contract drama really at all. I think they actually have a pretty good mutual understanding of what each side wants to do. But Pickens put up over 1,400 yards last year. He's not going to do that again. CeeDee Lamb missed 6 games. Obviously, this is all pending injury, but I don't believe that George Pickens is going to out-catch or out-lead CeeDee Lamb. I think if you could get a first and a third, maybe I'd be more
okay.
I'd be a little bit more incentivized because I don't think George Pickens is going to put up quite the numbers that he did last year. That's not taking anything away from him. It's just that you were without your wide receiver 1 for 6 games. Someone had to step up, and it wasn't going to be Jonathan Mingo, so it had to be, of course, George Pickens.
It definitely would not be.
Does this all depend on Flanoy? I think they think really highly of Flanoy in that Cowboys camp, and you hear about how they talk about him. If he makes that step, I know I'm kind of
probably ask G-Bag about that.
If he makes that step, and I know I'm kind of arguing your point, but does that make it easier to move off Pickens of Flanoy?
I could see that. That's a big if, but no, I could see that. And then to the bonus, like I asked Kevin Walker, overreaction or reality, the George Pickens contract drama is over for 2026.
See, I'm with Walker. I don't think it's as much as a drama as maybe it's portrayed to be. I think George Pickens knows whether it's right or wrong.
Right.
I've got to prove to the NFL again that I'm going to be on my best behavior and perform. Now, whether that means less yards, but I'm on time to all the meetings, and I am present, and I'm this player that shows up consistently every week, because I think that's kind of what they're getting at. Like, you've seen the talent. It's not like, oh, let's see if you can make a great catch one hand. I think we've all seen on the field. It's the consistency. It's what happened in the Lions game, George. If I'm Jerry and arguing against George making money, what happened in the Lions game? Something just happened on the TV, by the way. What happened in the Lions game, and also what happened to you being late to these meetings? I need you on time for this, and I need you consistent. Bingo.
He got it.
Bingo.
Lionel Messi gets the goal. Man.
Woo! All-time World Cup goal leader, Lionel Messi, in Dallas, baby. History is made.
Arlington is where these things happen. Aaron Judge breaks the American League home run record. Lionel Messi breaks the World Cup record, unless you're going to tell me that VAR is going to try to ruin this entire moment for me.
He's hyped, too.
I mean, look, and I'm sure he still wishes he would have made the penalty, but isn't this so much better than, you set the record on a penalty kick? In actual...
Ooh, it was nice, too.
The flow of play is what you want to see. So we are now not even 1 game and a half in, and Messi has 4 goals.
It was a nice lefty, too.
In this World Cup. And there were some sweet passes in there, but right there, boom!
Comes out of nowhere.
Keeper had no chance on that. I guess if he would have moved the right direction, he could have had a chance. But Argentina takes the 1-0 lead in Arlington. Lionel Messi, the most prolific goal scorer in the history of the World Cup, at least as of right now, because Mbappe is not too far behind, and he will play later today as well. Overreaction or reality, as we move back to the NFL and show the versatility of this show. The Arizona Cardinals currently have the saddest quarterback competition.
And team. They've got 15 running backs.
I am afraid that the Cardinals will have 0 wins coming into that game against the Cowboys, and that is going to make me panic.
They're my number 1 overall pick watch. It's the Cardinals.
Yeah, they suck.
And side note,
you got Jacoby Brissett, and then you got it's just.
I'm for Team Brisket.
You got Carson Beck in there.
Oh, yeah, they do.
So, and then you got Gardner Minshew.
I mean, Gardner's the best out of the three names you just. But
it feels like the saddest quarterback competition.
It is.
Right?
And can we take one of the running backs to the Cowboys?
I'll take Jeremiah Love.
They've got.
Okay, probably not.
Actually, not for the salary. No, I don't. I mean, what is he making? $50 million? I'm pretty sure.
Fine.
Actually, I
don't care. We'll figure it out.
But I want one of their running backs. They got too many. We don't have enough. Jacoby Briskett's going to win that starting job. But the fact that the Arizona Cardinals are having contract, isn't he trying to hold out for more money?
He was, and then he reappeared.
Then he was like, "Oh wait, I'm Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah,
I should probably show up."
Yeah, he's like, nobody cares if I'm here or not. So
them and the Jets, man. Cardinals and Jets, just
tank for Arch, right?
I mean, it's honestly.
Why would you have to tank for a second-round pick?
Ooh,
nice try.
Ooh, that's what you get.
You wish he was a second-round pick.
Are you low on Arch?
I mean,
can we get into this real quick? Are you low on? Because he would buy his bathwater.
Didn't he stay in school because he wasn't good enough to come out?
Your thoughts, Kevin? Quickly.
I mean, it would make sense for him to stay at school. He actually has a chance to win a championship there.
Oh, really? Got one title in the last 50 years?
I'm just saying, he has a better chance.
Look, is that one more than my team has? Yeah, obviously it is. No, I think Arch Manning will go in the first round. I'm just giving you crap.
Will he be the first quarterback taken?
I actually don't know.
I don't think so.
I think that.
I think Oregon's quarterback will be
Dante Moore. I think he could have pushed for number one in this year's draft. I thought he was that guy. But.
Yeah, I do too. Interesting happenings at Oregon. Overreaction or reality? Oh, this might be a hot one. The Patriots will win fewer than 10 games this year. Whether you think that's regression because the schedule is tougher and they won a lot of close games, regression of their quarterback, whether or not their coach can keep it in his pants, whatever the case is. Overreaction or reality, the Patriots will win fewer than 10 games this year.
Can I ride the fence and say they'll win 10 exactly?
No, you cannot. It is an overreaction or it is a reality.
I'm going to go closer to reality than that. I think this team is closer to 9-10 wins. Wild card team. I think Drake May is still a top quarterback. Who do they get in at receiver? They let go of Diggs, and who's their new A.J. Brown? A.J. Brown and him, I think A.J.'s a better receiver than Stephon Diggs. Obviously, similar problems as far as, off the field. That defense is still very good. The offensive line is young and getting better. What's our boy at left tackle? I'm forgetting everybody's name. That was
Will Campbell.
Will Campbell. Should they move him to guard?
Look, he's been pretty adamant about that. He's like, I'm young, I can improve. So
I say all that. They went to the Super Bowl with him at left tackle. So we love to crap on guys when they get to the top, like Wemby. Oh, he's a loser. Yeah. Do all this. It's like, well, he didn't make it to the finals. Yeah. Similar to Will Campbell, he didn't make it. So obviously, he would have
been better off putting up a big time effort and losing in Game 7 and not being in the finals than he actually was by making the finals.
Yeah,
I think in public perception,
it's the curse when they get there. You have the most eyeballs on you, and this is their big takeaway. Well, he's a loser. He's a choker, and it's like, well, then what are the teams that lost to him? Then?
Yeah.
Are those teams even worse?
All right, Mr. Walker, what say you? Overreaction or reality? The Patriots will win fewer than 10 games next season.
Overreaction. They'll win more than 10. Their division stinks outside of Buffalo.
That is true. Their division
they have
stink.
the Jets who care the least about this upcoming season.
That's 2
falling
wins
asleep
right there.
Indeed, actually. Their head coach falling asleep.
And the Dolphins, that's 2 more wins. So that's 4 wins on the board.
Unless they start Quinn Ewers, of course.
That's 4 guaranteed wins before you play a game.
That's messing with you.
I mean, look, there was a time last year when I was like, yeah, put Quinn in. What is he going to be, worse? I don't think so. So let's see it. All right. Thank you very much for participating in that. You know what? Maybe we'll do this again tomorrow.
Let's do it. Let's
All
do
right.
it.
But in the meantime, let's go back to some baseball nuggets. Can you give me cut number 1? Because this was an insane catch.
Dell flies it to right. Thomas moving back. Still going. Leaping strike. Oh, he caught it. Oh, my goodness, he caught it.
That is ridiculous.
Colby Thomas is one of the best catches I've seen at this ballpark. He goes airborne and gets a standing O.
And man, did he ever smash his body into that wall as we fire up some baseball nuggets. I know normally we do this earlier in the show, but with the hiring of the new Dallas Mavericks coach, with the kind of omnipresent Giannis trade, we needed to move some stuff around.
Just by the aesthetics of listening with my earballs, I'm going to make a guess that was the College World Series.
No.
Dang it.
That
felt collegiate level.
Well, I mean, I believe it was in a collegiate ballpark because of where the A's play, but...
okay, so I was going to say A's. It's kind of collegiate.
So kind of. So Colby Thomas, it was the catch, and they have a shorter fence there. So he ended up like landing on the top of the fence almost with his rib cage. And so it was like the physical nature of the catch that I thought made it way more impressive than just like the athletic aesthetic of the jump. It was smashing into the wall the way he did that I thought made it incredibly impressive. All right, let's go through a handful of other things happening from...
Oh, what a catch.
I see.
His hat flies off.
See what I'm saying about his ribs?
He's full out, like both arms are over the fence. He's kind of doing like the YMCA, doing the Y while catching the ball.
Exactly. It
nice
looked
upper
painful
body strength,
too, didn't it? The way he hits the wall.
Big forearms, great upper body strength, and kind of falls down on his neck. Wow, that did look painful.
Indeed, very impressive. All right, let's go to Jacob Mizorowski. Jacob Mizorowski set a brand new MLB record by throwing 47 pitches that were 101 miles per hour or faster. He broke the previous record of him from earlier this month. So congratulations to that. He hit 104.2 miles per hour on the gun, and he had 54 pitches that were at least 100 miles per hour. Now, believe it or not, in other Brewers news, their manager, Pat Murphy, said that he is going to need back surgery when the team is off and then a procedure on his hip during the All-Star break, but then added he does not expect to miss any games. That's your manager right there. I need back surgery, hip surgery. I'll be fine. I'm not going to miss any games.
What arrangement would you want in the dugout if you had hip surgery, back surgery? Like, would you want a water boy that's constantly getting you water? Would you like someone to take your manager jacket off? Like, what would you want?
I think a personal concierge and a fancy seat on the benches.
How fancy of a seat? Describe it to us.
Throne? I want it. Yeah, I want it padded on all sides. I don't just want the one fold-up padded seat that you put on the bleachers. That's not going to be enough because I'm going to need to rest there and stay there to keep my hip okay.
Yeah.
And so I would want it padded out on all three sides except for in front of me.
Yep.
It's not jaw surgery. I'm not worried about the baseball coming my way.
Yeah.
And then I would need kind of a personal concierge that is able to do all the things. Yeah, exactly. I would try to be nice about it, but, or you could make it, Alamo Drafthouse style, where every time they see me write something down, somebody comes over, I just hand them the sheet of paper. I don't need to actually say anything because I don't want to interrupt my watching of the game.
Yes.
And then we go from there.
I want someone to put sunflower seeds in my mouth.
Oh, man.
Go ahead and
Just
mark
toss them in
yourself.
there.
Yeah. Okay. I like that better because I was viewing him being like, here you go, and like just placing them in your mouth. So.
You just turn around and somebody just throws a handful of sunflower seeds at you, and you catch like 4 or 5 of them.
Neither one of y'all have tackled this. You've got hip surgery, so you can't walk well, right? How are you going to make pitching changes?
Well, look, I have a bench coach for that. All right? That's what it's there for. Look, although you might need to man up because we would talk with Boch all the time, and it looked so painful for him to walk out there, and he goes, I've heard that from multiple people. I promise I'm okay. When I'm walking out there, he goes, it just looks painful. It's not actually painful. And I was like, all right, that's good. All right, let's go from that to Bryce Harper on Saturday. Hit the first cycle of his career, and he did so in just 5 innings. Now, are you ready for your old school baseball factoid of the day?
Please. What, can I guess the answer?
Sure.
Okay, what's the question? I guess I should know that first before I guess the answer.
You know what? Now,
Babe Ruth.
No. Actually, not a bad guess.
Okay.
So Kyle Schwarber also hit 2 home runs in that game. It is only the second time in Major League Baseball history that teammates in the same game have had at least 3 home runs and another person hit the cycle. It also happened in 1932.
Okay, here's my guess. Mickey Mantle.
That is too far back for Mickey Mantle by a good 25 years.
Okay. Kevin, help me out.
20 years.
Help me out. Give me a name. I'll give the second name.
You will not get one of the names. The other one, you got a shot.
Okay, Kevin, he just said we got a shot. Let's work together.
I'm going to stick with what you've already said with Babe Ruth.
It's not Babe
He
Ruth.
said no to Babe.
But he is not too far off from that, I would bet.
Cal Ripken.
That, I'm going to throw this pen at you. Yes, Cal Ripken
Shin-Soo
Jr.
Choo.
time traveled. You shut your mouth. Back to, all right, so you know what? Maybe I only have the co-dumbest baseball answer of the day. All right, it was June 3rd, 1932, when Tony Lazzeri hit for the cycle.
That was my next guess.
No, it was not. And Lou Gehrig.
Lou Gehrig was there for us.
You should know that one. He hit 4 home runs in that game.
Kevin,
So-
I'm looking at you. I threw out some decent names, got you in the ballpark, and you didn't even hit a single.
That's true. He did say Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
But you also said Mickey Mantle, which is generationally incorrect.
I really messed it up. They canceled each other out.
Okay, well, I appreciate you giving a shot, I guess.
Yes.
And then, I don't know if you saw this or if you care about such things. Are you familiar with the Midnight Sun baseball game?
I'm not familiar, but I am
If you
intrigued.
couldn't- You couldn't guess Lou Gehrig. That's on me for asking that. All right, let me tell you
I'm intrigued.
about the Midnight Sun game. Now, this happened Friday night going into Saturday. They start a game at midnight in Fairbanks, Alaska, because that is the day of the year where it's light outside 24 straight hours.
Gotcha.
Now, I actually got to experience not this game, but that vibe in Alaska when me and my older son went to Alaska 7 years ago. We were there at a time when it was light outside 21 hours of the day. So they start the game at midnight, and it usually ends about 2:30 in the morning, and the vibe is just crazy because it just looks like daytime. It messes with your head.
Now, I have to ask this question because I'm confused and someone else might be with me. Alaska's not just all ice?
No, there are thriving towns there and everything.
You're being for. I'm thinking of Antarctica. That's what I'm thinking of.
My goodness.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Antarctica.
You know Alaska is one of our states, right?
Antarctica's all ice and only scientists down there. Alaska is where there's like actual.
They have thriving towns. Their internet is terrible, which is one of the reasons that Blockbusters lasted longer in Alaska than almost any other state because their internet was so bad. And so you had trouble streaming up there. But yeah, so when me and my older son were there, we were like waiting for a restaurant at 10 p.m. and just sitting outside. And it looks like it does outside right now. And it's so weird that you're like, oh, it's super late. And you're like, it's as bright as it could possibly be.
I love that. Dallas should try that.
The Midnight Sun game. Well, we'll have to change the rotation of the Earth and a few other things to really make that happen. But you know what? If Cal Ripken can go back in time and play in the 30s, why the hell not?
Come on.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I am now more nervous about this segment than I would have been otherwise. It's time for Blake It or Leave It. But, before we get to that, I feel like it's about time.
Let's give away some tickets!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 right now will win a...
KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So many things happening. Lionel Messi scored his 17th World Cup goal across 6 World Cup appearances to set the record for most goals scored in your career for a World Cup, and did it at AT&T Stadium. But we will also focus on the most relevant questions of the day. Did Blake pee on himself? As we discuss, Blake it or leave it.
I think I possibly could have, because I looked at my trousers and there was quite a couple wet marks.
Okay. Oh, goodness.
I think it's from backsplash. If you're a man listening right now and you've ever used a urinal in your life,
which one would think.
How do you feel about troughs?
I don't love
in a public
trough.
restroom.
Yeah, I don't love the trough.
That's the vocab word of the day. Go ahead and say that to your friend. Are you a fan of troughs or urinals? And then secondary question, while we're sitting in the bathroom, promise we'll get away from this 2 seconds. Do you use wipes or TP or both?
Toilet paper.
No wipes.
No.
Need to integrate wipes. Need. Okay. And I say this as someone who did not have them until I got a girlfriend. And I'm not talking about the dude wipes. You don't got to do all that. You can get the basic ones. It just gets a little bit of liquid down there.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I'm just saying, when you have dry TP, it doesn't do the full job. You do the combo. Wipe to TP.
This is the people's lunch hour, Blake.
Let's go ahead and go to the Blake it or leave it.
Denver is the state, Colorado's the city, Louisville's the country. But Ojo's Locos, I'm just going to get OJ with the boys. It's a very family-friendly area.
Where is Balake at? No Balake here today. Yes, sir.
My name's Blake.
Are you
I just realized probably everybody listening right now has never heard that intro. I've heard it a gajillion times. We actually haven't played it in a long time. What did you think of that intro?
It was a really good lead-in that you had for that intro. So really good job.
I think I won G-Bag of the day 12 times over with that. So
well, it stops at 5, but I hear you.
Yes. So it needed to stay. It needed to stay. It's forever cemented in the Blake legacy. But Blake is more than just a bad geography teacher. I can also be bad at world countries.
Restroom stories.
Yes.
In the 1 o'clock hour.
Which people did appreciate, apparently.
Oh, great.
Blake, you're not on the night show. I'm sorry, guys.
I would like to hear from the man who has never used a urinal. I just want to know more about your life. How could this be?
Can you imagine the guy that's just avoiding them? Y'all only do urinals here? Looking for a trough. I will say the nicer places you go, it's if you go to a restaurant, it's just a single restroom door, it's a 1-person stall, and it's usually just what do you call those? Not a urinal, but
a toilet.
Is there a name for just a regular toilet?
Man, you're
porcelain.
Too much information and then lack of information amazes me. Well, we need a shout out for the ladies as well. So my sister was complaining to me the other day about her job as a letter carrier because she said that it's such a male-dominated field.
I like that. That is important.
I do have a sister, but that didn't happen otherwise.
Oh.
Back to you.
Okay, so for today's Blake or Leave It, the World Cup is happening. We're all loving it. We've got FIFA fever. We're enjoying the soccer, so let's keep the theme going.
Let me pause you real quick. Did you understand that joke?
Run it back me one more time.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Can I be see-through? Can we be translucent on the show?
Were you not listening?
I was not listening.
I already have somebody who sits in that chair who doesn't listen. Okay?
I was thinking about playing this up. I may have tuned Kevin's out.
Let's try this again.
Okay, I'm gonna lock in. I'm not even gonna flip the paper over.
My sister is always complaining to me about her job as a letter carrier.
Letter carrier. See, that's where I got lost. What is a letter carrier? Now I know where my brain...
Carrier of letters, Blake.
But, okay, I get what the words mean. What is a letter?
Just keep listening! Shut up and just keep listening!
Okay, I'm listening.
Because it is such a male-dominated industry. So...
Like a mailman. So she's a letter carrier.
Yes.
Instead of calling it a male woman. Or... because you couldn't call it a male woman. That would be... Never mind.
I feel bad for the new listeners who think Blake is intentionally doing this.
Just following along.
I don't know.
I get it now.
How did you even get here in the morning?
I did not hear the
Okay, but even when we repeated it, it seemed like you didn't really understand it.
I'm still processing it.
Okay, because male, as in the male, but also M-A-L-E, and she's a lady.
So it wouldn't. So you could be. No, it's literally male man. It's male on both, so you can't even replace it with woman.
I am going to say the F word. Get on.
You can't even replace it. Let's do the World Cup.
With your segment, which I'm going to try to screw up now.
Okay, so I want you to imagine that the USA is playing in the finals, right?
Okay.
And this Blake or Leave It as you are picking their opponent. Now, I want to make this very clear. You are not picking the easiest opponent. I mean, you can if you want to, but it kind of takes the fun out of it. You're just picking who would you like them to play? What would draw the most eyes? What would make you the most excited for this game? Not necessarily who would USA have the best chance of winning the match.
I hear you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Unlike you, I understood the premise.
Yes.
So
I'm going to use that joke later now that I get it. Mailman.
You should not.
Mailman. Letter carrier.
You're going to start by, have you ever heard of this letter carrier thing? All right. I'm going to go with the defending World Cup champions who have the man who has broken the World Cup record. I would like to see the United States against Argentina in the final.
So Kevin doesn't get the rules yet. I will tell you the names. You will then go one by one and put them in the keep or leave. Who even says Argentina's on the list?
Oh, I hope they're on the list.
First name up, Cape Verde. How excited would you be to see USA versus Cape Verde? If you don't care, you get 5 to keep off of the list, 5 to keep on the list, and I will spoil. There's 11 teams, so one will be completely one bonus, if you will.
Cape Verde is staying for me, because I am a big proponent of the path of least resistance, and so I like what I would presume as an easier opponent.
Now, also, I didn't explain this. Sorry, Kevin. It's a Kevin and Kevin. Y'all have to be on the same page.
You have to work together.
Kevin Walker.
Louise.
This is how it works every time. But Kevin Walker. Do you want to keep Cape Verde? You got no pushback, or you want them off? And
no pushback. No reason to decide differently.
Cape Verde will stay. Second team up, USA versus Mexico.
Oh, I like your pronunciation.
Yes, you like that?
After your accent with the ref earlier.
Yes.
What do you think on this one? This feels like this would be a hell of a showdown.
Massive draw. Arguably more than Argentina, maybe.
Here's my concern. Are you no longer going to have the home field advantage?
Do you deserve home field advantage?
Yeah, dude. The best we've ever done is third. This means this is the first time we've ever been in the final.
Either way, I think it would be lit. I think we should definitely do it.
All right. Now, mind you only get to keep 5. I'm going to name a lot of countries.
Mexico, we keep.
You're keeping the first.
Are you sure
2.
they're countries, or are you going to name actual states?
We'll see. You might name some cities. Number 3 up, Spain. Lamine Yamal.
I feel like, Mr. Walker, because we went in on the first 2, we just need to throw one in the leave it category.
Yeah, we can get Yamal in a couple of years. We'll be all right.
Okay, mark that. Spain. He is not going to.
Nothing about that was markable.
The 17-year-old you're going to get in a couple years? Okay.
He's 18.
Number 4.
Wow. What a weird comeback that is.
Canada. USA versus Canada in the World Cup. Would this draw your eyes to it more than some other countries I'm going to list?
Are you worried that beating Canada in the World Cup would embolden our country to try to invade Canada?
I think we might try anyway. I think this just might help.
It's not without precedent. I think we should leave, though.
I think we should leave it as well.
All right.
No to Canada.
They're no match for us anyway.
Not want Canada in the final game. Next name up, let's go to Holland and Norway.
Erling Haaland is incredible. Bold decision. I'm going to say boot him.
This is kind of where your mark needs to be made right here. We're at the number 5 spot. You've kept Cape Verde and Mexico. You've kicked off Spain and Canada. You do not care for those matchups. What will you do with Norway, Kevin Walker?
I will default to you, but my instinct is boot him.
Shout out to Trevor Beck, who works here, who's a big fan of this guy. and says that he's a pretty funny guy on social media. So I'm going to say keep him because I want to watch the YouTube videos of him going through DFW and all the different intricacies of that beat.
Y'all got to get on the same
And I think it would be a good draw.
I default to him. Norway stays.
Norway, that means you only get to keep two
this is
more
going to cost us.
countries. All right, next up, Iraq. USA versus Iraq.
Exactly what I was afraid of.
In the World Cup final.
I'm default to you, Kevin.
I mean, it's better than Iran right now, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, for geopolitical purposes.
This is soccer only.
Please. If the Cold War tilted in the balance of the United States because of the Miracle on Ice and a whole lot of other factors, then you never know. I'll say we give Iraq the boot.
Gotcha.
We leave them.
Iraq is off. Remember, like I said, there's 11 countries, so one will be a bonus.
I hope someone just tuned in and heard you say that, Kevin.
So, like, if you want to keep one, just, keep that slot open, if that makes sense.
From the 214, I stand by my earlier comment that Blake is a radio idiot savant. Ryan the mailman.
The mailman!
Now that's a personal thing for him because you didn't understand the mail person joke.
I get it. Okay, next, France, Mbappe.
I don't want any part of them.
Don't think about it more from a competitive. Just what would you want to see? USA is obviously good if they've made it to the final.
Yeah. From a historical perspective, we really own and bail out France. And that's usually in world conflicts as opposed to soccer. But if I'm going to vote for Messi, all right, you know what? There's still some key countries missing. I say out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, France, out.
All right, next one you knew was coming, Argentina.
Gotta have it.
That's it, yeah.
And this is one of the reasons I moved France over. Argentina, yes. This would be my number one pick.
Okay, let me make this very clear. You have one more keep left.
Got it.
You have one more leave left, but there are 3 teams.
So the wild card still counts as part of my 5.
Yes.
Ooh.
So wild card still counts in front of your 5. So to make it sense, there's kind of 2 leaves left, if you will, because you only get to keep one more out of these 3 names I'm going to say. All right, first one up, Japan.
The stadium would be really clean.
USA versus Japan, World Cup.
That is true. As somebody who does not have to worry about that, I will continue to clean up for myself at the movie theater and let the stadium situation be what it is.
Side part, if we clean the stadium, then does that take away other people's jobs?
Yeah. Ooh, that's a good point.
And I want people to keep their jobs.
And the Japanese have loved it down here in the South. We've seen all the videos online of them trying the food and cuisine and hospitality, so that would make for a great final.
They're not good enough for my last keep.
Yeah, they're out.
Okay. Next name up, Germany.
Whew, I'm conflicted.
It's enticing.
I just went to Germany last summer.
Were they nice to you?
They were super nice. We learned about baseball and Jesus. I feel like that bonus one's going to be a good one, though.
Maybe.
Could it be Iran?
Could we know what it starts with?
Nope. Didn't know what it starts. That pretty much gives away the answer.
I tried. I could just look at his paper.
Yeah, he could.
I'm going to say boot him. What do you say?
Walker.
Reluctant. I don't know.
Man, this is a very this is a very Axis Powers looking list of what we're leaving.
I guess we'll leave them.
All right.
No to
but you're
Germany.
skeptical.
I'm skeptical.
This is not going to pay off.
I kind of wish we kept Germany.
Okay, so the games that both the Kevins do not care that USA would play in the final: Spain, Canada, Iraq, France, Japan, and Germany. They said no to. The ones they do want to see: Cape Verde, Mexico, Norway, Argentina, and their final keep that they will get to watch is England.
Oh, yeah. I want to see.
All right, we're good.
You feel good about that?
Whether it's 1775 to 1781 or 1812, we own England.
How do you feel about your list? Would you have changed anything? Is there another country you were hoping was in there?
Yeah, the one I think of, I would substitute out going back Cape Verde for Spain or France just because of the amazingness of either seeing Mbappe or Yamal in that final. But I agree with you. I think you'll get a chance to see Yamal plenty of times in the future. But maybe France for Cape Verde. That might be the only one. Otherwise, I feel pretty good.
Yeah, I'm looking at this list and I'm like, how the hell did Cape Verde make it on here.
That's
We were
why I did
feeling
it
really
first.
nice.
That's why I did it first.
We got cocky. We did. But other than that, you feel okay about our list, right?
I wish we could have kept Germany for Cape Verde.
Okay.
Was there another country you wanted to see in there, though?
I thought for sure you were waiting to drop in Iran because of the current geopolitical state of the world.
I halved it with Iraq and kind of was like, went there but didn't go there.
Who would have thought you would go with the safer nation in this instance? I think the countries you pick were great. I understand the Germany vote. I would have defaulted to France or Spain as my substitute for Cape Verde.
Well, that was Blake or to Leave It. Hopefully you guys enjoy with a little bit of shenanigans with it.
I did. You know what? Can I ask you a bonus Blake It or Leave It question? Do you think you would ever be able to get over this in your life? In 2019, somebody went to a trading card forum and said they really needed to sell this cool Jalen Brunson card they had, and it was a one-of-one rookie card. Okay. And they sold it for $300. And then in 2024, it sold for $96,000. And then over the weekend, the graded version of the card, still the same card that sold for $300, sold at an auction for $312,000. Had you sold that card, even though it was 7 years earlier, for $300, knowing that eventually it sold for $312,000, would you have ever been able to get over that?
No, I wouldn't sleep well at night. That's a lot of money, a lot of cheddar.
That's like 20 years of Kevin Walker's salary.
And that's also,
you don't know what I make.
That's also like just not being patient, and that would eat with you. Like, oh, if I'd have just been patient, I could have got it. It's not like they did anything to the card.
No.
If I'd have just been patient,
yes,
I could have made some cheddar off of it. So that would be tough to go to sleep at night for.
I agree. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, if the NBA draft plays out according to the betting odds, who does that leave the Mavericks with? We'll talk about that and probably more about the coach and Giannis next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey.
plays out according to the betting odds. Who is that going to leave the Mavs with? But also, if you've missed one of the big stories of the day, Dusty May is the new Dallas Mavericks head coach. There are also reports circulating that Dusty May might have been more motivated, perhaps, than usual to depart because of a potential ongoing NCAA investigation given improprieties with the transfer portal is what I'll say.
Yeah, Scott Hughes, one of the reporters in college basketball, said Dusty May is rumored to have left Michigan to avoid a looming transfer portal tampering scandal, which is such a 2026 word to say. May assembled nearly his entire roster using the portal last year en route to a title. Major shades of Jim Harbaugh going to the NFL amid Michigan State stealing fallout from Scott Hughes.
Michigan just keeps doing it right.
Yeah, they really do. By the way, want to give you an update. Supposedly, the NFL has already closed the investigation for Geno Smith. They started investigating this yesterday, and the case for them is now closed. No charges were filed or anything like that. So perhaps things will not be as bad as previously thought for Geno Smith. And then just going back to Dusty May for a second. Do you like the hire?
I like the hire. I mean, I would be sitting here lying to you guys if I said I knew his whole track record back to like FAU and I've been following this guy for 10 plus years. But I like the hire of getting someone who's a proven winner, because you had Shire on the board, who's maybe a little bit sexier of a name, Coach Cooper Flagg, obviously. But as it's been detailed to anybody who's watched college basketball, Shire not exactly a proven winner and finish games, finish the season, as whereas Dusty May, maybe not, Michigan was not the sexiest team and flash, but they got it done. And I think the Mavericks are moving towards a direction of less flash. I don't care if you know who Mike Schmitz is not, but these guys win. These guys do it at the highest level, and behind the scenes, I think a Dusty May, a Masai Ujiri, a Schmitz are more respected than a fan would be like, oh, Jason Kidd, and these names are like, oh, I know that name, so he must be better. And so I like them kind of going the smarter route with Dusty May. We'll have to wait and see if he's a good NBA coach. He's never coached in NBA, but I like the thought process of where they're at.
So looking at some of the betting odds, and obviously these are very fluid as we move along, and we're also waiting to see if Giannis gets traded. I'm starting to feel as though that is going to happen during the G-Bag Nation. We'll see. All right, so number one pick, it feels pretty heavy. It feels pretty settled that A.J. Debonsa is going to go number one.
You say that. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Boozer and Peterson. Peterson, I'm only going to work out for the Wizards.
By the way, he's changed that stance. He is now going to visit with Utah, even though there was a report like a week ago that his camp definitely wanted him to avoid going to Utah, and they would be fine with him going to the Grizzlies with pick 3, even if it meant not going to Utah.
Because Utah's got dysfunction, and they've got a bunch of guys. You go to the Grizzlies, who also have dysfunction, don't get me wrong. But you would be the guy. They're going to trade Ja.
Right.
You'd be the face of the franchise. And Utah gets a little weird. Ace Bailey, all the different bigs that they have. It's like, what are we exactly doing? So I get it from a prospect point of view.
So I'm going to go strictly off of a couple of different places I've gathered these betting odds for now. All right. So they have A.J. Debonsa going off the board, number one.
Heard.
Pick number 2, and I am not so sure it goes in this direction, Darren Peterson, with then Cameron Boozer now being the favorite to go off the board at pick number 3. But like you said, the analytical people all think Cameron Boozer is the best in the draft because they strictly look at that. But I know a lot of people are worried that even though his floor is ridiculously high, like I do not see a way that Cameron Boozer likely fails in the NBA. Correct. I just view him as a guy that you're like, oh yeah, I'm glad he's on our team.
Yeah. But is he our superstar changer, best player on a championship team? The Cooper Flaggs, the Wembys, the LeBrons.
Watched pretty much every one of his games this year, and I don't know if I see that. I see a guy who can get you a double-double for maybe double-figure years.
Maybe his dad.
Yeah. I think there is some similarity in that NBA production. All right. Caleb Wilson, pretty heavy favorite to go pick number 4. I don't think, whatever order it is, AJ, Peterson, Boozer, and Caleb going off the board as the top 4, that feels like it's been set for a while. Now, the betting odd favorite at pick number 5, Keaton Wagler is the favorite to go off the board at 5. We've got a little bit of a gap and ties at pick number 6. So I'm going to loop back around to pick 6 in just a second. Then we go to the team most likely to draft Darius Acuff. That is Sacramento at pick number 7. And then this has kind of changed over the last week or so. Mara is now the favorite to go at pick number 8. And so that leaves you with Flemings is still out there and Michael is still out there, dependent on what happens at pick 6. And I know a lot of people think Michael might be a perfect fit for pick 6. How would you feel if Flemings is still on the board, Burries is still on the board, maybe Michael is still on the board, come to pick number 9, if you cannot trade down?
You'd be ecstatic if that's what your board looked like at 9, because Mara hopping up in these is the best thing that could happen.
That's what you want, yeah.
That means more guards are falling. To me, Kingston Flemings, what he did at Houston would be a great help to the Mavericks because he's a defensive-minded guard. Is he great at defense? No, but I'm just saying you don't start for
he's got a better
Kelvin Sampson's
defense,
Houston's team if you're not willing and giving the effort on a defensive end.
He's got a better defensive base than any of the other guards in question to start.
Yeah.
Yes?
I agree with Kevin. I just want to make sure I'm not calling him Gary Payton and like, oh my God, he didn't lock this guy up. You guys said he was going to be this. No, just in comparison to his guard counterparts. And Flemings has probably one of the better mid-range games. Now, he didn't shoot the 3 ball at the clip that maybe you were wanting. I believe shot it under 3 a game and didn't get the free throw rate that maybe you'd want. So you would love to see him, shore up that frame a little bit, finish through contact a little bit more.
But he better be good at the mid-range, too. Yep. And he's the best at the mid-range in that group of guards, I think.
And I like he's got one of the best first steps, can get to his spot. It's just, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I think it was like 55% of what he finished at the rim. So there's a lot of those where I'm not strong enough, so I'm doing a floater off the glass, or I'm kind of leaning away versus I'm bodying you up. Darius Acuff, and I'm going right at you and finishing that. So I think that's where he has some growth, averaged around 17 points, if I'm not mistaken, for Houston. Obviously, pass the ball around. I think he's actually going to be a guy that gets better at the NBA level because think about who his offensive talent was at Houston. That was a defensive-minded team. He was the engine. And at the NBA level, he's obviously not going to be the most talented player on whatever team he goes to on the offensive side of the ball. So I think you're going to have more opportunities for Flemings in the open court for what he does defensively, what he does in the mid-range. I think just bulking up his frame and being a more consistent outside shooter will be the things he needs to work on. But if you're there at 9 and Burries, Flemings, and who's the other guy you said? Michael Brown's there. I'm good with
Michael
Brown.
Feels like the bigger stretch, but
I'm good with Michael or Flemings. Michael with the back scares me a little bit, just being honest. I don't know if I want another injury-prone guy when the Mavs just dealt with injuries, Luka, AD, the whole situation where he traded certain players. So I would feel good about either of those guys, and I would lean Flemings out of the 2.
Does it scare you more to know that in their mock drafts that they put out this morning, ESPN has Nate Ament going to the Dallas Mavericks at pick number 9?
No, it doesn't scare me because I believe Mike Schmitz is a drafting guru. And if they
would hate that pick. You would dislike it.
I would dislike it, but I don't believe that Mike Schmitz and the prowess that he's shown would draft a guy at 9 that they don't believe in. Like, they're not going to draft a guy just because, the board fell to us, so we're going to take this guy we don't believe in. If they draft Nate Ament, I would not like it, but I would be like, okay, well, they know a lot more basketball than Blake does. There's some thinking behind this. I don't think they'll draft Nate Ament because he profiles as people you already have on the team. You have 6'8", 6'9" wings in Najee Marshall and PJ Washington and Cooper Flagg.
Yep.
So I don't know why you would do that. I think you need to fill a guard spot. You got Brandon Williams, who's going to be a free agent. Nimhards, who's as tall as Kevin Walker out there. Kyrie Irving, who's 34 years old off an ACL. Like, you don't have Max Christie, I love, but you don't have very many guard options for the future. So I think getting one in this year's draft, because this is your only lottery pick for a while, is uber important. So I'm hoping a Flemings, a Michael Brown, one of those guys drops. I think that they could be in a good spot at 9.
Can I give you my scouting breakdown of Christian Anderson?
Please.
If I promise we'll play that World Cup highlight.
Please.
All right. So I think that's a name people need to keep in their brain, because if the Mavericks trade down, which, we've heard that they are the most motivated team in the top 10 to trade down. Mm-hmm. And so take a look at Christian Anderson. So the Texas Tech point guard. Think a smaller body-wise, not height-wise, but body-wise Darius Garland. All right? And he's got a little Peyton Pritchard mixed in there with the ceiling being Jamal Murray. I thought he took a huge step forward this year. This was somebody who benefited greatly from going back to school. So he showed that he could really run the offense from the point. He's really good with his pace on the ball as well. He operates well, extremely well, I might say, in the pick and roll situations. He's a very good three-point shooter, even with the increased volume. Like, it's like
what did he shoot for the year? I think I need, if I'm drafting the top in that first round, I need my guy to be shooting upwards of 34.
41.5%.
Okay.
With 8 3-pointers per game.
That's a lot. That's a lot of volume.
7.9, but still.
Yeah.
But so you look at his year-over-year improvements, and part of it was they started him, but his assists skyrocketed. His 3-point percentage, even his first year, 38% off of 5.3 per game. So you're like, hey, okay. So he is very efficient, even with the increase in volume, 3-point shooting. He's got good defensive potential, and he's quick with his hands. You'll see. He'll get you steals, and he's really good at stepping into passing lanes. But obviously it wasn't all going to be great, or else you're like, what the hell isn't this guy in the top 3? Yeah. If you isolate him defensively, it can be trouble. So I think the speed makes up for maybe a defensive deficiency in a couple of their areas.
It's good having good hands because also similar, Acuff has a similar trouble on defense, but can sometimes make up for it with his hands and active hands. Like Kyrie Irving, Jalen Brunson, Luka, SGA, these are all guys that are all world on the offensive side. On the defensive side, not so great.
Yeah.
You can either be what Luka was in the 2023 playoffs, where everyone said he was getting blown by other drive, or you can be a guy who takes charges, who gets timely steals, who gets his hands in there and can disrupt some balls. So I think if you understand, hey, I'm undersized, I'm not the greatest one-on-one matchup defender, but I can still disrupt, you can be an average and not a negative on the defense.
And I think disrupt is the right key, because if he was like 4 inches taller, I legitimately think he would be at worst the number 5 pick in the draft. But his size and strength are going to leave something to be desired. Look, you probably already knew that when I said body-wise, he's a smaller Darius Garland. You probably already knew, that could have some issues. And
we see in the NBA getting hunted, especially in the playoffs.
And that is going to be an issue against physical on-the-ball defenders, I think. So he can bulk up for sure, but he's still going to be undersized. But I know the Mavericks are interested. He's shown that he's a tremendous 3-point shooter. He has a very savvy basketball IQ. It's just the size that makes me kind of wonder.
Size matters.
Indeed, as Kevin Walker has always said. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I made a promise, and I am going to keep that promise. Let's go to cut number 15, and I believe this is the Paraguayan red card, and the official
for covering the mouth.
Yeah, for the official who is the most excited to tell you about it.
Referee's verdicts. After review, number 10, Paraguay, cover his mouth. Decision is red card. It's a red card.
I love it. Decision, cover his mouth. I love it. That is the greatest clip ever.
The decision is red card very much, and I'll date myself with this reference. It has a soup Nazi from Seinfeld reference. I don't know if you can intersperse those decision is red card with no soup for you, but it has a similar cadence with like the strength of the voice too.
I'll see what I can do with AI in 24 hours.
Okay, all right.
I'm so excited to give that call.
Yeah, and so what I envision is they were like, you shut up. That's not a red card. And then he hustled back over and he's like, oh, in your face. Here we go. And he gets to tell him, because can't cover up your mouth. Can't do it like this.
He's a red card.
Yeah, because decision is red card. Doesn't work in radio, doesn't work on the pitch either. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
For the first out, both runners advance. The next batter, Bogarts, rips one past Duran into left. That gets Machado home. Sheets racing home. Relay throw, play at the plate. He's out! Nice throw by Ezekiel Duran and an equally good tag by Kyle Higashioka to nab Sheets for the second out of the inning.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. On the Rangers front, updated all-star voting. Ezekiel Duran remains in second place at second base. And then Josh Young is now fourth at third base for the Texas Rangers. They are both significantly behind Clement and Caminero, respectively, so they will not win the fan vote, but hopefully those vote totals will give them a little bit of extra juice when it comes to picking up the reserves. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Wonderful, Hagee. Thanks for asking. How the hell are you doing?
I'm doing well, and I found all my notes on Mara because we were just talking about Ade Mara from Michigan, and one of the things Broadus is I always viewed him as if you traded down, that was a potential. So he is a gigantic human being. 7'3", very versatile skill set for someone that big, especially, as you said, his passing. His passing is tremendous for that size. He's a strong rim protector, tremendous shot block ability. He's good, though not great, rebounding. You would think at his size he would be a better rebounder. And he's a great finisher for simple offensive plays. However, he needs to develop a more reliable jumper. He needs to extend his offensive zone, and he doesn't have a lot of foot speed or lateral quickness. So your concern would be defensively, while he has those skills, are you going to have to essentially plant him and not really be able to have him move even 10 feet outside of the basket defensively? And then offensively, I would argue right now, 10 to 12 feet is probably best case scenario for his offensive game. You're going to hope that he turns out to be Bogut or Ilgauskas with that awkward but effective movement that he has. And you were talking about OKC moving up. There are some people who think he is going to be excellent, but there are other people who are like, there's going to be a team that really reaches for him, and they will regret it. Now, not as much as the Trae Young deal that we just heard about. 4 years, $212 million for Trae Young, who's not a good shooter and might be the worst defensive player in all of basketball. He is a great passer, I will give you that. But for somebody who's supposedly a shooting savant, he's not good at shooting.
Every once in a while, he drops one of those kind of logo threes, and it's like, wait, okay.
See, and I think, I'm glad that you said that, because I think that's what confuses people.
Yes.
Is they're like, man, did you see his range? It's incredible. His career three-point shooting percentage is 35. Wow. His career overall shooting percentage is 43. He takes a lot of shots and doesn't make a lot of them. But people get fooled because they see that and they're like, oh, his range is incredible. And I'm like, I guess.
Hate if you want, Hagee, but I think they're really building something with Anthony Davis and Trae Young.
I will hate on that, but I do like AJ DeBonsa a lot.
DeBonsa's legit. I think he will be the guy at number one, though I guess there's still some questions here.
I still would be surprised.
Is it Peterson? I'm not talking to anybody else. I better be the number one pick.
Did you see now he changed that? And he's like, all right, Utah.
Yeah, because he probably got told, dude, you're not. We don't want you. Yeah. Now he's got to open it up.
And Cameron Boozer was starting to move up in terms of maybe he'll go at 2. And now that'll make you change your opinion on some things, right? You're like, well, I'm not going to go lower than 2.
Yeah.
Wait, what's that?
All of a sudden, I got to keep my options a little bit more open.
Okay, I'll talk to you.
Fine, Utah. I'm open-minded.
Yeah. All right. So do you take any special attention to the matches for the World Cup that are actually at AT&T Stadium that you're like, ooh, I could have been there, or like I had to work? Or does that like get your attention a little little bit more?
Well, I think we've been spoiled because we've actually had some of the best matches of the tournament. I mean, Netherlands, Japan was incredible.
It really was.
Croatia, England was one of the most anticipated group stage matches.
From
period.
FC Dallas scored in that match.
Damn right. And then, of course, you got Messi, who was going for history. I mean, Messi alone. So, yes, I mean, I think that the fact that it's in our own backyard and being envious of all the fans that get to be there, because that would have been such an unbelievable experience. But, I mean, I've just been inject all the World Cup into my veins anyway. I've just been so immersed in the tournament. But you definitely do take more note when it's, at our home stadium.
And like you pointed out, I would not have guessed that we would see Messi miss a penalty, but then break the record anyway in the regular run of play. How incredible is it that you're seeing like maybe the best of all time in real time right in front of you?
It's special, man. You got to appreciate greatness no matter what the sport is. And for a guy like this, with the longevity that he's had and still being able to do it at this level,
4 goals in 2 matches so far.
It's unbelievable. So I think for the most part, I mean, you get to a point like we're not inundated with Messi every single day of our lives.
Right.
So I think there's more appreciation for it. Like, oh my gosh. Because there are times where a guy's great for so long, then he becomes sort of the villain, and you're like over it. But I'm not that way with Messi. This is just amazing to see, and I love the call because we have the highlight call now, and it makes history in Dallas.
Yeah, it's so sweet.
Should he have said Arlington?
Never happens. Right?
Yeah. I mean, technically, we're like, that's Arlington. But it's Dallas Stadium.
Made history 30 minutes from Dallas.
If you have the time, there's a documentary on Netflix about the '94 World Cup here in the United States. It's really about the Brazilian team, but they talk about America as the host country, and it's really funny because all the Brazilian players are like, oh yeah, I just walked down the street. Nobody had any idea who I was.
Yeah. Incredible.
I'm sure that's changed over the last 32 years, but I could see the appeal of playing this in America where, like, not everybody mobs you every single step you take out the door.
Yeah, there's been guys that have posted, like, just went to Walmart or just went to a grocery store.
Yeah, like the mall.
Yes,
he went to Walmart.
Yes, that's what it was. And it's like he's not being noticed in a way that he would in most other countries.
Yeah, it is crazy. All right. Lots of basketball happenings, which makes sense right before the draft. Where do you think Giannis ends up, and do you like the Dallas Mavericks' new head coach? Does it bother you at all that move might have been facilitated because of an ongoing NCAA investigation?
Ooh, no, I don't really care about that.
I don't either, man.
No.
That's par for the Michigan course.
Yeah, of course.
You'd think it'd be weird if it wasn't an investigation in Michigan.
Well, then maybe I don't want him. The investigation only heightens things. I'm all for Dusty May. Him and Micah Nori were kind of the two names that were
I thought it was going to be Nori, yeah.
Yeah, and like Dusty May just seems like he is an emerging star. He has been victorious everywhere he's been. To take FAU to the Final Four in the fashion they did
For
it.
sure.
Year 2, I mean, you turn around a Michigan program that was floundering. You had to fire, the mush man himself and Coach Howard there. He goes and wins a natty in year 2. I'm super excited about Dusty May. It's a big swing. You don't always have success when you dip into the college ranks, but I think that with a young kid and Cooper Flagg, this could end up being a beautiful marriage with him and Dusty May. I just think that he could be a basketball savant. Maybe we made an incredible hire.
The thing that they talk about, and I was visiting with somebody at the Mavs about this, they were saying that his ability to build relationships is probably the most important thing that he does. And they were kind of talking about him as a coach, but the fact that he is, this guy pointed out to me, he goes, listen, this guy's already coaching pro players.
Yeah.
If you look at Michigan, he's already coaching these. He's coached pro players. He has relationships with guys. They were talking about him that way. So we think about the last Michigan head coach that got an opportunity to work in the NBA, and that didn't work out too well.
No, it did not.
So, but this one, they seem to think that the Mavs are talking about that the most important things that he was able to do is the things with the relationships, and that's what they feel like that they need right now.
Chio, do you like it?
Yeah, I'm super excited about it. Definitely like it more than I would have John Shire. I was cool.
I'm with you, man. I understand the shortcomings that he's got.
Yeah, he's done so much winning. You say the relationship factor. That's a good thing.
That was big. That was big for the Mavs people.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge thing when it comes to the NBA and being able to handle the star players and stuff. That was one of the things that Jason Kidd seemed like he did pretty well, and so it's nice to know that you kind of have that as well. But I think tactfully, he's just a legit coach.
Yeah,
and like Walchuk said, doing it at every level. It might be more impressive. Taking FAU to the Final Four, maybe more impressive than actually winning the Natty for Michigan.
Ooh,
what you've done there is incredible.
That is an interesting point. I think I might agree with you on that. What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure gold as always, Eggy. Thank you so much for asking. We will talk more about this Mavs hire with Bobby Carella, All City Dallas at 4 o'clock. We'll get you set for Rangers with Sands at 3. And then, of course, if you've missed your G-Bag of the Day, champ, we'll replay for you at 2:20.
I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Messi magic strikes again as he gets his second goal of the match to put Argentina up 2-0 over Austria. This one is in extra time now, and he's going to get another kick just outside of the box here to try and go for a hat trick. This would be back-to-back games. How unbelievable is this, as Dallas Stadium is in for a treat here, as Messi's been unreal.
I've seen him make this particular free kick in Houston against the U.S. This thing's going top corner. Oh, he went low.
Just went a little wide.
Yeah, he went a little wide. I thought he was going to go top corner.
But that's how it'll end. 2-0.
Yeah.
Argentina victorious over Austria. What a moment as they took over the Argentinian fans. Just absolutely dominant. I think Nick Harris was putting out there like 90-10 was the Messi following.
Yeah.
And, certainly Clyde Warren Park, we saw the images of that. It was wild. Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. An abbreviated show as we lead into Rangers baseball. As they're taking on the Marlins in Miami. We will give way to Sandler in the pregame show at 5 o'clock. Zach Wolchuk alongside your Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus. We got Eric Chiafalo. We got Lucius Alexander holding it down. And, of course, Gavin Dawson on vacay today. Shout out to Austin as well, who's running and coordinating your video. Appreciate you, everybody that's watching on Twitch and on YouTube. Everybody have a good Father's Day. I saw the yearly picture.
Yes.
It looked good with the Broaddus boys.
Yes, we were all hanging out and had some oxtail and all that. So
how delicious was it?
Excellent. Yeah, it was really good. It was really good.
Michelle probably knows the perfect recipe.
Well, I like to say it's with you and your program that you're trying to stay on. I'm like, okay, so I brought some for Lucius and for I didn't know. I was thinking, I don't know if Willie's going to want to deal with this. Yeah, I was trying to be a good teammate here.
No, thank you.
Summerbot is downloading.
But
trying.
But Michelle sent some for Lucius and for some Chief to some oxtail to take home.
Absolutely. Well done.
I'm debating on whether or not I'm going to bring that home and actually tell my wife I have it, or should I just eat it before
there's enough
I
for you.
head
Two
home?
of you guys, if you want to, you could both can share. I think you'll be okay. I think you'll be fine.
It's fantastic.
Anything good for you? You get the three girls.
Great.
Give you any?
I got the old pair of socks with every child's face on it.
It's like the thing now. I got the shirt.
So
it said girl dad with the picture of the girls on it.
I'm sure next year I'll get the shirt and they'll just find every clothing item possible to put their faces on.
A tie,
really
robe.
Just mark their territory.
It's everywhere. You can't go anywhere. It sounded like Lucius had a hell of a time going to World Springs.
He won the day.
Yeah, I soaked in salt until I got wrinkled, you know what I mean?
Did you get World Springs?
Yeah, I did that a little bit. Sit out there, swim up bar, mineral pools. Yeah, you go to different pools and see which one is going to catch your vibe.
Yeah, you got to kind of. Did you do any of the infrared sauna?
I did the saunas.
That thing is blazing.
Yeah, I did the sauna little joint. It was a wood kind of.
The wood building. Yeah, World Springs is good. Yeah,
I'm dying to go there, dude.
It sounds incredible.
It's unbelievable. It really, really is. So you did the Dead Sea. You floated like you're in the Dead Sea. Is what you did. All right, that's cool. It's a really cool place. If you have the opportunity, it's on the other side of Nebraska Furniture Mart.
Yeah, it's right. It's right by like Cosm, Grandscape, that area right over there.
It is really cool. And Lucius is right. And there's enough area where you don't feel like you're like
at a water park
you're
on top
intruding
of
somebody.
A bunch of people.
Yeah. You're can kind of venture into certain parts of the facility and be good. Yeah, the drinks are good, food's good. The spa there's good. I'm saying all these things because they do stuff with me at Crown Global Media.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
very
they do
good.
a lot. They do a lot of stuff with us at Crown Global Media. Yeah.
So you're in their pocket a little
Jacob
bit.
Ray was talking about how, like, man, he was just listening to the station, and the next thing you know, he found himself shirtless in a hot tub with Brian. I'm like, you've got to be ball sacking me. Yeah. There's no way. Brian went in.
You guys did a pro date? Wait, you took your shirt off?
I didn't do the cold dip. I did do the cold dip.
The cold dip, I tell you what, man. The further you could walk away from the entrance, it'd go way to the back. And that cold dip is like, okay, you're cold dipping in Antarctica kind of cold dipping.
Yeah, that's ice cold.
But as far as if you're like, Lucius, it probably would have helped you the other day when you were doing your Walter Payton workout where you were running up hills and you're like yelling at yourself.
Yeah, when I almost
the cold dip
offed myself.
The cold dip might have saved you on that one. It's a great place. I encourage you guys to. I'm glad Lucius got to experience it.
Well, it's a party, guys. Not only is the World Cup going on and Team USA, we got thoughts of victory on our mind, and I'll be out there at Cosm again Thursday night if you want to come party, watch Team USA. Maybe they go 3 for 3 in the opening round. I could see them probably resting some people as they've already won the group, but we'll still. It'll be a party there at Cosm on Thursday. But the Mavs have their new man as they go to Michigan and they dip their toe in the college ranks. Dusty May to become the 11th coach in Mavs franchise history after winning the national championship this past year with Michigan. Prior to that, he led Florida Atlantic to the Final Four in 2023. He was there for 6 seasons. Before that, he was an assistant. Spent time in multiple stops, notably Florida, Murray State, which has a good basketball program, La Tech as well. But he's also an Indiana grad. So Mark Cuban was asked about this. He said, quote, I met him way back when he worked as a student manager and video coach. I'm sure he's going to do a great job. And, Mark's not going to say, I'm sure my fellow Indiana Hoosiers going to do a crappy job. But I'm excited about this. I mean, look, is it a gamble? 100%, but it's a big swing. And I was not really moved by the John Shire reports at all. Feel like if you're going to get a college coach, this dude's been there, done that. He took a program at FAU and was on a historic run with them. Then in year 2, bam, wins a national championship. John Shire has everything at his fingertips at Duke, and he's been a great recruiter, and I get the relationship with Cooper Flagg, but that is a program that under his leadership has blown double-digit leads in massive games and hasn't shown the ability to close. Give me Dusty May. If you're going to gamble with a big-name college coach, I love what they did here, boys.
Yeah, I mean, so do I. So do I. This was, if you were going into the college world, this was going to be the guy that you would want to get here, a guy who's been an assistant at a bunch of different places, and then the moment he gets a head coaching job, he is making history with that program at FAU, and then going to Michigan, where they were in a title drought for a long time, a very, very long time, and pretty quickly you snap your fingers, and there he is as a champion. And with the NCAA and all that's going on with the way the college world is working, it makes sense why he would want to get out of there. And when you have a cornerstone piece like Cooper Flagg, plus the asset here in the top 10 of what is supposed to be a pretty special draft as well, this makes sense as a place that you want to jump. And credit to, I know we're not in the business of giving credit to ownership or front office really in any way with this organization, but I would imagine you had to cut a pretty fat check to get this fella.
They've had to cut some pretty fat checks overall to get the president of basketball operations. He's not a cheap guy. That's probably somewhere between $10 and $12 million a year. You had to cut the Jason Kidd loose. That's $40 million right there. Yeah. So, and then now to add this particular coach,
just throwing money around, dude.
You're throwing,
respect.
You're probably
just get out of the way.
Yeah, you're well into the $60-70 million mark when it comes to just those 3 moves.
Just cut the check and go home, Patrick.
And Jeff Goodman said one source very close to Dusty May on the main reasons he left Michigan, the state of college basketball, which you noted, Eric, and not knowing what it's going to look like tomorrow, in a month, or in 5 years, and the organization, the chance to coach Cooper Flagg. And there's pictures out of them working out together at a camp. Cooper Flagg, just a young man at one of the coaching clinics out there. And look, I think this is going to be great. I mean, this is a team that's probably going to be trending young. We'll see what happens with the 9th overall pick. A lot of trade chatter right now of the Mavs being a team that's open to moving up, open to moving down. Brett Siegel's reporting they are looking to trade Daniel Gafford in the next 48 hours to improve their draft pick. And then ESPN has also floated out, I think that's Tim McMahon, Klay Thompson, and Najee Marshall have been in trade talks. So this Mavericks roster in about 48 hours could look very, very different. Latest mock draft, courtesy of ESPN, has them taking Nate Ament, the freshman power forward / small forward out of Tennessee. Blake earlier was saying how he would be absolutely furious about that pick. He's not a big Nate Ament fan. RJ, even him being a Vol, doesn't sound like he's really standing on the table for him either. But I think he's a guy that has tremendous potential. But Braden Burries is a name that we've talked a lot about out of Arizona. Kingston Flemings, I think he reminds me of Fred Van Vliet a little bit, which Masai Ujiri went and drafted in Toronto. But then there's Darius Acuff. And could he end up sliding? Sacramento seems like maybe his floor at number 7. But if the Mavericks were to move up, there has been some buzz that could Darius Acuff Jr., the guard from Arkansas, be the guy that they go up for. And he's a walking bucket.
Yeah, I mean, offensively, he's probably the best in the draft. Unfortunately, the size and the defense there with him is going to be a big time question. But because these other guys, these other guards that you mentioned, they all have some size to them, and I think most teams want to lean that way with guys that can be much bigger, much longer. I think Ujiri is absolutely that kind of guy as well, but I still don't expect Acuff to fall to 9 just because offensively he's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I guess maybe some character stuff has been floated out there. Maybe that's what you need if you want a chance to get him to fall to 9 for you. Sports Illustrated has graded, because that's what we do. We grade immediately. The Dusty May hire. They're loving it. They're giving the Mavs a solid A- here. One thing is clear. The Mavs needed another big win. Landing Flag just months after the Doncic deal was a huge coup. And while the upheaval around him didn't seem to stunt his rookie season, on paper, the Mavs now have just done that. Masai Ujiri is an experienced exec with an NBA title under his wing. May was clearly a guy that they targeted, and Dallas was willing to play the long game to land him, believing that his college background and mild demeanor would play better with Cooper Flagg in the new-look roster than the coach he replaces, that of the fiery Jason Kidd. But you got to wonder about the 3 Michigan Wolverines that are part of this. You know, whether it's Morrow, whether it's Morris Johnson Jr., whether it's Lindeborg. Like, could those now be names at 9? Yaxel Lindeborg seems like a guy, if they make that pick swap deal with OKC, they slide back a little bit. Maybe he's now into play there. But those are all strong candidates to be picked in the lottery per Jake Fisher. So a lot to unpack when it comes to the Mavericks.
Have you looked at Morrow? Have you guys looked at him play?
Yeah.
Not at all? Eric, have you looked? What do you notice about him? I mean, other than being extremely tall.
Honestly, the thing that I noticed about him was the passing ability at that size.
I'll tell you what, though, Heggie was kind of talking in his scouting report that, that his feet don't move all that well. I think I disagree with him on this.
Okay.
Just kind of watching him play, I'm just kind of, sitting down here, but they keep showing Michigan playing defense, and you're right about the passing ability. He's really good around the rim finishing.
Yeah.
And see, there's a little bit of nimble, play that way with the feet. But there's a couple of times where the ball swung from the outside back to the middle, and then he was able to adjust to get over, hands up, knock balls away and stuff like that. So, I kind of feel like, to me, that like I was kind of expecting like a Frankenstein kind of guy. Not stiff, not moving, but I tell you what, like him coming over like off the weak side and show some defensive help and things. He's really kind of hard to shoot over. Does a pretty good job too with taking his body and not putting it on the shooter when he's like going to the rack, but he's able to, like, with his length. Looks like, he's blocking just, it seems like, I know this is...
Yeah, the rim protection's legit.
Yeah, that looks like I'm watching these Big Ten games and I'm going, all right, here we go. That's cool. But I'm impressed with his, like, to say that the way that he's moving around. But yeah, there's no outside shot here. Everything is around the rim. Either he's grabbing a rebound, putting it back up, or someone's passing. But the passing stuff too is he's never. It looked like to me watching this guy. Never it seems like though he gets in trouble or gets like panicky with the ball. Like he's got like a lot of big guys to me worry about they hold the ball down and then they get stripped and things happen. This guy, it's in his hands, out of his hands pretty quickly when you watch some of these. And like cross-court passes, too.
Yes.
That are like right on the mark. So I don't know. Again, that's just scouting, just a little scouting right now. Watching him the last, say, 20, 25 minutes or so.
There it is, your Scout's Eye from Brian Broaddus.
I don't know, man.
I think you got him right, man. I think you got him right.
I think you nailed it.
There's not an outside shot. There does not. He's
not a floor stretcher. This guy.
There's no outside shots. It's all around the rim. But what I was impressed with, though, is, like I said, he's on one side of the court, all of a sudden ball swings, and then he has the ability to get over and use his length to deflect a ball or to cause the shot to be altered.
We have an opener for Kamar Rocker. That's Tyler Alexander, our guy, South Lake Carroll's own, is going to open for Kamar Rocker tonight. The last time they did this, you saw Kamar Rocker go 7 2/3 scoreless innings. Yep, 3 walks, 7 Ks. And if it weren't for extra innings, we'd have gotten the bleeping sweep this weekend. Brian, it was so close, but they take 2 of 3 over the Padres over the weekend. And the good thing is, hey, Miami is 2 games over 500, boys. So maybe they got a good chance to continue with another series victory. We'll talk with Jared coming up at 3 o'clock. We had a big trade in the NHL we need to go over as well. We got our G-Bag of the Day champ, plus the top 10 fast food onion rings on National Onion Rings Day. Lucius Alexander, 877-881-1053. Who's got the best fast food onion rings in the business? That's next to the Nation.
Top 10 list of the day here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in. Brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And now we throw it into the Pimp Cup for the G-Bag of the Day champ. Here's Lucius.
Okay, I was not here Friday for this here winner. Was not here for it, but it looks like it comes from the morning show here on the Fan, the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Looks like RJ was talking about touching his sister's unmentionables.
Well, it was actually his sister touching his unmentionables.
Reverse.
Yeah, she really, quote unquote, had her way with him.
Oh, wow. All right, I'm going to hear this for the first time with you guys. We go.
Do you suffer from sad nipple syndrome?
Probably.
Yes. It's also called the button of despair.
Okay.
Did you turn the music down?
Pair of cans.
So it's a condition that affects many people out there. A lot of them women. It's a wave of sadness. It's so the brain triggers this oxytocin. It's a hormone, and what happens is
Why'd you say it like that? A hormone.
But anyway, so it's called sad nipples. So basically, where your nipples have zero feeling, no sensation at all. So somebody, or they have over sensation, like they're overly sensitive.
That's what I have.
Where like
I have
somebody
that.
brushes against you and it like sends a shiver down your spine.
Yep.
Is that what you have?
That's what that song by Ed Sheeran, "The Shivers," is about.
Yeah,
Nipple sensitivity.
My sister used to give me those purple nips as a
Purple
kid.
nips.
You know, where she would like twist them. Yeah. She would like hold, because my sister was like 11 years older than me. So like, until I was like, 10, she could have her way with me. Stop it,
Man,
stop it. Like
she twisted, maybe flick him.
Sweet Home Alabama.
she could like hold me down and tickle me, or just twist my nipples, or whatever. So she would do that. And
Chop, have you talked to a therapist?
No, I'm fine. And it got like now I'm very sensy. I'm very sensy on my nips. Like I don't like anybody touching them.
Okay.
Pretty incredible,
pretty revealing
story there.
To say
Very
the least.
vulnerable from Chop.
Yeah, that's wild.
Okay.
And it's the purple nurple.
Yeah, I know all about it. Yeah, it sucks, bro.
You've had quite a few of those.
Yeah, it was the T twisters.
Yeah.
Boy, they really hurt.
They do, man.
Yeah, like you really want to fight somebody, and you have the tear, the involuntary tear that falls out of your face. You don't want it to even fall. It's just the pain was so unbearable at that moment.
Stop it!
Oh, look, he's crying now. Like, no, I'm not. I promise you, I'm not, dude.
That's just the way my body
It's a
reacts. So there it is. RJ Choppy as a one-time champ. I guess he's going to remain a one-time champ. How long is he remaining a one-time champ?
Till Wendy.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Till Wednesday. Okay,
Wednesdays?
that's right. We got a little Rangers Day baseball action that we pop in here. Looking forward to that. All right, well, Chuck, Wooly Billy, top 10 list of the day. Better be good.
Oh, it's going to be great.
Be good.
We've got the top 10 best onion rings in the game when it comes to the fast food restaurants. Also, I've got some of the most successful college to pro coaches with Dusty May being hired by your Mavericks.
Is that just over all sports?
Yes, this will be over all sports. Of course, number one is going to be a pretty easy one locally here. Did a pretty darn good job.
Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah,
Barry Switzer.
Turned the Cowboys. No, Barry
Switzer did win a Super Bowl.
Barry is mentioned. He is lower down the rankings there, but he did win a Super Bowl. Shout out to our guy, Jake Ferguson. Congrats to him and his wife, Haley Cavender, now Haley Ferguson, as the two of them tied
Did she
the night
drop
over
the
the
Cavender?
weekend. I don't know. I have not actually seen that. Do you go hyphenated there? You go like Cavender Ferguson?
I don't know if she does it because of for her
For
social
business?
standings and business. Yeah. Her brand.
Her brand can still be Cavender. I'm sure the license would maybe say Ferguson.
Jay, call in and let us know if you would.
Yeah. I'd like to think Jake is able to make that happen.
I want to know how the ranch fountain went down, because there are no pictures that I've been able to see from said ranch fountain, which he told us was the one non-negotiable for him.
I was waiting to see some ranch remnants in his beard, or maybe drizzled down onto the suit jacket, but he's prim and proper in these pics we're seeing.
Oh, yeah. Well, and the good thing is you typically take the pics before that all begins to avoid that.
See, I think we need to start a new standard for post-wedding, after reception. Let's get those photos. Yeah. They will be much more entertaining.
Then you can really judge how good of a time did you have.
Exactly.
So if you're looking too good,
you're asking for wedding pictures after.
At the end.
At the end.
You don't waste anybody else's time. The cocktail hour doesn't have to be 3.5 hours while everybody in your family tree gets snapshotted. We just go right into the party. Boom. And then the last half hour, everybody goes home. And then if you're a part of the family in the whole wedding deal, then you're taking your pics. You're just disheveled. Exactly. Yeah. Like Wolchuk wouldn't have had his pants for his.
Yeah. No, they'd have been over my hit shoulder. Just like, hey, we're free balling
his
here,
belt
boys.
would have been around his head like a Ninja Turtle.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd love those pictures, right? We'd love the pictures. We'd walk into the house, and be like, yes, I want to see these.
We're going to look at these one time and never again. But that's the kind of images you're going to see. All right, let's look at some of the coaches that have had the top tier elite success going from college to pro. We do have Jimmy Johnson, who did a great job at Oklahoma State and Miami, winning a natty at Miami in 1987. Then he turns the 1-15 Cowboys into Super Bowl champs, winning the championship in 92 and 93.
Listen, we love this guy. This is all amazing. I'm glad you said that, because that's something that should be restated every so often, because it matters so much. How many NBA people are on here? How many basketball guys?
Larry Brown.
Okay, we got
Larry Brown won. He won a national championship in '88, then went on.
Brad Stevens.
Brad Stevens. That's the most recent guy that was good, right?
Yeah. Billy Donovan, who
two-time
mediocre success in the NBA, but it was a tremendous college coach. And then Rick Pitino is also mentioned on this list, Hall of Famer.
But these guys some of them were bad.
Yeah, they were massive college success.
Massive college success, terrible pro
playoff
coach.
Competitive results, went to the playoffs for Rick Pitino. Billy Donovan also led teams to the playoffs. Brad Stevens and I guess Larry Brown, both solid. I mean, Larry Brown won an NBA title in 2004 with the Pistons.
Larry Brown's
He's
got
the
a lot
only
of wins.
coach to win both the Natty. So hopefully Dusty May can end up doing that. Pete Carroll on here, Jim Harbaugh, Tom Coughlin. I didn't realize Tom Coughlin, Boston College.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Learned something new today with that. But here are, let's get to it, the top 10 onion rings. Oh, hold on. I almost buried this because I was ticked off when I got this notification yesterday.
Oh, here we go. This is the Kachuk thing. Everybody back away from your mic.
I was freaking
got
pissed.
something to say here.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Here goes Brady Kachuk to the Florida Panthers. Great trade by them. Now they're reuniting the Kachuk bros. They're going to go on and win another damn Stanley Cup together.
Be happy for the family.
What do we hear? What do we hear immediately? Ottawa now gets rid of Kachuk, and who are they targeting? Jason Robertson. And he's still wanting $14 million. The Stars cannot afford that, so now they might go ahead and sign him to an offer sheet. Stars would have a week to match that. But there is a chance they get priced out of this, and I don't think Robertson wants to go to Ottawa. But if it's all about the money, he might end up just going there. The Stars cannot go over $13 million on this thing. And if he's still reportedly wanting 14, this could end up blowing up in the Stars' face.
But you end up getting a buttload of picks.
Yeah, the boss told us how we could get all those picks at once, right?
Yeah, you know what? What are those picks doing for me right now?
Well, it's 3 picks. I think they have like really.
They do, because they just got 3 picks from Florida.
Right.
I mean, the trade compensation from Florida was pretty good.
Yeah.
And Florida's had a lot of. Florida's kind of like the Rams.
But you're taking
in the
their
NFL.
picks, right? You want Ottawa's picks, right?
You would prefer Ottawa's picks.
Yeah.
But now Florida was bad this year and did not make the playoffs. So, I mean, could you get Ottawa and Florida in that? Maybe. But I would prefer Ottawa. I think Ottawa's just kind of been a stinker.
If they make the trade straight up, then you'd get their 3 first-rounders, potentially, picks 9, 25, and 32.
There you go.
Otherwise, if they just sign him straight up, you don't match. If it's over basically $12 million, then you
staggered,
get
right?
1 first-round pick from them
Yes.
each of the next 4 years.
The issue is,
the next 5 years.
This is a win-now team, and you just don't know how quickly these NHL prospects, some of them do. Some of them, their
don't
rookie
you feel
season,
like we need some new lifeblood in that thing? Don't you feel like they were kind of
I kind of need the veteran.
I get what
now.
you're saying
I'm
because
trying to
you're
win a Stanley Cup now.
Win now mode. I understand.
Yeah,
that.
but we've been kind of like in that win now mode for the last 2 years, and
But they're still in it. I mean, to me, it's like you still have. Maverick Bork, who also is going to be a restricted guy. Like, Ottinger's not old. He's still relatively young. Like, you've got still some youth. Wyatt Johnston, obviously. Harley is young. So you've still got a decent blend. Like, if Ben leaves, Mikko Rantanen's in his prime, and you just paid Mikko Rantanen. So they've got to conduct themselves, in my opinion, as like a win-now organization. But maybe Jim Nill hits. Like, if that ends up happening, you got to hope he just hits on these picks, and these guys, at least one of them, is able to contribute right now immediately on this club. But gosh dang it, what a good move for Florida. And they're probably going to be back in the Stanley Cup next year. This is going to be a pain in the ass. Their top 6 forwards are Sam Reinhart, Brad Marchand, Sam Bennett, Carter Verhaeghe, and now you're going to sprinkle in the Tkachuk bros. It's just a disgusting lineup that they've got there in Florida. All right, let's do it. Top 10 consensus fast food onion rings list. Now, Lucius, we've talked about this before. I think you and I are simpatico. It's Sonic, right?
Yeah, 100%. I would go with Sonic as number one. Plus, they have a sweet taste to those onions.
Baby.
Always
sugar?
Crispy. I don't know what it is.
In the batter. Something with sugar in the batter, you think?
It's good. It's good. But don't sleep on AMW.
Yes.
They got some pretty good onion rings out there. Pretty good food, period. And, of course, our guys at Whataburger.
Yeah, Whataburger's delish. Sonic, best onion rings from the 214. They dredged them in ice cream before the flour.
There you go.
Okay.
You're right.
Ice cream?
Something sweet. Ice cream. Yeah.
Ice cream.
He said ice cream, B.
Wait. The onions are going into ice cream before they get fried. So it's not the batter. It's the onion.
It's the batter is ice cream. Part of it, I guess.
That's brilliant, dude.
That's incredible. Sonic has the best onion rings, handmade, not frozen, from the 601. Griff's has amazing onion rings from the 856, giving Griff's some love.
Does a bloomin' onion count for something like this?
Oh my gosh, a bloomin' onion is so amazing.
So not fast food, but
not fast food.
But
you're
yes,
right.
But yes,
It's in
a
the
bloomin'
family.
onion is in the onion ring family, 100%.
They're unbelievable, dude.
I hate when they fall apart on you. You got to get them nice and fresh and hot and go to it. They sit along too long, they get to falling apart and get weird.
You sit around wondering, like, should this just be my meal?
It's so good.
Should I just get another one
with
of
that
these?
sauce?
Yes, dude.
The sauce is so good. They set it right in front of you, and you're like, this isn't for anybody else.
Like, why do I need to order
look at
anything
this.
else?
Trust me, try the Jack in the Box onion rings from the 972. But yes, Sonic is number one. Jay and the Bee does have tremendous onion rings.
I mean, this is not what we've been talking about. I thought Culver's. I know my meal at Culver's.
Culver's has good ones.
Wasn't great, but I thought the onion rings were.
That was the redeeming quality.
Yeah. Other than that, you guys way oversold that place. But the onion rings were wow.
Like we were guys that had been there a bunch of times.
You had.
No,
you
never.
had.
That was our first experience.
I've been there one time, and the one in the Colony was good.
Whoa,
it was my first Culver's.
Whoa.
It was on the list that we kept on doing of the top 10 burgers, and they were always number one.
Talk about this.
We
place.
were excited, but we had never experienced the excitement. So all that was
I
at
wish
that
I
point
could
was
say
hype.
go to the tape because I felt like there was there was like an all
Let's
day.
go to the tape.
Yeah, I felt like there was an all day kind of.
I trust the tape in this scenario.
No, we were pumped about it because we had kept on doing like the top 10 fast food burgers.
It just kept popping up
and
on
Culver's
lists.
is up high on these lists.
Patty Melt was a disgrace.
It did look gross.
Absolute disgrace.
That's what I'm telling you.
No, that maybe that Arizona one just stinks. No disrespect
it was not
to
good.
wherever we went. Was it in Arizona?
Lucius, can you roll with me on this onion ring? Have you ever had the Dairy Queen onion ring?
Mm-hmm. You know what? I don't think I've ever had the Dairy Queen onion ring.
Not bad.
You're going to be pretty happy with where it's placed.
Oh, okay. Here
we are
getting
conflicting reports here.
What are the reflecting
reports?
The reflecting reports are in the 214. I worked at Sonic for 10 years. Not dipped in ice cream.
Damn it.
And then they put LMAO. So they're literally laughing to the point where their ass is falling off their entire body because they just got ball sacked. That hard.
Did Bobby ball sack you on the
What a play by
It's
me.
possible.
I mean,
that he
truly
did.
unbelievable. Put a decade of work in there. Not one time did he see the ice cream and the onion come on a
It
collision
sounds so
course.
unbelievable in the first
It
place,
really
too.
does.
Like somebody's job is to put it in ice cream, then cook it.
That's some Willy Wonka type crap, dude.
Dipping in ice cream and then the crusty stuff. Oh yeah.
This is like it's like cartoonishly
It's like
insane.
instead of the milk wash, you're using ice cream. Theoretically, that would work. 903, Sonic's onion rings get their signature sweetness from a touch of vanilla extract or vanilla ice cream mix incorporated into their sweet cake-like batter.
Okay, what's going on here, bro?
So what is it, dang it? What is it?
We don't know.
Maybe it's a to each his own Sonic.
The batter is
excursion.
just sweet, no ice cream involved. Portillo's onion rings are goated. person's trolling you with the ice cream and the onion rings. Whoever texts the onion rings is ball sacking
That
you.
person heard Walchuk used to pour Dr. Pepper into his ramen noodles and thought, I can get this guy with this one.
Hey, I'll try anything. You know what? When it comes to food. 10 is Whataburger. 9, we've got Arby's, underrated hidden gem.
I'm just saying their curly fries are hard to beat.
That's the thing.
If you tell me it's onion rings or curly fries, I usually go onion rings, but if it's coming from Arby's, I'm going curly fries all day. All day.
And that's the same reason I haven't tried Jack in the Box onion rings.
Because they're curly.
Because I'm always going with the curlies.
See, Jack in the Box back in the day used to have a thing called frings. Fries and onion rings in the same bag.
Such a good deal.
Yeah, I do like that.
That was awesome.
White Castle at 8.
I've never had the White Castle.
That's coming to the Colony too. Maybe
well,
one
the
day
onion rings. I've had the burgers.
The burgers.
Yeah, the burgers.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You told us the story about the.
you were
the
smoking
farts.
out the people in
we were timing the 40-yard dash, just blowing each other up.
Yeah, you clear a room, he knows things.
Gosh, it stinks.
They're tiny, and it's
Were
like
you the
dynamite.
40-yard dash starter just going... That's how they know to run?
We're like sitting, we're like behind the Detroit Lions. And like Ron Hughes is like Hughes has bought him. Hughes gave the guy $100 and said, "Get us all burgers." And he came back with $100 worth of those White Castle.
That crave case, baby.
We sat up there and ate, and literally it smelled so bad when we were done. God,
Stretching coochie tonight.
Yeah, they are.
It was bad.
Burger King comes in at 7. Jack in the Box at 6.
Jack in the Box not bad.
Freddy's at 5.
See, I've never been to Freddy's.
Haven't had it either. A&W at number 4.
Good call, Lucius.
They're good, bro.
Culver's at 3. Sonic at 2, which leaves Dairy Queen, DQ, at number 1.
Dairy Queen, I knew that. I'll tell you, Dairy Queen's got another thing that's really underrated, the tacos.
Mm-hmm.
Dairy Queen
love
tacos
those.
are underrated there. It's quality food.
I love it, man. There it is, your onion ring list on National Onion Ring Day. It's a quality
Got some
celebration.
craving
It's a
going on
glorious
there now,
day.
yeah.
100%. I bet Messi's going to just go dive into a box of onion rings in celebration. Why not? All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here. On a Monday, we talk Rangers baseball with Jared Sandler at the top of the hour. Walchuk presents his football fix.
I've got a bold Cowboys prediction. It's June. Consider this a guarantee. Next. But...
difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We're about to hit our football fix. We will talk with Jared Sandler, get you set for Rangers baseball as they look to win another series, as it'll be Tyler Alexander opening up for Kamar Rocker tonight. Rangers at Marlins pregame at 5 o'clock. First pitch right around 5:40-ish. Marlins at 40 and 38, been one of the hottest teams in Major League Baseball. Jared will give us more information on them, but right now let's go ahead and get our football fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Man, I saw this prepping and was like, what the hell? This dude's already got a son that's committing to go and play at Notre Dame. But yes, that is where we're at in life. A lot of the players that we watched, whether we were in high school or middle school, hell, Brian was drafting them. But Julius Jones' son, Julius Jones Jr., a 4-star wide receiver recruit out of Florida, has committed to go to Notre Dame to follow his dad, who also was a Notre Dame Fighting Irish running back. And gosh, like if you look at greatest starts to their career that fizzled, like Julius Jones for about a year and a half was a badass.
Yeah. And, but you'll always know this about looking at Julius Jones. We could have got Steven Jackson there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was like that. That was the thing where, Maurice Cawthon, the running backs coach, in the meeting, we're talking about trading. It's not the meeting. We're on the clock, basically. And he kind of goes, well, all these running backs are kind of the same, Steven Jackson and all, When Bill and Jerry heard that, then
that's all they needed?
Yeah, that's all they needed.
Was it J.P. Lossman? Is that who the Bills traded up for?
Yep, sure did. J.P. Lossman.
Turned into Marcus Spears. Like, I guess it worked out the following year.
It worked out, yeah,
but
absolutely.
Gosh, Steven Jackson was one of the best running backs of his decade right there. Yep. Was an outstanding. But I was a big J.J. fan, and then Marion Barber kind of just took over the reins of that backfield. Marion the Barbarian. Everybody loved his running style. But, fellas, here is my bold prediction, as I haven't really had any come to me yet. This time last year, I had already thrown out the Lions will make the playoffs.
You had like a 6-pack of Stone Cold Lead Pipe box. I think you nailed 3 of them.
I did. The Eagles was the one that definitely was an issue for me, and then Mike McDaniel being the first head coach fired, which he did get fired.
But so what's your confidence meter in this one? How did this come to you? Was it like was it in the shower, or was it the sushi buffet yesterday?
No, it wasn't the sushi buffet, and happy Father's Day to my pops out there. That's his favorite place, and gosh, was it glorious.
Nothing wrong with the sushi buffet.
No, shout out to Tokyo One and Plano. They're doing it right.
They're doing it right.
I actually just got in the car today, and I just got a feel. That's how it happens. It's just like it's just a gut feeling. It's like in that gut has turned out to be right. Washington pop up here, bang, happened, and it wasn't diarrhea this time, Lucius. Just believe it or not. Could that possibly happen later? Yes, it could. Am I holding it in right now because I'm going to wait for home base? Yes, 100%. Guys, this is the year that the streak will be broken. The Dallas Cowboys will be playing in the NFC Championship game this year.
I mean,
book it. It's happening. After 30 years, they will play in the NFC Championship game this year. Now, will they win it? No. They're going to lose to an NFC West team, which you're going to have to wait for my preseason predictions to find out who that is.
Oh, so the gut's already telling you that they're losing that game.
I have basically got the sports almanac, baby.
Right,
I have gone to Back to the Future 2, and I've secured that thing.
Right there beneath your belly button holds all the answers.
With a little bit of peach fuzz.
Wow.
But give me the Dallas Cowboys to be playing on Championship Sunday. It's going to happen.
I feel bad for you already.
Don't.
It's gonna make the heartbreak.
So we got to wait.
Even more painful than the last 30 years potentially combined.
So we got to wait
for when they lose the game. Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
No, when they don't get there.
They're gonna get there. I believe it.
So we got to wait to see if it's at SoFi or Lumen Field
or Levi.
Or Levi. Huh?
One of those three.
Or whatever the Cardinals.
Not Arizona.
Okay.
Arizona's the one of the three that I'm not.
State Farm Stadium.
It's not going to be Arizona.
I'd actually rather go to Lumen Field than go to State Farm Stadium. If you told me right now I could play the Cardinals for the chance at the Super Bowl or the freaking Seahawks,
damn, baby.
based on what the Cardinals have done,
I'm with you.
Give me Sam Darnold.
I'd go to Levi. I'd go to SoFi.
I want nothing to do with Carson Beck, dude.
Or give me Lumen or wherever the heck they're calling it these days. But yes, book it. Or, okay, 601 saying they'll be playing Duck Bears. I'm telling you, you can save this, Austin, Aiden, when it happens. An NFC Championship Sunday, the Cowboys are playing in it. The Dallas Cowboys, bold prediction, June radio, will be representing the city of Dallas. The Fighting Cowboys are breaking the curse. NFC Championship bound this year.
Wow, this is different, man. Usually Walchuk is snorting the Cowboys hopium, saying outlandish, sort of inebriated things like this.
Stone cold sober,
after on a Cowboy Monday, after they won a regular season game in October.
I feel great about it.
This does not.
They beat the Ravens in Argentina.
I feel so good.
Yeah. This is not usually the June confidence. Usually there's just
how about that?
There's some hope, there's optimism this time of year, but there's never a crotch first nature of we are going right to the NFC. We are going to go to a place. We are going to touch down.
We haven't
in
been.
an area that we haven't touched down in 3 decades.
By the way, I said Argentina. I meant Brazil.
I love what
I was watching Argentina on the television.
I didn't even catch that.
I did. I was watching Argentina.
I'm still so punch drunk off of Walchuk's ridiculous take that I'm not hearing anything.
You know what? I'm just glad that you didn't laugh. I know a lot of people are probably like, "Oh yeah, just that." It's bold for a reason, baby.
I can't even laugh.
It's bold for a reason.
I'm already being made sad by the Walchuk that comes strolling in here in January.
It will be nothing new that I haven't
missed the
experienced.
Playoffs.
Right? That would suck. But I have a lot of faith.
Does this all go back to Flanoy for you?
Of course it does. Of course it does. Flanoy.
Is he catching the game winner in the divisional round?
Lamb. Hell, he might. I think it's going to be a Brandon Aubrey kick to get you there.
Okay,
probably after Flanoy gets you in position, in range. Williams, the offensive line's coming together. Thank you, Lucius. I'm loving this. I'm vibing it. Quinn and Williams are going to wreak
Get the
havoc
violins
up front.
ready, Lucius.
Caleb Downs. Shut up, Eric. The Cowboys are going to the NFC Championship game. By golly, book it.
Saxophone's getting louder.
Let's go.
It is.
Let's go. And no, the coffee's not spiked with anything. Did I just polish off the espresso A17?
My gosh.
Yes, I did.
Of course you did. Triple shot?
I went 6.
You did a double triple?
I double tripled. And
Eric,
maybe that's why I'm feeling so good about it.
You want to fill in that last game?
I'm going to have to. We're going to be resuscitating him off his couch when they lose
Brian's
the game.
punting on it. Brian said he needs out of there.
Oh, you want me to be a part of that? I'll do that. I'll hold his hand through this process.
Yeah. NFC Championship.
I want to be there for my guy.
I've been a part of Wolchuk meltdown in a playoffs.
He's going to be taken out of AT&T Stadium on a gurney for the final game of the regular season when they miss the playoffs.
If they miss the playoffs,
when we do
I'm
that
done.
walk, he and I do that walk together.
It'd be the walk of shame.
Like we walk across the field, and he turns on the camera and goes, "Oh, let's do a little video here," and like he starts in on it. I'm like, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. No, this year I'm feeling very good about it. I mean, hell, Savona Ravel saying his goal is to be the best corner in the league. I think he's got a chance.
Do you think?
Don't tell me that's what the gut is basing all this off.
It's all about Savona
Ravel's playing with confidence
I think Bland's going to hit
in all seriousness,
be back and healthy.
In all seriousness, is it the moves that they made in the offseason or the hiring of Christian Parker?
It's a combination of everything. I think they've got the pieces on offense.
I'm just trying to get some analysis out of this.
Christian Parker, I think, is a big upgrade. You know how I feel about Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
The defense, I think, is going to be much better.
How do you feel about Shamar James?
Not good about him, but it's not going to matter because Overshown's going to stay healthy. Why? It's a contract year, and he's trying to get paid.
Yeah, I guess we did forget. We signed Kobe Durant to that 1-year deal, bro.
Kobe Durant. But did they draft the best player in the draft?
That's a put you over the top move.
See, I'd answer a question today. It's like, why aren't you guys very positive?
I'm telling you guys.
They got that 5th round rookie corner who's always injured from Florida that can
I'm not even
some plays.
on Devin Moore. I'm a believer in Malachi Lawrence. I think he's able to have some nice production as a rookie.
I hope you're right, Wolchuk.
Bold prediction, baby. Here it is.
We'll keep working.
The Cowboys are in the NFC Championship game. I'm going to remember this from you, Eric, over there.
Oh, dude.
Oh, yeah.
This is
you can punt on the NFC Championship pregame when we're doing it. I'm going to do double duty on that day, gloating when I'm right.
You have outdone yourself, Walt Chuck. You have taken
about
the
that?
predictions to an
Did you like
entirely
it?
new
He's
stratosphere.
gonna like it. He's going to get this right, and he's going to go. I'm going to pick the Rams this week.
I didn't say they were going to win it, but they're going to be there, and it's going to be glorious.
How much of this has to do with Hunter Lipke getting a bigger role in the offense, Chuck?
They paid him, and I think he's going to crush it.
Is this a
year.
Brevin Sport tight end too?
I'm a big
master
Brevin fan.
class.
It's a Michael Trigg take, baby. I believe in Michael Trigg. And Cooper Beebe's going to be the best center in football this year.
Gosh, I don't know if I just want to hug you right now or punch you right in the face.
I think everybody's pumped about this. The fan text is nobody's saying that I'm on drugs.
It's disgusting.
That's because they are too.
Rolchuk is drunk, and when he's wrong, those horns will be playing mighty loud. Hey,
yeah.
I can take it. It wouldn't be the first time I've been wrong on it. All right, let's get you set.
Wow, that was 12 minutes we'll never get back.
He's gonna walk that
I think
by week
agree.
4, he's gonna walk it back.
Hell no, I'm standing on it. They can start 0-4. They can start 0-4. They're gonna rally.
I'm going to make you a
baby.
promise right now. I am not going to remind you this day.
I figured I could.
I promise I'm not.
I figured I could count on you for support here, Brian.
No,
I need this on a sticky note on the wall of crab
I'll
takes.
do it. I'll do it, actually.
I'm not going to remind you of this day if it completely falls apart.
NFC Championship bound. Let's talk with Jared Sandler coming up next in the nation.
Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, we are still reeling from Wolchuk's insane, drunken, triple shot espresso Cowboys to the NFC Championship take, but we live on and we power through hour number 2 here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in. Let's welcome in our good buddy Jared Sandler off of his very first Father's Day, live from Miami, Florida, getting set for Rangers Marlins. Pregame at 5 o'clock. Jared, how you doing?
He's in the building. I'm great, man. We're in Miami, and I'm fired up because the Tartan Army will be here tonight. It's the Scottish fan group that was at Fenway Park for that Sunday night game. Created one of the coolest atmospheres I've ever experienced for a regular season, or really any baseball game, to be honest. This is usually a pretty dead place. They are playing. The Marlins are playing well, so maybe the fan support has picked up a little bit, but it should be a fun one tonight because I think we got about 5,000 Scottish fans who are going to be infiltrating Lone Depot Park. They've already started their bagpipe march outside and should hopefully be making their way into the ballpark in the next 30 to 45 minutes.
Heck yes, dude. I mean, look, I loved your tweet. Things are looking positive. Why? Because Miami has a winning record. And for whatever reason, the Rangers just seem to play up to that competition level.
One game above 500.
You love a good streak. You love stats and numbers. Like, is this one of the more bizarre Ranger nuggets that we have going?
Yeah, best winning percentage in the American League against teams over 500. Worst winning percentage.
There you go.
I think in the American League under 500. Kind of crazy, right? Someone asked me today, like, what does that tell you? I think the easy narrative to develop is, well, they just don't focus against bad teams. I don't know that that's the case. I think that the difference between the good and the bad in the American League, outside of a couple teams, is a pretty thin line right now. But that means the Rangers are going to have an opportunity because the schedule weakens a little bit. But hey, there's a reason why the Rangers are still under 500 because they haven't taken advantage of that, right? So, the Marlins are a scrappy young team on the come. They're really athletic. That's going to come into play all series, but especially tonight once Kumar Rocker takes over. Because we always talk about, his ability to control the running game. They'll bunt, so they're going to force the infield to try and make plays. And it's just a fun team to watch, to be honest with you. They don't have a bunch of superstars. They got some names that people should probably know, but because they're playing for the Marlins and maybe they haven't done it for multiple years, people don't know. Guys like Xavier Edwards and Otto Lopez, Kyle Stowers, but it's a fun group, and it's going to be a fun series. But because they're a good team, at least they're over 500, maybe that means the Rangers are set up to succeed this series. I don't know.
Hey, Jared, I was going to ask you this. Did the reason they're going with the opener in this one, and we've seen it work before with Rocker, was it just how bad the outing was against the Twins?
Well, I think it's the first inning struggles specifically on the road. It's why they did it in Colorado a few weeks ago, whenever that was, and Kumar delivered the best outing of his career. Was it because there was an opener? I don't know. Tough to say. But I think they're just trying to figure out ways to get rid of his first inning struggles because Kumar wasn't very good in his last start against the Twins, no matter what inning it was. I mean, I guess he was fine in innings 2 and 3, I think, and then got bit again in the 4th. But, at the end of the day, it just wasn't a good outing. But, for the year, Kumar, after the first inning, has been really, really good. It's the first inning that's given him problems. And it's not so much like, oh, well, he can't do well against these hitters or whatever. I think it's just, for whatever reason, he's having a tough time getting into a groove in the first inning. He's having a tough time, getting things timed up. Like he made some changes. He was starting to throw some pitches in the bullpen after the national anthem. I guess that worked for 3 straight starts and then didn't work yesterday. I think it's just a young guy. They're trying to figure out ways to put him in position to succeed. And you're also trying to win games, right? If the Rangers were 20 games under 500, then you're going to just have Kumar throw the first inning and say, hey, we want you to do something different. What can you do? How can you figure it out? But because the Rangers aren't in that position, because they're trying to win games, they got to balance that development with also, what's going to put the team in the best position to succeed.
Hey, Jared, I was going to ask about this. And I hope this is not a stupid question, but the first inning stuff, and you mentioned that with the pitchers and the Rangers seem to be down in the series like 5-0, 4-0, whatever that is. Do you think the fact that they came back the other day and had an answer might have got them on a different path now? That they kind of like, okay, that they needed something because nobody had any answers why they were always struggling here in the first.
Yeah, no, I mean, we joke that, in the games leading up, I think it was 3 in the first, 2, and then 4 in the first, and then they gave up 5, and they come back and they win.
Right.
Maybe they should have just given up 5 all along. I think when you have a game like that,
I'm reaching right now. I'm just reaching. I really am.
No. Listen, Broadus, it's a fair question because these are human beings, not robots, right?
Yeah.
So I do like. Someone asked me this. I think this is a great question. It's kind of an offshoot of the question you just asked. Had the Rangers not given up multiple first-inning runs in the 3 previous games, do they come back and win after giving up 5?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I can't say that I have a good answer, but I do think that they were kind of like, screw this.
Enough's enough.
Yeah. Now, the Padres felt, right? Randy Vasquez committed an error, the first batter at the bottom of the first, and then walked the next guy. And so, he definitely played a role in that, but then the Rangers took advantage. It's tough to know. It's tough to say for sure, but I do think that was an important win for the Rangers, just because they were constantly getting punched in the first inning, and they really needed to kind of turn things around to stop that losing streak, and they did it.
Does it seem like Wyatt's finally taken off now? Is this the moment where it's like, all right, here's our guy?
I hope so. Now, with Wyatt, we've seen the last 2 years, he's had some good months mixed in, and then some months where he's struggling, right? Like his numbers, last year, at the end of the day, he was a 5-win player. He had a really good year. It's certainly not his ceiling, but at least we don't think it is, but it was a good year. So the question then, how did he get his numbers? We got his numbers because he had a couple of really good months. The next step for Wyatt is that, okay, yeah, you can have a couple really good months, but now the other months, let's raise that floor, right? Everyone makes their season off of their hot streaks, but what also can make their season is the cold streaks. So Wyatt is riding a wave right now. He's playing in a way that I think we all envision, is what he can do on a more consistent basis than, what we've seen the last couple of years. He's, a dynamic player who's going to help you on the bases, but also by hitting the crap out of the ball. So now the question is, all right, let's ride this wave. But when the wave subsides, because it's going to, and that's okay, it might not be today, it might be in a week, it might be 2 weeks, no reason to stop it. But when it does, what's the floor going to be? Because the best players, their floors either aren't as low as the average player, or it doesn't last as long, right? So maybe it's low, right? Like Aaron Judge, he goes through some stretches where he's a really bad player, but it's just not very long. And then obviously the ceiling when he's playing well is super high. A lot of people compare, Wyatt Langford to Mike Trout, fair unfair. Well, when Mike Trout was at his best, those cold stretches did not last long. And even when they did, it still felt like, all right, he's like 1 for his last 15, but there's like 2 stolen bases and really good defense, right? So how do you minimize the cold stretches and how do you raise the floor on those? Because we're seeing with Wyatt, the ceiling when he's playing well can be as good as almost anyone in baseball.
It's Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. What's going on with Corey? When can we be seeing Seager?
Yeah, with the concussion stuff, he's got to pass certain tests. And, I understand the frustration from the fan base. I see it. I hear it. But he got a concussion, and it's not like it's a bum ankle and it's whether he's willing to play or not. Corey wants to play, but he's got to pass, whether it's vision tests, whatever the case is, he's got to pass these tests. And I think he's continuing to seek treatment and whatever means will help him get to that point. But, this isn't a matter of, like with some guys, will you or are you capable of playing on this or that? That's not the case here. With Corey, he's got to pass tests. I think he's got to pass, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's got to pass an internal one, and then once he does, he's got to pass an independent evaluation as well. A doctor or whatever whoever would do it, and he's unfortunately not been able to pass those tests yet. So not much you can do. I've talked to him. He's incredibly frustrated. I know that he's the way he kind of carries himself. It's easy to assume he's just kind of like, well, whatever, I don't care. I can tell you that's the furthest from the truth. He's incredibly frustrated, but there's really not much he can do, unfortunately, right now until he gets to the point where he's able to pass whatever evaluations he needs to pass.
Jack Leiter going on the IL with that ankle issue. I mean, has that just been bugging him and he's been pitching through it for a while?
Yeah, he's tried. There's the outing against the Pirates on April 22nd where I think it was Brandon Nimmo, and I'm not trying to pin this on Brandon Nimmo, obviously, but his throw to the plate was incredibly errant, and Jack then had to race up the third base line to try and serve as an additional backup. Stepped on a donut in the on-deck circle with his left ankle, rolled that, but then in trying to kind of compensate, messed up his right ankle. It's been bugging him. He's tried to pitch through it. It's easy to say, well, if it's been bugging you for you should have sat down sooner. But these guys are competitors. They want to play, right? It's easy for us to say that. I think he was trying to pitch through it. I think he felt like he was capable of pitching through it. But I think it's just gotten to the point where, he's ready to, or whether, to be honest with you, I don't even know if he's ready. The team's kind of saying, hey, we need to take some, get you right, because the version of Jack Leiter
I think
if he just stepped on a donut,
I think we lost him. I think we lost him there.
You think he'd have been okay?
Oh, there he is. Oh, he's back. He's back. Jared,
you lost me? I'm sorry.
It's been cutting in and out, but it's all good, my dude. We appreciate the time as always, good sir, and we look forward to the call tonight.
Oh, now I lost you. I'm losing you guys, but I love you, and I'll talk to you guys later.
We love you more. There he goes, Jared Sandler. Got to celebrate his first Father's Day yesterday, and a happy Father's Day to Jared. But let's turn our attention to the news of the day. The Mavs have a new head coach. We're going around the rim next, Eric.
Yes, sir. Yes, we are. Dusty May, Mavericks draft, and the Giannis update next year in the nation. tomorrow. Lots to get to as we crank open a rim sesh here. Brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been hurt in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. And with Frankel and Frankel, they are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We'll get you a Krusty's Corner with the Super Bowl champion, Brian Broaddus, as we just got gifted some Sonic onion rings. Shout out to Stephanie in sales, coming in clutch on National Onion Ring Day. But right now, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when the Mavericks land a brand new head coach off a natty at Michigan. Dusty May, he's been a monster of a man in the college ranks now. Only a head coach at 2 different spots. He was an assistant coach at many different places. This dude has bounced around quite a bit, but he gets the head coaching job at FAU and sends them to the Final Four, parlays that into the Michigan head coach job, and they go ahead and win the national title for the first time since 1989. And it seems like whatever this guy touches in the college ranks, especially as a head coach, good things tend to happen. And also, you mentioned earlier, Wolchuk, that he went to Indiana. His first official basketball gig, 1996 through the year 2000. Indiana student manager.
Oh.
Who was the head coach?
Was it Bob Knight?
It was Bobby Bleepin' Knight. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen. So that was his first introduction to college basketball greatness. It was Bobby Knight, and then he bounced around a bunch of different places, and he's been fantastic over the last few years. I mean, this is a big step for him. Okay, this is a big step for him because when he was at Florida Atlantic, taking them to the Final Four, Dusty May became known as Dusty March. All right. Then he gets to Michigan. He becomes Dusty April because he wins the title in April. The day he was born,
Dusty June.
He was Dusty May, and now the one thing left on his basketball resume is to become Dusty June.
Yes.
Hoisting the Larry O'Brien alongside Cooper flag at the AAC.
Just tomorrow, if you listen to the broadcast, Wolchuk will predict that. He will go on. He goes, guys, I was driving in today.
Gut feeling, guys.
Got a feeling.
Just a gut feeling.
Avoid hitting a squirrel on the street. I had to swerve, and it came to me. This Dusty May guy that we hired, I have a gut feeling that we're going to get a championship out of this.
Can Dusty May be Dusty June? That is the question.
Who wins a championship first, the Mavs or the Cowboys?
I'd probably still lean the Mavs.
100% the Mavs. They got Cooper Flag.
Now, how about this little nuggie?
They got Dusty March, April, and May.
And about to be June. In each of the last Mavs 3 hires, they've all reached the finals within their first 3 years. So you got Avery, who did it in his second year, Rick Carlisle, who won the championship in year 3, and then Jason Kidd made the finals in year 3. So now Dusty June, a.k.a. Dusty May, how long is it going to take him? I'm thinking year 2.
Why don't you just go ahead and throw it out there next year?
Why not day one?
Yeah,
why not the day that he has his intro presser?
Game.
We get some confetti.
Okay. We still need to see how the draft goes.
After that Oklahoma City scrimmage.
Yeah.
How about this? You could do it during when we play in Vegas, right?
Summer League.
Summer League.
Yeah.
Just go.
Summer League.
This team looked like it has the makeup.
Axel Lindeborg, their 9th overall pick, getting to reunite with his college coach. I'm just saying, man, this guy looks like a double-double machine.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here now because you have to wonder with Dusty May. I mean, it's pretty clutch, him coming from the college ranks. We're wondering, when are you going to get your coach? When are you going to get your coach? Well, this is a guy that here now, just a day before the draft, this guy has a pretty good grasp on these college players. Not only his own, but also just the guys that he went up against. He's got probably an interesting perspective on a lot of these different dudes. And the interesting part as well, and Jake Fisher noted this, one of the NBA insiders, is, he's coming in and you're wondering, is he going to want to bring in some of his Michigan guys? He's probably got a pretty good feel on the way all the other teams in the league feel about his Michigan guys. How many teams picked up the phone over the last few weeks and were like, hey, tell me about this guy, tell me about this guy. Oh, we're interested in Lindeborg at this spot. We're interested at Mara at this spot. So he probably, if he wants his Michigan guys, he probably knows exactly which teams are also kind of in that market for those dudes. And just being able to navigate those things, I think, is going to be something that's a big advantage.
Or he just stays the hell out of the way.
Masai, Schmitzy,
hey, listen,
handle it.
I'm trying to find the men's room here. I really don't need to be making a lot of an opinion.
Well, the two bigs for Michigan, you have Adai Mara and you have Yaxel Lindeborg.
I kind of like Mara a little bit. If is that really a trade down situation there?
I think that's a guy that you could stick and pick at 9. But potentially, if they do the trade down, which there's plenty of talk of I mean, there's so much trade rumors going on right now. Do the Thunder want a package pick 12 and 17 to move up to 9? Do you want to do a dance with the Thunder? Is that something you even really want to do? Who do the Thunder want in that scenario going to 9 that they want to take that you're going to miss out on? But getting picks 12 and 17, that could work for you in what is obviously a fantastic draft, and being able to get 2 picks right there. Plus, you have the 30th pick in this draft. So it'd be interesting to see how Ujiri, I'm sure they have a list of a couple of guys that if they're there at 9, they're not moving on from. So is this something that actually happens before the draft, or is this something that let's wait till we get on the clock, see who's available, and if there's no one that we're absolutely in love with, let's go ahead and make the deal. We'll see how that shakes out. But plenty of trade rumors going on right now with the Mavericks, and with those guys, Mara and Lindeborg from Michigan, their odds with Underdog, they went from Mara 11% chance to go 9 to the Mavs to now up to 26%. And for Lindeborg, 13% chance to land with the Mavs at 9 after the May hire goes up to 25%. So we'll see how May decides to get involved in the draft conversations. But I do like this hire. If you were going, I mean, you're swinging for the fences. You really are. And Dusty May has a chance to really become one of the prominent names in basketball history from a head coach standpoint, doing what he did at FAU, doing what he just did winning the Natty at Michigan. If you come into the NBA and you and Cooper Flagg go on a nice run here and you're able to end up getting a title, man, you fall into some pretty rarefied air of head coaches that have been able to really do that. So big swing. Credit to DeMont for cutting the check, because this had to be a fatty boomba. I don't think you're leaving Michigan with a ready-made roster you can go back-to-back with. But the idea that you just have to continue in college now to turn over your roster.
He clearly was not liking that anymore.
Dude, you win the Natty, and 30 minutes later, you're on the phone trying to replace your entire roster. That is a beatdown.
He kept saying how it didn't feel like they even won a national championship. Like, you just got to immediately, boom, you got to go to work. So, I love it. I hope this really works out well for the Mavericks, and I think that it will.
If you're wondering what Derek Lively is doing, you can find on his Instagram. He's at one of those zoos that you can get up close and feed the animals.
So he's standing shoulder.
He was eye to eye with the giraffe. You'll see him with it looks to be some level of giraffe Pop-Tart kind of thing. Lively puts it in his own mouth, and then he allows the giraffe to bend down and stick his giant giraffe tongue into the face of Derek Lively and scoop out with that giraffe tongue the giraffe Pop-Tart that was previously in Derek Lively's mouth. This is jarring. Pretty insane video. Now, good news for Derek Lively, I'm not seeing his name.
Those giraffe tongues are long too, fam.
It's unbelievable.
Long and purple. They look scary.
In one touch of the tongue, your chin all the way to your forehead is lathered in giraffe saliva. And Derek Lively
can wrap that thing around your neck if he wanted to.
No question. He could
take you out of there. You're choked out by a giraffe tongue. It's a terrible way to go.
That video really could have gone sideways. So that's what Derek Lively's up to. And he's not being thrown around in the trade rumors like many of the Mavs players are, including Daniel Gafford. We got to get Bobby Carella's thoughts on this at 4 o'clock today. The idea of moving on from Gafford, what would that mean? Because there's some reports that over the next 48 hours, Gafford could be on the move somewhere. Is it? Is it to Los Angeles with the Lakers? Are they going to make the Lakers a dance partner here? It looks like the Dan Woik, who is very much so in the know when it comes to the Lakers, says that the Lakers are quote-unquote on the clock with Luka. Quote, I think there's an actual threat that he could have a wandering eye if the Lakers can't deliver on the plans they presented last summer. A lot of pressure on the Lakers.
Wandering eye back to Dallas.
It does suck for Luka, man. Like you had the ready-made team. It took years to build kind of the perfect team around Luka to get him to where he wanted to go. Now you go to the Lakers, and immediately you're having to start from scratch in terms of building the right roster around Luka to get it done. And the pressure's on for him for sure, because he knows from a legacy standpoint, a title needs to be had pretty dang ASAP for him. And so the pressure's a ton on the Lakers. And of course, the big story in the NBA right now, where's Giannis going to go? Looks like it's going to happen. By the time the draft starts tomorrow, Giannis will either be a Celtic or a member of the Miami Heat. And it's like, what would you guys rather have here? Because the Celtics are throwing Jaylen Brown into the conversation. Jaylen Brown is going to be the big fish in the trade if Boston executes it with Milwaukee for Giannis. So the Celtics are going to get Jaylen Brown. They're going to get another young player on the Celtics, and they're going to get a couple of first-round picks. Whereas the Miami Heat, you're going to get Tyler Hero, which it looks like they get Tyler Hero and they could immediately flip him to a team like Detroit for some picks. So it's like, what does Milwaukee want to do? Do they want to take in Jaylen Brown, who's clearly the best player if you're looking at all the players available here?
Like a legit guy you can build around.
But he's 30 years old, and he doesn't want to be in Milwaukee. So you're going to get kind of a disgruntled star who doesn't really want to be there, but is just the asset of having Jaylen Brown better because, okay, if ultimately I have to end up trading, if I'm Milwaukee and I have to trade Jaylen Brown, what could I ultimately get from him down the line at the trade deadline or next summer or whatever it is? So I don't know. With the Heat, you're getting much more in the way of draft picks, much more in the way of young players that are on rookie contracts. So what does Milwaukee want to do? Do they want to make sure they come away from the Giannis trade with a pretty big household NBA name in Jaylen Brown? Or do they want it to be assured the fact that they're going to get a boatload of picks from Miami and a handful of young, promising sort of role players that are cost control? What do you do here? If you're Milwaukee, I still think you want the name and you want the star.
Jaylen Brown.
Because even if he's unhappy here, I think you ultimately can flip him for another haul of some picks here.
But the Heat do seem like they kind of tend to win out. And I guess they're also like, hey, we need to know because they might want to make a push for Kawhi.
Yeah, well, the Heat, for sure, because now they've burned the Tyler Hero bridge.
They got to make a move.
They're going to have to move on from Hero.
Go back there.
At this point, there's no way. And so Pat Riley's got plenty of pressure on him because he swung and missed on Kevin Durant. He swung and missed on Damian Lillard. So for Miami's always kind of in the conversation for these stars, but outside of LeBron choosing to go to Miami, and then they were able to get Jimmy Butler a couple years after they'd been trying for years to get Jimmy Butler, they finally are able to get him. But outside of that, they're just always in the conversation. Star players always like, the Heat would be one of the teams I would like to go to, but there's always another team that has better assets to trade, and you haven't had the one player do the thing where he's like, I only want to go to Miami. Giannis is saying, I'm down to go to Miami. I'm down to go to Boston. I'll sign an extension with both of those teams. So now it opens up. No players really forced their way to the Heat. And so Pat Riley is sitting there and he's going all in right now. He's going all in. If he doesn't land Giannis, I guess, do you try and pivot to Kawhi Leonard? I don't know.
Yes.
What can you get? What are you getting with Kawhi Leonard at this point? Still, when healthy, easily
fantastic.
One of the best 10 players in the NBA.
But the health thing, that's a big one.
That's a weird deal. So
it's a big one.
Shams is saying Giannis is definitely going to be a Celtic or a member of the Miami Heat within the next 28 hours or so. Does it happen today? Does it happen tomorrow? I guess the Bucks are just in their think tank right now. Wonder if they're pulling an Andrew Barry in the Browns and reaching out to other people in different sports to try and help them make a decision for their franchise. But Giannis remaining in the East. Will it be in Boston? Will it be in Miami? We find out very, very soon, and we'll have the breaking news immediately as it happens right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on a Monday. Great to have you in. Krusty's Corner is coming up next.
Yes, and I reached out to the fans. We've got fan questions for you guys about the Cowboys. I need your answers. We'll do those next.
All right.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We will get back to some Mavs talk as they've got a new head coach, Dusty May, moving up from the national champion Michigan Wolverines to the NBA to be the next head coach of your Dallas Mavericks. Bobby Carell, All City Dallas, to join us at the top of the hour right now. Here he is, King of the Crusties, Broadus.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I really always appreciate you playing that, and thank you to Greystone for being a part of that. Before I get started, I want to give a special hello, if I could.
Hello.
My dad, Larry Broadus, is listening.
Larry!
What's up? And his caregiver, Joy, is listening.
Hey, Joy.
Along. And sitting with Dad and making sure everything's okay. So I appreciate all her work. She's brand new with us, but she's sitting down checking out the show and excited about her coming on board, helping Dad while me and Michelle kind of do things business-wise and things like that. But nice to have Dad at home and nice to have Joy here working with my dad. And
it's fantastic.
And Dad, I love you, and I'll see you here in a little bit for some baseball and some dinner.
Yes,
so,
let's get a win.
Looking forward to that. All right. I reached out to the fan base here. We got some questions. I always like to come up with questions. And I think our fan base is pretty good with their questions too. And so I just wanted to take a couple of them and kind of fill them in. In June, you're always trying to kind of come up with content. You're always trying to, kind of fill in some things like that. And it's a challenge, but man, it's one I relish. And whether we're doing it here or at the Love of the Star or with stuff we're doing with Crown Global Media.
Oh, yeah, we do have a new Love of the Star up.
We do.
Check that out.
Yep, we do have a new one up for sure. All right, Chief.
Yep.
This comes from a guy named Jamie Seals, and Jamie Seals wants to know the fact that Dak struggles with this defensive scheme. Does working against it make him better going forward? The fact that Christian Parker was part of the Vic Fangio group that gave Dak a little trouble, like we saw it at Denver a little bit, maybe some at Philly. Philly's kind of got it a little bit. Dak's had his moments. But does working against this scheme help him in the future going against it?
Yeah, I mean, I do think at this point Dak has overcome a lot of that stuff when it comes to the Fangio scheme, which maybe 5 years ago was really giving him fits, but he's overcome that in a pretty big way, and you can see that firsthand with the way he's able to play the Eagles. But yes, this is much more of an iron sharpens iron type thing. You can hear CeeDee Lamb call it it's annoying. Like they have a different set of strategies now with Parker compared to what they had with Eberflus. I absolutely think it's a huge win. It's a much more forward-thinking defense. It's much more of the type of defense that you're going to see when you're going up against some of the best ones in the league. And so, yes, I think that is a huge advantage, not only for Dak, but for the rest of the offense.
How about you, Wooly? Does Dak working against, at times he's had struggles. At times he's played very well against this scheme, but does it help him? Against this scheme?
I think it absolutely does. I mean, I think Christian Parker is just a great person to have that he can bounce stuff off of. Like, hey, this is kind of the stuff that Fangio's saying when we're prepping for you leading into the week. Like, this is what he's going to be trying to do to you. This is where he thinks that you're weak at. And then getting to just see it on a regular basis. Like, I can't wait to get out there and be able to see it in person at training camp. This is going to be a lot of fun. I mean, you could kind of see, I think all of these guys, whether it's Overshown and his meeting with the media or Dak talking about it, like there's just a different sense of energy and excitement about the possibilities of what this team can be. And that's part of the reason why I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go full into this thing and go with NFC Championship game or bust, because I really do believe that this thing's being a little different.
I think that's amazing.
There he is. He's like Bobby doubling down on takes.
It's going to happen here. I mean, 53 years, I never thought the Knicks would win a championship. They just did. It's the year of breaking the streaks here, baby.
That's what it is.
Lucius told us that was going to happen when he started watching the playoffs. He said,
Lucius is like, let's go Knicks.
I'm going to get my ranch. I'm going to get my wings. I'm going to get a cigar. I'm going to watch some playoffs. Nick, he told us it was going to happen. All right. I do. I think it helps. I think going into some games, any insight that Dak can get of maybe what Vic Fangio is thinking about attacking him, I think it'd only be a beneficial, a big plus.
100%.
Going forward. All right, how about you there, Wooly? This comes from a guy named Payson. Payson wants to know, what's the ideal number of touches for Javonte Williams over a 17-game schedule?
Oh, wow. So now we got to do math here.
Well, you're going to think about, don't take it in a math way. Well, okay, don't think about 17 games. I mean, he picked the 17. Game. Yeah, but think about what you would be comfortable with him
I
doing
like around
things.
20 touches a game. Whether that's and it can go 20 to 22 because I think that there were probably some opportunities as just a check down as a receiver. I think he actually can be a good weapon, and it's not like he's running routes. Don't get me wrong,
right?
But I mean, they didn't really utilize the screen game a whole lot, and maybe that's what they would like the change of pace with Jaden Blue to do. But I think Javonte Williams showed his rookie season in Denver and in North Carolina, he can be a solid receiving weapon and a check down player. So I think 20 to 22 touches a game, a combination of receptions and carries.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, I mean, you saw last year the wear and tear start to set in a little bit.
Absolutely, you did.
And he played more than he ever had before.
Yes.
And not only with the carries, but also they weren't really trying to trust anybody else from a pass protection standpoint. And that's physical too. Like that takes a toll on you when you're blocking blitzing linebackers and edge rushers all season long. So I think getting Jaden Blue in particular on the field would be huge here. Could you get Jaden Blue 8 touches a game and keep Javonte Williams around 15 to 20, I think would be ideal, just so you can extend him throughout the season because he had, what did he have? He had 287 touches last year. I would like to get that down to closer to 200.
Gotcha. I think that you saw the wear and tear, and I don't think he'd ever had to go through anything like that.
No, not in the NFL.
So I think now that he knows probably the expectations of what he's going to have to do, and now has a little bit better mindset of like, okay, to get through this season, I'm going to have to. I can't hit the wall in week 13. I've got to find a way to get through the wall, get all the way through into the playoffs and stuff like that.
Yeah, he was 5 yards a carry, 82 rushing yards per game in the first 11 games of the year. Then he was 4.3 yards per carry, 61 yards per game in the final 5 games of the year.
Yeah, you could see the drop off. I mean, he ended up averaging 18 touches a game last year over the 16
you're saying
games.
About 4 more or 2 to 4 more a game?
Well, I think the key here would be like, can you try and spread it out a little bit here? Like in games that you've got a lead, right? Can I go ahead and now I can take some, sit him.
Right.
And try and keep him more fresh.
Right. All right. How about this one to you, Chief? Mm-hmm. This is a guy named Timbo Slice.
I like that.
Timbo Slice. I don't think that's illegal to say, but I think Timbo Slice is okay. What position would you predict they will use their first rounder on next year in 2027? What position do you think? Just make a prediction of what you think they might use their first rounder on next year.
That's obviously a challenging question. There's so many spots that you could make very realistic. What happens with George Pickens? Do they trust Flanoy? Do they want another wide receiver there?
Sure.
Are they trusting Tyler Guyton anymore? Do they feel like they need a reset at the tackle spot? Like those are the first 2 positions that came to mind for me: wide receiver and offensive tackle. And then defensively,
so it's interesting. You went right off offense, right off the jump.
Yeah. Just because I think those are 2 big time questions. I think on the defensive side of the ball, corner for sure. If Bland and these young guys like Ravel are not doing what they need to do, Durant's on a 1-year deal.
One? Come on, which one's it going to be?
Well, I'm going offense. I'm going wide receiver, offensive tackle.
Yeah.
Okay. And look, a lot of the mocks have kind of been getting a peak ski ahead of this.
Have you?
It's wide receiver, so you're onto something there. I know. I'm going to go corner. They got an out on Deron Bland. Give me the cornerback position is one which that might not be great for my Savone Revel take, but let's go corner.
Cornerback. I kind of feel like that maybe I think it's going to be a defensive player. I think they're going to look at a linebacker.
Okay.
I think linebacker is going to be the one.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Especially if Overshown's not back.
All right, then my final question to you guys here in the last couple of minutes. Willie, to you. Philip Proctor wants to know, Overshown and Pickens ball out.
Ooh.
Who do the Cowboys give priority over to re-sign?
Oh, this is easy.
Overshown.
It's Overshown.
Yeah.
They love Overshown. They drafted Overshown. Everybody the entire fan base loves Overshown. If he can prove that he can be healthy and back to his dominant self like he was in 2024 or whatever it was, I think it's no question it's Overshown.
And you don't have a Pickens, a CeeDee Lamb in that position group to even compare to. So, yeah, it would be Overshown. And I'm just getting my mind right to just soak it in and enjoy Lamb and Pickens for this year while we can. Because trust me, I'd love to keep them both here. I just don't think they're going to want to spend $60 to $70 million on two wide receivers.
Well, you guys thought it was that just open and shut, right?
100%. 100%. Wide receiver money is so huge. You're already paying Lamb.
Yeah.
And they love to re-sign guys that they drafted. It's like a notch on their belt.
And hurt guys.
And they love the hurt guy. And Overshown's everybody loves Overshown. He's incredible.
And the way
even as a person, let alone as a player.
Yeah, the way you put it, I was thinking that maybe Pickens had a chance, but how adamant you are right now about that, I don't think you're wrong.
And linebacker money is not.
And I'm saying draft. I want to draft a linebacker.
Well, they still might need to.
Yeah,
yeah. We'll see what happens with D. Winters. How long's he got left on his deal? 1 year? Like he was a 6-round pick. Yeah. So is he going to what, year 3? So he's got a year left after this.
Yeah. Well, there it is, man.
Appreciate you, boys. Corner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Krusty's Corner.
Thank
every day.
Dad. Thank you, Joy.
Here.
Appreciate you guys, too.
Shout out to Papa Broadus. Happy Father's Day. And shout out to Joy as well. All right, let's talk more Mavs. We got a new head coach for your Dallas Mavericks. Bobby Carella, All City Dallas, breaks down with us next year on 105.3 The Fan and the G-Bag Nation.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, I'm scrolling through, and I'm about to get the picture of the ranch fountain. So GQ's got it. I guess the Fergie wedding, they're walking out to the song Fergie. Beautiful job by Jake Ferguson and his new bride, as he did. He came through with the ranch fountain, and that was his one priority that he wanted, and I'm glad our guy was able to get it. Can't wait as our March to training camp rolls on here. Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Wolchuk, Broadus, Chiafalo, Alexander hanging out with you, Dawson, on vacay. Show that man some love,
man,
on social.
I imagine Jake Ferguson was bathing at one point in that ranch fountain.
I think he had
like Lucius was in the Dead Sea pool at Wild Springs. You know,
floating,
having the time of his freaking life.
I tell you, that thing will burn.
World Springs.
Though.
What did I say?
Wild Springs.
Wild Springs. My bad.
World Springs.
It was Wild Springs yesterday when Lucy showed up.
I'll get you in the midst of some passes. You can enjoy it.
It's a good time in there.
Yeah, no,
you can do that.
Yeah, I can do that. We can do that.
He's got the hookup. He does.
Wow, I didn't know I had a World Springs guy.
No, he's the guy.
I got to have that.
He is the guy.
There you go.
All right, speaking of the guy, the man, the myth, the legend, our buddy Bobby Carella, All City Dallas, joining us now to talk about the Mavs' new coach, Dusty May. Bobby, how are you? And how were you feeling when you heard the news the Mavs have a new coach?
Dude, it is another day, another big story, and another thing that we can feel good about. Like, I don't even know what to do. You know, I don't know what to think. I don't know how to feel. We spent 2 years in sports hell.
Yeah.
And now it is just like hit after hit after hit. It has been awesome right now.
Have you had more good days and bad days with this team, Bobby?
In my life, probably.
Yes.
In the last 2 years, still no. But in the last, 2 months, absolutely.
Has this been the hardest 2 years to cover this basketball team, or can you talk about another time that wasn't very pleasant for you to have to deal with these guys?
Man, this has to have been the worst, but I think it's kind of, I'm trying to get real zen with it and just remind myself that, experiencing the worst possible things that could happen, and there were a lot of them. They chained together like a 32X combo of some real BS, experiencing the absolute worst helps you recognize and appreciate the positive a whole lot more, and it took wandering through the desert for a very long time to get to this point, but, they hit on a 1.8% chance at Cooper Flag about a year ago, and ever since then, it's been sports bliss, man. Now, I mean, they got to prove it on the court, obviously. All of this is just make-believe hypothetical projection. But, I mean, Patrick Dumont took a big, giant, fat L and has since put together the Avengers. I cannot wait to see it.
Bobby, why the college coach? You say the Avengers, but why the college coach?
That's a really good question. I mean, I'm surprised, and I was listening to you guys earlier talk about Jeff Goodman's report that, Dusty May said that Cooper Flag being here was a big reason why he took the job in the first place. I'm curious to hear, him say more about that. I'm assuming they'll have some intro presser, at some point this week in the next few days, but I guess NIL stuff, every single season in college now you're building a new team. Right. I mean, last year, Michigan, they go 37-3. They win the title. It's like one of the best college teams of our lifetimes. Every single one of the top 5 players in minutes played per game last season was not on the team the year before. So you were literally rebuilding your entire team every single season, and that has got to be exhausting. And so, NBA coaching money is big time stuff. I mean, we're talking, I think Jason Kidd was making $10 million a year. If Dusty May is getting anywhere close to that, I know that Michigan could probably match it, but if there's somehow more stability in pro sports now than there is in college, and you have just as much, ability to communicate with your players, and you're coaching a 19-year-old future GOAT, I mean, I could see the appeal. So I'm really curious to hear him talk about it, but I frankly am still very surprised that was even an option.
It's Bobby Carella, All City Dallas, DLLS Mavericks, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So what have you seen from Dusty May that you like? Of course, we know the credentials and the resume as a head coach in college basketball. Basically, everything he touches turns into gold. FAU, Michigan. Is it a personality thing? Is there a tactful way that he goes about things on the court that stands out to you? What is it about Dusty?
Yeah, so one of my colleagues here, Ron Harad, was talking to some of the people that he know in the league, and they said he runs that program like it's an NBA team. And so I don't know if that's the way that he talks to players, the way that he prepares for games, like the detail or anything. Obviously we're going to try and figure some of that stuff out, but, you don't hear that very often. College for the last 25 years has been just one and done after one and done. It's just a conveyor belt of turning guys into NBA players. And you're kind of just rolling the ball out, letting them do whatever they want, put up big stats, string together some good film, and send them on their way. But he, at both FAU and last year's team with Michigan, he was coaching upperclassmen. Michigan had one freshman, and then it was a bunch of older guys like Yaxel Lindeborg, who was maybe the best player on Michigan last year. He's going to be 24 years old on opening night. So, he is coaching guys that are not quite grown men, but pretty darn close to it, not just a bunch of teens. And I think that matters a lot, commanding those guys' respect and the ability to also, for all of the grief that we give NIL, he and Michigan basically assembled that championship team out of nothing. They hit the transfer portal, they found guys, and he made it work. And I think you have to be very adaptable to, achieve sustained success in college sports these days for that reason, because there is so much change all the time. And there's a lot of change at the NBA level too. You look at the Mavs roster right now, more than half those guys are probably going to be on a new team next week. And then a year from now, it could be the same exact thing. Like, you just have to start from square one over and over again in the pros, and he has demonstrated that he can do that. But I think one thing on the court that, was evident both of the last two seasons, despite having entirely different teams, is Michigan played through their bigs a lot. Danny Wolf 2 seasons ago for Michigan, Adai Mara last season. Those guys weren't quite point forwards, but they did have the ball in their hands a lot, making decisions. There was a lot of cutting, a lot of very high IQ basketball, a lot of getting out in transition, a lot of the things that I think fit Coop's skill set quite a bit. And so I wonder, Derek Lively has demonstrated the ability to move the ball and pass and make choices and stuff, but I wonder if the Mavs are going to target a big, whether it's in the draft or, in free agency, some more like skilled players to get them in here to make those decisions, or if that's just an example of him being adaptable to his own personnel. So, I'm really, curious and looking forward to diving into some tape to try and learn more.
Yeah, immediately, Bobby, he comes from the college ranks, and he's got 3 lottery picks from his own school. So sitting there with the 9th pick, and there's a lot of trade rumors, is there a possibility of moving up, moving down? The Oklahoma City pick swap could be in there. Is there one of the 3 guys, whether it's Johnson Jr., Lindeborg, you just mentioned Mara, that you like more as a fit for Dallas if they went with one of his Michigan players?
I think my favorite of the 3, in general and also for the Mavs, is Merez Johnson. He's very versatile on defense, very quick-footed. I think in the NBA, he's probably a center. In college, he played 4. He did flash a little bit of ability to shoot the ball, and if he can do that, then maybe you can run like a 2-big lineup with him at power forward. But I think every decision that you make regarding the center position for the next 10 years is going to be built around, can Victor Wembanyama absolutely humiliate that guy 50 times a game? And if the answer is yes, you'll want to stay away from him. But I think, Merez is big and strong, but he's also a little lower to the ground, but he uses his weight really well. Like, he's a little bigger than PJ Washington. And over the last couple of years, PJ has been the best Mav at guarding Wemby because he can kind of get into him and maybe knock him off the spot and stuff. And, Johnson's obviously a little bigger and stronger, so you can use him in some different ways. I just really like that versatility. I like how he can be a dynamic defender, much like Coop, much like Derek Lively. The question mark is the shooting, but that's the case for all 3 of those guys from Michigan. I think they're all much more advanced defensive players at this point than they are offensive players. I just really value Merez's versatility. I think taking him at 9 might be a little early. I would not shed one tear about that, but if they do make that trade back with OKC, taking him at 12 would be an absolute home run, in my opinion.
Bobby, what do you think about Mara? What do you think about him? Because in NFL, I get to watch tape and stuff, so I'm kind of doing YouTube scouting and stuff, and there's like a lot of really good clips of him, and you don't see a lot of the bad things, but he looks like, pretty athletic as far as for a big guy to be able to move his feet. And I think there's always questions about those guys, those really tall ones. How well can they move their feet?
Yeah, he is pretty nimble for his size. I mean, comparing to someone like Zach Edey, for example, from Memphis, Mara can move much better than him. But Mara's not quite as quick as Derek Lively, for example. He's got an extra probably 20 or 30 pounds, if not more. But like Lively, he's super skilled, man. I mean, he can see the floor.
Pass really
they would dump it to him, in the low post, high post, elbow, whatever. I mean, he's always looking for cutters. He can obviously see over his defender, but he can read the floor, and you can see that he's processing the game. And he's only 21 years old or whatever, so he's still very young. To be able to see the game like that is very valuable. But there's kind of been this specifically this season in the NBA, almost this kind of rebellion against these playmaking bigs. Alperen Şengün was kind of the next one, and now everyone's like, yeah, that guy sucks. Jokic and the Nuggets, they got bounced early in the playoffs. Maybe the playmaking big is kind of on the way out. I don't know. I mean, I think Mara is much better defensively than either of those two guys.
Yeah.
And so even if you don't play through him, he's still very valuable on the court. But, it should be noted last year was the only year in college that he was playing as a starter. It was also the healthiest he's been, and he did not average. I think he played 23 minutes a game or something. So, if you're drafting him with the intention of playing him 30, 35 minutes a game, that's a big gamble for a dude that size. I mean, most big guys they struggle with injuries. That's part of it. So, if you're willing to assume that risk while still limiting his minutes, I think you're getting a hell of a player. But the Mavs already have a big that deals with injuries, and for that reason, I'm very, very spooked.
Let me ask you this, okay, and I appreciate you being honest. You could have just gone ahead and told me, Brian, you're full of S, and I don't like the guy, and would have been just fine. But I was going to ask, the type of injuries, though, is it foot problems? Is it back problems? Do you know what he deals with on a yearly basis? Is it something that all big guys suffer with, or is it something that's unique to him?
Yeah, it's tough. Everything is very cryptic in college. No one ever really releases the real truth, but I think it's just run-of-the-mill basketball injuries.
Gotcha.
I don't think he's got, any degenerative conditions or anything like that.
Thank you.
Bobby Carell with us here in the G-Bag Nation talking all things Mavs. What do you think about some of the player trade rumors that are out there? Mavs looking to possibly flip Najee, Klay Thompson, Gafford's been out there, and if they do, what would be ideal return in your opinion?
Yeah, I'll start with Gafford because I feel like it's almost, this is not a report or anything. I would be stunned if he was on the team next week. I just think that they're probably going to try and move him as soon as they can. The issue though is he makes pretty good money, man. I mean, he makes $18 million a year, and that's roughly top 15, top 20 center money. I don't know that he's a top 15 or 20 center in the league, and so you're probably looking around and trying to find a team that needs a big. Obviously, LA needs a big badly. The Lakers it's one of the reasons that they weren't even better than they were last year is because DeAndre Ayton was just kind of hanging out for most of the season. Gafford is a dog, and so if the Lakers want him, they have the 25th pick. The Mavs have the 30th pick. I don't think that moving up 5 spots in the draft is worth trading away Daniel Gafford. I don't think that you get that much added value. So I would look a little higher up the draft list, but I mean, a team like Toronto at 19, maybe they would want him, but they're already paying Jakob Poeltl a ton of money. So, it's really tough for them to dangle Gafford and 30 and try and move up too much. Maybe a player with a similar salary, but I don't know how many teams want to pay a big man $20 million a year. I just don't know what that landscape is like anymore. But PJ Washington, I think they can get plus value for him for sure. Klay Thompson, going into the last year of his deal, I think that they can get decent value for him. I don't think you're getting a first-round pick, but you could probably get a second-rounder or two, or just a player that makes similar money to him. I just think that underlying all of these moves, I don't think the Mavs want to go 20-62 for the next 3 years. They don't control any of their picks. I don't think Dusty May is leaving a perennial national title contender to come suck for a few years. And I don't think Masai Ujiri wants to be that either. And I don't think Patrick DeMont, who's bankrolling all this stuff, wants to field a loser for a few years either. So if the Mavs are going to move off of these veterans, I don't think it's going to be just for the 34th pick in the draft over and over again. I think they're going to want some sort of youth quality back. And we'll see if they can walk that tightrope between achieving some financial relief, getting rid of some guys that maybe don't fit so well, while still trying to also push for a top 10 or top 8 seed next season.
What is the Bobby Carella dream scenario for 9 tomorrow? Realistic dream scenario. Who's your guy?
I love Braden Burries at 9. He's probably my favorite player that could be available. I mean, Keaton Wagler would be my favorite. I don't think he's going to be there. If he is, I'm dancing. All right, I'll be streaking in the middle of Dallas. You'll be able to see me. I'll send you videos.
Yeah.
If Braden Burries isn't there, or even if he is, trading down to 12 and 17, getting Merez Johnson at 12 and Ibuka Okorie at 17, that's like my super dream. I'm doing cartwheels. If that happens, I'll send you vids of that as well.
Thank you.
So there are a lot of positive outcomes, but I think almost no matter what happens tomorrow, they will do something to make all of us happy. Like they're kind of riding the heater right now, and as long as they don't draft Nate Ament, then I think we're all going to be pretty thrilled.
Bobby, you're the man. Thank you so much. Hopefully they come away with one of those dream scenarios for you tomorrow night, and let's go ahead and go on a finals run here with Coach May.
Hell yeah. Thank you, guys.
There he goes, Bobby Carell. You can check him out. DLS Mavs, All City, Dallas. Kylian Mbappe, he is now the second best goal scorer in World Cup history, as he now has moved into up the list there, third behind Klose, and one and only Lionel Messi is already 1-0 France up on Iraq.
Kind of feel like Bobby should just told me to go F off about my opinion about the basketball.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, I think Bobby's a nice guy.
He is very nice.
He's like, well, you got to look at it. He's kind of giving you all the angles.
He's the opposite to our Bobby.
I could just tell, like, scouting with Bobby, he's like, bro, you don't think about that guy. Don't think about that.
Kind of like here's why you're a dumbass.
Yeah, I wish he would have just said
way.
that. Yeah. Like, you're just a dumbass, bro. Just don't do that.
All right. Well, speaking of dumb asses, Sports Hodgepodge coming up next.
Yeah, it's my segment. Mexico fans have revolutionized an American staple, plus the most hated man in American sports next in the nation.
Full shock jock stuff.
The GOAT stands alone, ladies and gentlemen. Messi becomes the all-time leading goal scorer in men's FIFA World Cup history. Live from Dallas Stadium, this is how it sounded.
Slow down an Argentina attack. Here's Almada on the move for the world champions. Now Medina. Pulled back here. Let's it run. Messi! History in Dallas! 40 years to the day since Diego Maradona scored the hand of God. Lionel Messi scores the goal to make him the World Cup's all-time leading scorer.
Not the only history that Messi made today, according to ESPN Insights, with his penalty kick missed today versus Austria. Messi became the first men's player in the last 60 years to miss a penalty at 3 consecutive World Cups.
Okay, why?
Really, just both ends of the spectrum there for
what are
Messi
you doing
today.
There,
it was a historical day.
Good Lord, we're supposed
Trying
to be
give
able
the
to
man
celebrate
his
him, and then
props.
here you are just smacking him in the face. Just a backhanded compliment.
He's climbing the ranks.
Good Lord.
With every move that he makes. Even when he does wrong, he makes history.
He's got to be hate watching Mbappe, though, because Mbappe's already had a goal, and he's just 27 years old, and he's probably ultimately going to end up being the World Cup leader.
But not today, not now.
Not now.
Not one, not two for Messi with 18 World Cup goals.
He scored it in 28 matches, what it says.
Yeah, I think I saw he has 11% of Argentina's goals in World Cup history.
One in 2006, no goals in 2010. He had 4 goals in 14, 1 goal in 18, 7 goals in 22, 5 goals in 26. Guy's gotten better the older he's got. Either that or the players have gotten worse.
Fine wine.
Yeah, he's
Either
the
that
man.
or they don't let you foul him like they used to. You ever seen those highlights from like Diego Maradona, those matches like in '86.
It's like the old school
They're
NBA.
like literally, there's no referee.
Yeah.
It's like it's UFC of soccer is what it is.
I kind of love that.
Dudes getting pulled down, all that. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, physicality is at an all-time level for this World Cup. Have you seen the Mexico fans?
They've embraced a lot of the countries that have come in there. Good for them.
Well, they are embracing American culture at a high level. They are
the wave,
revolutionizing the sport of the Oklahoma drill.
Oh, what
as
are we
our
doing?
buddy Austin is going to throw up the clip on the fan cam right now, Twitch and YouTube. You have Mexico fans. They are taking over a city. There are tons of individuals just partying, enjoying the World Cup festivities outside. They are taking these giant traffic cones that you can actually put over someone's head and cover majority of their body. And these are like middle-aged, just like quality women that are getting out there with cones over them so they can't really see, and then they Oklahoma drill together. It's two middle-aged women in the middle of a street with cones over their bodies, blindly running into each other and then falling onto the concrete in a drunken excitement. That's what they are doing.
So this is we're doing this in Mexico City and Monterey and all these places.
I think
where we just anywhere there's a World Cup match, we're doing this.
It looks like this one is coming from Mexico City. But yes, I think the takeover is real. I think you could open up your window in any one of the cities that is hosting, and you could probably see a Mexican Oklahoma drill being taken place.
You know, you were telling me about, like with the cones and stuff like that. Can I ask Lucius a question real quick here?
Lucius, are you okay with this?
Lucius, did you see at the...
I'll allow it.
Okay, very good.
Did you see the parades in New York? They were stealing the trash cans.
I sure did. I sure did. Dumping out the trash can right there.
Dumping out, they had these specially made blue and orange trash cans. And the fans were taking the trash cans, dumping the trash, and taking the trash cans home.
Oh, a parade souvenir?
City of New York should have known, man. It's New Yorkers out here. You got to chain that thing down.
There are people getting filmed. There are people getting filmed, like literally just dumping trash all over the street. And then walking away with these blue and orange trash cans.
Yeah, I think the lady, she got on the sub with that trash can. She got on the sub with it. I think she tried to sell it on Facebook Marketplace for like $5,000.
Oh, my God.
Unreal.
They started making little small trash cans for sale for like $150 right now. You can get you a trash can.
The cone thing made me think of the trash cans. That's what, yeah.
This, I mean, that is a full trash can.
Yeah,
that is being dumped, just
Dumped out,
disgusting.
right on the street.
That's gross. These are New Yorkers.
Now you got to go home and you got to hose that thing out.
Yeah.
You got to sun dry that thing.
Instantly.
Yeah, you got to hose it down. You got to hose it.
You got to hose it, bro.
Because you know it's not a new trash can. It's still the same dirty trash can that was there last week. They just put some paint on it.
Oh,
it's nasty as hell on the inside.
That trash can has probably been sitting there for years collecting trash, never once being washed, and that lady dumped it out.
Yeah.
And then threw it over her shoulder and took it onto the subway.
Took it onto the subway. It's got a family of would-be flies.
Oh, yeah.
Just in there at the bottom. They're still larvae.
I think I see a maggot down there. That is unbelievable.
That's disgusting.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's gross.
I mean, that is, once it's cleaned up, so she's trying to flip and sell that thing? Is that what she's doing?
Yeah, I seen something saying, unless that was fake. Yeah, Facebook Marketplace, you try to put it on there for 5 G's.
She cannot care less.
Some schmo's going to buy that.
Come on.
Care less about you filming or just dumping that thing all over the street.
Did
not care at all.
People were asking, what are you doing? What are you doing? She didn't answer no questions. Just dumped it out. Like, what does it look like I'm doing, lady? I'm still in the trash can.
Whatever the hell I want, because I'm a champion now. Yeah, that's pretty exciting. I mean, the Knicks stuff is crazy. Fanatics Fest, you have to pay to go to this place. I don't know what the cost of admission is, but for Fanatics Fest, you pay a large sum of money just to walk into the doors. And then you have the opportunity to spend $935 to get a picture with Jalen Brunson. Woo! Look at that.
That's high.
People are going to do that, though. You know they are.
Look at. Is this disrespectful? With Jalen Brunson, you can spend $935 to get a picture. For the small price of $338, you can get a picture with Karl Anthony Towns.
Wow, that is disrespectful.
Do you get a picture with you and the trophy? The trophy.
That's terrible.
I don't know about the trophy.
The trophy and the players? I might do that.
It's probably a couple grand. $283 to get a picture with Josh Hart. $283 to get a picture with Mikal Bridges. And for the small price of $142, you can get a picture with Landry Shamet.
Man, you're just like, what the hell, man?
That's it.
This is really like the value of myself.
People are going to do that. People are going to spend a buttload of money to go there, and then they're going to spend about $1,000 to take pictures with these guys.
Damn right. You never know when you're getting another title again.
And then they're going to go home and they're going to take a big whiff of that trash can. Oof. I mean, my gosh,
Delicious.
Knicks fans are diabolical. Did you guys see? Now, we know, if I say the most hated man in American sports right now, I mean, think about where we are in sports right now. Who's the guy that comes to mind? And it's
Draymond Green.
Well, it's
James Dolan.
If you watch the pro golfer yesterday that won the U.S.
Wyndham
Open,
Clark.
Wyndham Clark.
Actually,
I have never seen a U.S. golfer get
true.
booed as badly as he did. Not booed, like jeered the whole match.
they got guys getting kicked out.
Yeah.
They had police escorting people out. He's got a sports psychologist that walks around with him, and
wow.
she had to excuse herself from the course because she was so turned off by the amount of hate that was being thrown Wyndham Clark's way. Broadus, you actually get points for this.
Yeah.
It's not the answer to the question, but it is a fantastic response by you. Ronaldo, you get a point as well. But it's Alexi Lawless. Alexi Lawless.
I had that one next.
I think he's standing up to these dudes.
Yeah, I don't
Listen,
get why
I don't know that anyone is right with the hate.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the hate is palpable. Did you see the article in The Guardian?
Yeah, it was a hatchet job.
This is how it starts.
Yeah.
We all know someone like Alexi Lawless. He's the ranter whose rants never actually say anything. The life of the party. At the party, no one enjoys attending. The big personality who's always misjudging the size of the room. He's corporate America's idea of a fun guy, the type of workplace character whose business trip hangover never stops him from being first at the hotel breakfast buffet, hair wet, untucked shirt untucked. He would absolutely dominate karaoke night at a conference on infrastructure finance. If only this were the limit of Alexi Lawless's actual impact on the world, our culture would live in blessed ignorance of his existence. But in the real world, Alexi Lawless is not a small-time menace working the floor at an infrastructure conference. In the real world, Alexi Lawless is American soccer's brightest media star, and he is everywhere this World Cup. That is how the article begins.
His name's Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah, he's always,
trashing
I think,
him.
done a great job when it comes to the World Cup coverage and Team USA. I mean, he'll call them out. He'll hold them accountable when they stink. I love the stuff with Zlatan, and I think it's kind of entertaining. But I think Alexi Lawless is a good analyst.
He just happens to be paired with two of the greatest players ever to play.
I mean, Henry's pretty unbelievable. Henry.
Yeah, Thierry Henry.
Henry.
They say Lawless enjoyed a solid playing career, but he's obviously not in the same league as Henry.
He's not.
Henry.
My bad.
The vast gulf in on-field pedigree has become more awkward as the tournament has progressed, with Lawless retreating into a meek silence whenever Henry revels or reveals his depth of footballing experience. In a conversation where his co-panelist is casually reminiscing about his days playing alongside Messi or exchanging shirts with Ronaldo at the World Cup, what exactly is Lawless going to talk about? Coming on as a second-half substitute for Ernie Stewart in a friendly against Scotland in 1998, helping the Kansas City Wizards finish last in the 1999 MLS Western Conference. Did Lawless enjoy an elite playing career? No. But does he do the background reading that could compensate for his relative lack of standing in a conversation with titans like Henry and Zlatan? Also no. But is he charming or funny or charismatic or otherwise magnetic on screen? No. I mean, this article completely rips him to shreds as he is the most hated man in American soccer right now. I don't know if it's right.
Is it written by an ex-girlfriend or something? My God.
Isn't that just scathing?
Like some vendetta there.
Yeah. Aaron Timms.
And I don't like his mama neither.
Aaron Timms wrote the article for The Guardian as Alexi Lawless just gets torn
The Guardian
to shreds.
a British paper? Isn't it a British company? I don't think this is written. I think The Guardian is written as a British company. So maybe this is like them being snobby to us.
It is. The Guardian is a British daily newspaper.
Okay, so they're just trying to dunk on our guys. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So we need to be defending Alexi Lawless here? Is that what we need to be doing?
Well, it's just, listen, he's in a tough situation.
Go USA.
He's in a tough situation. He's a guy that's kind of a lightning rod of broadcasters. Like Wooly says, he's not afraid to call the U.S. out when they're playing like ass.
And I'm getting my ass hammered.
He's not afraid.
Yes, you are, Alexi.
He's not afraid. That's the thing about it is, but when you pair him with two legends of soccer, his playing experience is just pale to what those guys have done. They don't respect him in that way. But he is a super patriot when it comes to U.S. soccer. Like he is like he bleeds it, that way. So I don't know. I mean, even Thierry Henry, he complimented him like when the U.S. opening match, like he complimented him like how when the national anthem was being played, how he looked over at him and he was singing and he was into it, and how much it meant to him. Even he complimented him about that.
Well, I'd like to compliment the Wooly Bully for an opportunity to take us on a trip around the bases.
Let's do it, baby. We got Rangers keys to victory, okay? Just because Dawson's out doesn't mean we don't have those keys. We got those next here on The Fan. But the biggest sporting event in the world, and you got to have a superior light beer to match it. That is Michelob Ultra. For every match, every goal, every superior play on the world's biggest stage, because from the...
each Tuesday afternoon at 3:20 with the G-Bag Nation. This is the place for Rangers coverage right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Linda Cohn of ESPN is retiring at the end of the month, and we were just talking about that off air.
How many years?
38.
Wow, good for
I believe.
her.
Yeah,
What a run.
long time, Linda Cohn doing it at a high level. So, hey, congrats on a tremendous career. We will miss you, as I think a lot of us that are certainly like in the 30-year-old
Can't wait to see the
demographic.
book.
Yeah, absolutely. Big time, tremendous trailblazer in the industry there for Linda Cohn. All right, let's get you set for some Rangers baseball. Let's go all the way around the bases right after
You
this.
don't know how to play first base. Scott? That's right. It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
There's no crying in baseball!
You play ball like a girl!
Hey, for those that don't know, life-changing, the Tommy John underwear.
Could tie it with one swing.
All right, our buddy Sands puts out the bad news, good news here. The bad news. The Miami Marlins are red hot. They got Major League Baseball's best record in June. They're 14-4. The good news.
Got a
Marlins are 2 games over 500, baby, and the Rangers are 21-15 against teams that are 500 or better. That is the best winning percentage in the American League, 4th best in all of Major League Baseball. So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah, there is. And Kumar Rocker will be your bulk pitcher tonight. He's not the starter. Why? Because they're doing the opener. Tyler Alexander, the pride of the South Lake Carroll Dragons, is going to get the opening inning, and then Kumar Rocker will step on in. Last time they did this, it worked out brilliantly.
Did well.
Let's hope that it works out very, very well again tonight. Jock Peterson will be leading off, followed by Wyatt Langford, who's also been red hot. Josh Young, the Jungle Cat, batting third. Brandon Nimmo will be your cleanup batter, playing right field. Then Berger at first. Ezekiel Duran playing short. Alejandro Osuna in left field. Elias Diaz will be catching.
He's done a nice job, Diaz has.
Him and Nicky Lopez.
Dude, both of them, man.
Yeah.
Have both been nice additions to this club that have found themselves a tremendous role. Now, the Corey Seager update. Kennedy Landry. Skip Schumacher said that Corey Seager, with his concussion, is going to take live BP tomorrow in Miami. He's done running and fielding, but he still needs to check some boxes before he returns. They want to make sure the head is completely okay. So as he recovers from that concussion, we'll see how he does tomorrow. Hopefully we get good news from that batting practice. Rangers have also signed a left-handed pitcher, the veteran Marco Gonzalez, to a minor league contract. And we've had phase 1 now end, and it will end on Thursday later this week for the All-Star voting. Ezekiel Duran second right now among All-Star voting for second baseman. Josh Young 4th on the third baseman ballot, and then Jock Peterson is 6th when it comes to your designated hitters. So if you want to get your Rangers in the All-Star game, make sure you're going and voting for said Ranger. Now, across Major League Baseball, all right, before I get your keys to victory, we do have Bryce Harper over the weekend. Hit the cycle. What did he do the next day? Use the same freaking bat, and there is magic in that bat because he was
Was
triple.
this a Father Day bat?
No, because he had hit the cycle Saturday.
Saturday, okay.
So then he's like,
I need to pay better attention. I thought maybe you were using a Father's Day bat.
That would have been cool. Yeah. And I did love what the Rangers did with, like, they all had their kids with them yesterday before the game. I thought that was really, really cool. But you did have him use the bat again yesterday, and he was a triple shy of hitting back-to-back cycles. Wow. My gosh, like, send that thing to the Hall of Fame. Let's go. Cooperstown.
Did you figure out where Cooperstown was?
At first I was thinking Canton. I'm like, where is it? It's Cooperstown, baby. Let's go.
Where's the Hockey Hall of Fame?
Oh, gosh. Why do I want to say it's got to be in Minnesota somewhere?
Toronto?
Mm-hmm. Screw them. Anything north of the border, we do not consider it the Hall. But congratulations to Keith Kachuk.
How about the Soccer Hall of Fame?
That's in Frisco, isn't it?
Frisco, there you go.
We've got that here locally.
Got that here.
Let's go. Bam.
It's actually a good tour, a little tour, yeah.
I need to go check that out.
It's actually really cool.
It looks dope. And they're, I'll tell you what, the new, all the renovations they're doing to Toyota Stadium there, Gosh, it looks outstanding. That thing's going to be beautiful once it's done. All right, your Rangers keys to victory, fellas. You ready for this?
Win.
Just win the damn game.
Just win the game.
You can't score less runs than the opposition and still win, right? That's key number one.
Yeah.
You've got to make sure you score more runs than the Miami Marlins. No, key to victory number one, limit early damage and traffic against Phillips. Here's the starting pitcher for the Marlins, Tyler Phillips. He's just got solid command, but you can hit this guy. Work the counts. Use your patient approach. A player like Josh Young, who is one of the hottest hitters in all of Major League Baseball, is somebody that I think is a good matchup versus Tyler Phillips. Just see the ball well. Don't go ahead and be over-aggressive. There's at times this Rangers lineup can fall into that. Don't do it tonight. Also, exploit the power from the middle of the order. Hey, Jake Berger, he played in Miami. He knows that ballpark. Maybe this is a nice time for Jake Berger to go off. He can get back to where he was early in the season. Wyatt's red hot right now. He's got multiple homers since he's come back off the IL. And then Jock Peterson. Can he end up getting some extra base hits from the leadoff spot?
I need to ask a stupid question, but did the Rangers win the last time that the Tartan Army was in the ballpark? Was that against
Boston?
Yeah, the Sunday night game. Sunday night game.
They won that game, so we need to.
They did,
I think we need to make sure that the Tartan Army is in full throat.
With their kilts, that they're not wearing anything under there.
Yeah.
Well, in Miami, that makes a lot of sense. Sweaty out there.
Yeah.
8-game hitting streak for Berger.
Okay. Bam, baby. Sweaty balls. Get those Berger balls. Bullpen depth and efficiency. Okay, so you're going to have Kamal Rocker hopefully go deep into the 8th inning here after you have Tyler Alexander open, and then you set it up for Jacob Latz. It's pretty easy money, right? Like, let's just go ahead. Rocker, smooth sailing, go from innings 2 through 8. Jacob Latz come in, shut the door there in the 9th. And then defensively, all right, you got to keep executing well. And then how do you bounce back after struggling on your last road trip? I thought overall they salvaged it when it came to this weekend series back at home against San Diego. Can you carry that momentum going in tonight against this Marlins squad? The Marlins, by the way, boasting a solid lineup that's reputable on their own stands. Right? Everybody in this lineup, it doesn't look like anybody to me is going to be an easy out. So for Kamal Rocker, let's hope the long ball doesn't end up being an issue for him again today. All right, Rangers baseball coming up here at the top of the hour. We'll have pregame for you. Last nugget to just throw out, we did get the official start date for Cowboys training camp, July 28th. July 28th will be the start date there. And you will be. You'll be out there with KNC.
I will be.
And they'll pop out there and follow up the next week. We'll be monitoring everything that's going on with your Mavs tomorrow. I'm very excited. We're going to have Brian Bush on the show, Michigan play-by-play voice. He's going to jump on at 4 o'clock. We'll also have Paul Biancardi, who is an ESPN senior NBA draft analyst. He'll be joining us at 2:40. And we'll also be sprinkling on a Rangers player show. We don't know who that will be just yet. But a big thank you, of course, to Lucius Alexander, Gavin Dawson. I hope he's having an excellent time on vacation in California. For Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, I'm Zach Wolchuk. Until tomorrow, you are going home with the G-Bag Nation. Hugs and ham pounds, everybody. I love you.
Yo, it's Jay.